Apocalypse, my items upgrade infinitely. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376, Level 4 Space Battleship, Win-Win Cooperation. Lin Feng needs to pour out the origin divine power that is constantly released from his body, and repairing the damaged warship is the best channel. At the same time, he also wanted to see what impact his particle control state of mind and divine power laws would have on items and equipment during the period when the system was closed. You should understand the structure before you can upgrade it. Fortunately, Ling Yi and the people of the dinosaur clan are all here and can provide answers to Lin Feng. After Lin Feng stated the conditions, Long Yuan, a third-level dragon, was stunned where he was. It took him a few seconds to react, and he looked at the human who had half a foot in the fourth level in disbelief. You can repair the Meteor-class battleship. This is a complex fourth-level battleship, and it's only halfway there. How do we repair this half of the battleship? Lin Feng smiled and slowly raised his hand. The artistic conception energy controlled by the particles gathers the yellow sands flying in the sky, the quartz and silicon dioxide mineral molecules inside, under the influence of particle control, gradually resolve into crystalline polycrystalline silica. The transparent and pure glass crystal on Lin Feng's palm seemed to have life and gradually grew. At this moment, not only Captain Long Yuan, but also the other Dragon Clan members gathered behind him, showed expressions of incredible shock. Lin Feng showed off his skills without leaving any trace, but in their eyes it was like a miracle. However, the knowledgeable third-level Dragon Clan source quickly recognized this artistic conception power. Changing the structure between molecules is a powerful state of mind that has touched the power of law. It is also the highest-ranking state of mind in the universe. Long Yuan turned his gaze away from the golden human hand and looked at Lin Feng himself. This kind of artistic conception is usually in the hands of the gods. Why does Mr. Lin also have this ability? Lin Feng smiled and said, "This is the ability I awakened. As long as I understand the structure of an item, I can reassemble it, or create a new structure to create new items and equipment. Now you should know that I have the ability to rebuild this space battleship. So, do you want to make a deal? Give me the remains of this spacecraft, and help me restore and reshape it as often as I can. In exchange, I will take you away from here and tell you about the background and intelligence of the Zerg, as well as their strength composition. After that, you will be able to contact the large army waiting outside the solar system. I will use the genetic samples of the evolution of reptiles over the past 65 million years as a condition to trade with Dia, the leader of your army. The requirements are also very simple. After you are promoted to the fourth level, you must assist us humans in defending the Blue Planet, which was once your home planet, and kill or expel all the Zerg. After that, you can stay on Blue Star and recuperate for a while." As he spoke, Lin Feng sighed. Our two races, as the amphibious ancestors that once walked out of the ocean and landed on the Blue Planet in the history of life evolution, have evolved into two major branches. Although we have been fighting constantly, at least when the Blue Planet and the solar system were about to suffer a catastrophic disaster, we joined forces to save our former home. And after this battle, I believe both humans and dragons will undergo a transformation, and thus welcome the cold and cruel journey into the universe. After listening to Lin Feng's proposal, Long Yuan took a deep breath. Please wait a moment. I need to screen the survivors to see how many engineers are there who can work with you to repair the wreckage of the battleship. We'll get back to you if we can. Lin Feng nodded. Long Yuan then turned around and walked towards the tribesmen behind him. Of the tens of thousands of Dragon Clan members that once were carried in the rear half of the battleship, only 1 in 10 remains. There are only about 1,000 left. Naturally, there are very few engineers among them who understand the structure of spaceships and warships and can carry out repairs. The only thing to be thankful for is that most of these engineers and battleship maintenance workers are concentrated in the power system area at the rear of the battleship. In fact, the most urgent problem to be solved for a space battleship is the power problem. As long as nothing goes wrong during the winter, the battleship will have no major problems and will be able to continue sailing. Therefore, more than 70% of the 1,000 engineers originally on the battleship were concentrated in the tail. Now that the survival rate is 10%, there are at least 70 to 80 engineers among the 1,000 survivors. Long Yuan informed his people of the situation. Soon there were a dozen engineers who suggested that the idea was feasible because their battleships are here, Only the tail part is left, and this part of the tail contains the most important power engine part in the structure of a space battleship, that is, a controlled nuclear fusion furnace with a diameter of 100 meters, which is specifically used to provide energy for the advancement of the entire warship and the operation of the interior of the hull. This includes the energy shield that is currently being provided to survivors to isolate them from space turbulence. And its source is also the residual energy from the nuclear fusion furnace. If it can be completely repaired, according to Dolly Feazhoon's idea, even the strongest human being, who knows nothing about engineering, can build a navigable space battleship. While the Dragon Clan was still discussing whether it was feasible, and if so, how to proceed, Lin Feng had followed Long Yi and walked to the wreckage of the space battleship a few hundred meters away because it was bitten in half by a fourth-level king of the realm and then sucked into his stomach. Therefore, the cross-section of the battleship is smooth and neat at this time. Ling Yi also explained, for a fourth-level realm king who has mastered the laws of space, the most powerful means of attack is the power of space, in addition to being able to block the space around itself for dozens of kilometers. It can also release space blades to cut and slice any target. The Worldworm clan was once a cosmic race that lived on a gaseous planet. In order to adapt to the complex and changeable harsh climate environment inside the gaseous planet, such as liquid methane, butane rain, thunderstorms, etc., evolve the ability to release space, linger around itself to form a protective layer, and at the same time cut through the giant hailstones that appear in front of itself, or some solid objects that suddenly condense. In short, they can survive on gaseous planets. After all, they have powerful abilities, have evolved space realms, and then mastered the laws of space. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't care what the crack looked like. Even if a fourth-level king of the realm bit the battleship to pieces, as long as the main structure or materials were still there, for him, it was just a matter of time, and repairing it was no pressure at all. After getting closer, Lin Feng placed his hand on the surface of the warship and released particle control. A strange feeling, a ball of green light was floating above the object in front of me. If Lin Feng guessed correctly, it was the quality color corresponding to the fourth stage. If the fourth level is green, then the connection between the first order red, second order orange, third order golden yellow, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Aren't these the 7 colors of light refraction, and also the colors of the visible spectrum of living things? Everything has a fixed number. Perhaps it is a fourth level item that has some special connection with the green light waves. Lin Feng couldn't be sure for the time being and could only speculate on the quality and color of the items in the future. The green color that appeared in his mind at this moment gave Lin Feng a wonderful feeling. If I had to describe this feeling, it would be a painful sense of brokenness, because there was only half of the green light ball, and the remaining half was torn into pieces and hollow inside. It seems to be somewhat similar to the current situation of the space battleship. Lin Feng then mobilized the power of artistic conception in his body and injected the golden energy controlled by particles into the hull. Then you can feel that a crack in the green ball of light in your brain begins to be filled and fused with the golden energy, and then stick together and recover. At the same time, in reality, the part of the warship where Lin Feng's palm was resting, the broken traces of the ship's hull were gradually repaired, just like the green light ball in his mind, and turned into a brand new part. The same goes for the organizational structure inside. Power of artistic conception, released by Lin Feng, is only enough to repair less than 1% of the area. But Lin Feng's this is just experimental. Did it give it my all? Lin Feng estimated that if he wanted to restore everything to its original state, it would take at least 12 hours, and would require an overdraft of his mental energy. But fortunately, he can directly use the power of origin. At the cost of burning the origin divine power, the state of particle control can be continuously improved and replenished. Now, after capturing and absorbing a large amount of space laws, Lin Feng's spiritual attribute has reached 9,800 points. It is enough to mobilize the origin of divine power and perform some basic non-combat operations without hurting the spirit. For example, the repair and reconstruction of warships. As Lin Feng understood the general situation, on the other side, a group of survivors led by the third-level dragon, Long Yuan, walked aside. Tell Lin Feng the results of their discussion. The human male in front of him, he appeared very respectful and humble. It's not because Lin Feng's evolutionary strength and level are much stronger than him. Rather, the power of artistic conception awakened by Lin Feng already has the potential to become a god. Therefore, even if Long Yuan was once the overlord of Blue Star and the current cosmic civilization, with its condescending attitude, it must now respect the humans in front of it. Because he is the king of mankind now and the god of mankind in the facing future. The dinosaurs have been wandering in the universe for more than 65 million years, and finally one of them has been promoted to the 6th level. Moreover, this ancestor of the dragon clan has not yet evolved to the late 6th stage. He has only just begun to condense the laws and has not yet formed his own divine domain, so he cannot be called a demigod. But as long as the human man in front of him successfully enters the 4th order universe stage, he will be comparable to an entire civilization, quickly advance to the 6th stage, and rapidly impact towards the 7th order god. Because his artistic conception power can be called a miracle in the world, although it is not as good as the artistic conception law of killing and attacking when used directly for attacking, but with logistical support and equipment improvements and upgrades, a man can rival several times his peers just by relying on the power of artistic conception for oneself and the entire civilization. It is equivalent to receiving a certain amount of divine power blessing. Before becoming a god at the 7th level, it would be a lie to say that Long Yuan was not envious if a similar being was born among the dragon race, the dinosaurs that were wandering all over the stars and being chased everywhere. Thousands of years ago, this being had evolved into a 7th level god, and with a tribe behind him, he successfully advanced to the god civilization. After that, you can negotiate with a star domain governor, contact the eternal gods, obtain the title, possess legal autonomy, and a habitat that belongs exclusively to the dinosaurs. Millions of years later, they established star roots belonging to the dragon clan, became governors of the star regions, and pledged allegiance and paid taxes to the eternal Proteus. In this way, the dinosaurs have officially gained a foothold in the Milky Way galaxy and become an ancient civilization that will last for hundreds of millions of years. Currently, the dragon clan is still working towards this direction. It's a pity that this can't be achieved by just working hard. There are so many cosmic civilizations of level 4 and above, numbering in the millions, but only 1 in a million can eventually become gods. Most of them are due to defects inherent in their own race. On the one hand, it is a genetic problem, and the power of their innate artistic conception that they condense does not have the potential to grow into law. On the other hand, after the 4th stage, one has to choose to absorb the artistic conception power of other races, and consider whether they match each other and whether the quality is high enough only at the early 4th level. Naturally, they will either choose to escape like the dinosaurs and wander the universe with their entire clan. Or, like most people, you can work for the governor of the star field and become a slave-like worker. As for the latter of the two difficulties in becoming a god, it is the important reason that truly restricts the birth of gods. The potential of artistic conception mentioned above can only filter out 80% of the low-level cosmic civilizations. And the selection and absorption of the artistic fusion conception, it can screen out 99.9999% of the remaining 20% of civilizations without him, because the power of artistic conception that possesses god-level potential has long been the focus of the gods. It is impossible for it to flow into the hands of other lower-level cosmic civilizations. Even if it only has the potential to become a god. There is still a long way to go before becoming a god. This is why so many races are stuck before the 7th level, and even if they live for millions of years, they are unable to cross that hurdle. But at this moment, the human male in front of him has already stepped half a foot into the 7th level divine realm. Long Yuan naturally hoped that he could make friends with them through this opportunity, and in the days to come, use this relationship to help the dinosaur clan. The truth that if one person succeeds, everyone will benefit, the same applies to the cosmic civilization's path to deification. Hello, after our discussion, we unanimously decided to fully support Mr. Lin's proposal. Our 78 engineers have already come up with a transformation plan. Please see Chapter 377 Joint Resistance, Billions of Years of Development Space. As Long Yuan took out the materials, more than 70 space battleship engineers discussed and summarized the transformation plan. A virtual display panel was shot out from Long Yuan's smart ring on his arm. All the remaining materials on the half-finished battleship are listed above. They are divided into 7 or 8 levels according to their use and grade. Different practicality and importance correspond to different categories. Next, everyone had to dismantle half of the battleship. Feng would integrate and assemble them. But this takes too long. Looking at the smart bracelet in Long Yuan's hand, Lin Feng could roughly guess that the whole thing was equivalent to the item upgrade system in his body. It's just that the system created by my mother He Yuan is very advanced. It can call upon the power of Lin Feng's artistic conception and the law of divine power to scan and analyze the substances it touches. automatically formulate the most reasonable upgrade route loses the shackles of the system, he will also lose the control under the shackles. The problems facing everyone today were once just a matter of words. Lin Feng sighed. We don't have time to wait that long. According to the plan above, we need to wait at least a month to build a scaled-down space battleship. By that time, it is estimated that the Zerg on the surface of Blue Star will have given birth to a 4th-level Zerg King. It's too late. Even if I escape, it's meaningless. The 4th-level Insect King will lead the other 4th-level royals into the body of the 4th-level Realm King and catch him in the trap. After saying that, Lin Feng continued to say to Long Yuan, "Give me this smart bracelet." Long Yuan nodded, realizing the urgency of the situation, and quickly took off his smart light computer and handed it to Lin Feng. Fortunately, the two are of similar size, and the intelligent optical computer in Long Yuan's hand matches Lin Feng's arm. After handing it to Lin Feng, Long Yuan immediately introduced this rare item in the universe. This is a level 4 intelligent optical computer. The processing platform it carries is the same as that of a level 4 battleship, but it only has 100,000 quantum chips, far from the battleship's processing capacity of hundreds of millions of chips. But for individuals, whether it is monitoring the body's data and attributes, or scanning and processing various things, including the extraction and display of various materials, it's more than enough. The price of a level 4 personal optical computer alone is as high as 1 million star coins. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, star coins are the currency of our Namen Sangsing territory. The price of 1 star coin is roughly equivalent to the evolution essence of a first-order evolved life form. While Lin Feng was using particle control and the law of no fate to check the intelligent optical computer in his hand, he asked, "It's okay, just keep talking. I know very little about the universe where the solar system is located, but I'll need to learn about these things in the future, so please give me a brief introduction in advance." A nearby worm opened his mouth to add an answer. Evolution essence is also called life essence. It is the driving force behind the evolution of living things. It is a star source substance that can be released from the planet that gave birth to life. Originally, these materials needed to be collected. But the universe where the blue planet is located was covered by some law by the Zerg to conceal their wormhole release and invasion of the solar system, so the evolved life forms that died on the blue star would generally automatically release the energy of the evolution essence and enter the bodies of those who killed them nearby. Because this blue planet is a closed existence, the evolutionary essence can only stay in the active cells to avoid being completely dissipated. As a stronger negative entropy aggregate, the killer will naturally be selected by the evolutionary source and integrated into it, so we can directly kill the Zerg on Blue Star to obtain the evolutionary essence in their bodies. Of course, evolutionary essence among has different meanings different civilizations in the universe. Some also call it life essence, life energy, evolutionary energy, etc. In short, it is an energy substance that can make living cells multiply and divide rapidly, causing genes to reshape and transform. Lin Feng nodded. The last sentence that Long Yu added also made him understand what the evolutionary source mentioned by Long Yuan was. It is actually another way of saying life energy. What Long Yuan was more concerned about was the news and intelligence about his Zerg inadvertently revealed by the late third stage female in front of him. Long Yuan said thoughtfully, "To be able to blockade and shield an entire solar system, one must be a true god of level 7 or above. There should be a god among the Zerg who took direct action, right?" Ling slightly and admitted, "The god of the Zerg, the insect god, who is also the leader of all Zerg on the blue planet and the ruler of the Third Order Queen, personally sent these hundreds of millions of Zerg and several Fourth Order Zerg kings to this solar system, so we don't have much time left. We must escape as soon as possible and then let Lin Feng be promoted to the 4th stage of cosmic life. At the same time, we will also allow your dragon race to give birth to a 4th-level Dragon King. With the cooperation of both sides, we can drive the Zerg out of the blue planet, then use the resources of Blue Star to develop madly." As he spoke, Long Yi slowly opened his mouth and gave a reason that the dragons could not refuse. "There are Zerg gods who are covering up the solar system. We have to wait at least 200 million years, or 250 million years, until the eternal Proteus of the Orion constellation, who own the star map of this place and are responsible for the supervisory civilization of this star field, discover that the solar system has disappeared. Only then will we expose our own race and be promoted to the status of cosmic civilization, because other supervisory civilizations do not have detailed star maps of this generation. They can only use rough detection to find out the artistic conception fluctuations of fourth order and above cosmic life in 60% of the uninhabited star field space. Use this to lock the target's location and then report it to the governor of the star region here. So right now, the Zergods are covering up their attack on the solar system and blocking its location and signals. Although the original intention is to allow the Zerg to better invade the solar system and occupy the blue planet with a large amount of life source, but in fact, this can also be used by us in reverse. So that our two races can steadily develop and utilize the solar system. Back then, the dinosaur race, only developed cosmic civilization in the last 5,000 years of the 250 million years, when they finally escaped. Even the Earth had not been fully mined and utilized. We can only take all the evolved life forms and the new dragon lizards with wisdom and self-awareness on the warship and flee in a hurry. Now we have such a good opportunity. As long as we can suppress the Zerg's offensive, we can obtain unlimited mining rights to the solar system within nearly 200 million years. It has only been 65 million years since the extinction of the dragon race. We still have at least 180 million years, and now he has become a fourth-order cosmic life. In the future, even if he doesn't become a seventh-order god, he should be at least a sixth-order sub-god. That shouldn't be a problem, right? It is supported by the resources of an entire galaxy, including the Sun and the asteroid belt, as well as Saturn, Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, etc. When the time comes, humans will take over Blue Planet, the dragons will occupy Mars, and we will drive the Zerg into the asteroid belt. With the cooperation of our two races, we will give birth to two sub-god level 6th order cosmic civilizations in 180 million years. After heading to the cosmic channel in the center of the star field, we can at least get rid of the slave civilization and slave race under the governor of the star field. Right, Long Yu's words instantly convinced Long Yuan. But it is not so easy to believe that the Dragon Clan and humans, who only have the primitive civilization level on the planet, can defeat the alien Zerg with a god background. Long Yuan then asked back, the alien insect race that invaded the solar system has true gods of level 7 and above. If the insect gods behind them take action directly or send level 6 sub-gods, you humans and our dragon race will have no chance of winning. On both sides, there are only two fourth-order cosmic beings at most. Even if our dragon race calls for support and sends a large group of sixth-order sub-gods, we can only fight against the alien insect race at best. Once the other party calls out the god ancestor behind us, we won't even be able to escape. We will be torn to pieces in the universe by the true god. Long slightly, agreeing with Long Yuan's statement but not accepting his hypothesis because no matter what, it is impossible for the Zerg gods to arrive directly at the solar system at the end of Orion in a period of time. Then, he began to talk. It is impossible for the god of the Zerg god, to descend into the solar system, because the Zerg is currently located at the end of the Perseus arm. The solar system in the Orion spiral arm is still more than 10,000 light-years away. Gods cannot cross the void. If they do, they will be sensed by gods along the way, or detected by the existence of the eternal gods, and when the breath is contracted, the god can only burst out at a maximum of 1% of the speed of light, which is the basic speed of curvature navigation, and at 1% of the speed of light, to travel across 10,000 light-years, it would take at least 1,000,000 years. During this time, we have to take various detours and avoid the star domain governor gods along the way, which will take several times longer, absolutely longer. So I said impossible. Long Yuan nodded. Although he thought that the female human in front of him was right, he was more suspicious of how the other party knew such a secret about the Zerg. It seems that Miss Lin knows a lot about the Zerg. Long shrugged, not caring about the other party's suspicion, because she had never told a lie. She was the Queen Mother's clone and was the one who sees the Queen Mother's genetic origin. A sub-god is born only once every 70 million years. This shows that the dinosaur's potential for civilizational evolution only reaches level 6 if nothing unexpected happens. This is actually the limit of civilization as for human potential. Even if Lin Feng is not included, at least there is the potential to become a god because along the way, Long Yi has seen too many human geniuses and gifted human evolutionists. The power of their artistic conception has the potential to develop into complete artistic conception. As long as 3 to 5 artistic conceptions are integrated, there is a high probability that the power of the synthetic law can be established to complete the artistic conception cycle system. Then, from the laws, it expanded into the domain of the kingdom of God and was promoted to the 7th level god. But now it seems that the Dragon Clan is not a real threat to humans in Zerg. The main reason is that the Zerg have the support of the Zerg goddess. The human side is very strong. Lin Feng and his son are both descendants of the God King. Even in the star field, if the governor of Naman San comes, he must be received respectfully. A God King represents an eternal race of gods. As a true God governor who is a frontier minister, especially in a remote star region like the solar system, he has the strength of a 7th level virtual god at most. He had just condensed his domain and had not yet perfected his own power of laws. In the eyes of the eternal gods, these low-level gods are actually no different from slaves. At most, they are higher-level local officials of the 9th rank. Looking at the entire eternal kingdom of God, there are millions of star regions among hundreds of billions of stars. Tens of millions of 7th-order satellite-level lower-level virtual gods. Among them, only 10,000 can be promoted to the 8th level, geological planetary level middle-level gods. That translates to a 1 in 1,000 chance. The number of true gods at the 9th level above these can be counted on one's fingers. Therefore, the eternal God King above the 9th level represented by Lin Feng is like a smooth road to heaven as long as Lin Feng can be given enough time and resources. Even without absorbing the garbage artistic conception laws of other races, Lin Feng could directly be promoted to a 7th level virtual god, or an 8th level god. But now the Zerg army has penetrated deep into the solar system and established a rear-end colonial order on various planets, especially the Blue Star. Humans want to rely on Lin Feng alone to reverse the defeat, turn defeat into a draw, and engage in a tug-of-war with the Zerg. It is simply not enough to be stuck in the present stage. But humans, whose evolution is already a few steps behind, at the same time, what is most lacking is time. Although the Zerg invasion of the blue planet was blocked, the plunder of other planets, including the direct absorption of the sun's heat, is already progressing steadily. If the Zerg is not expelled from the blue planet, it should even be expelled from the paraplanetary belt. Otherwise, the Zerg will be able to collect and extract enough energy materials in a short time to wipe out the humans who are resisting stubbornly on the blue planet. Thinking of this, Longyear nodded in acknowledgement and continued, from the bloodline of the Queen Mother and the memories recorded in their brains, I determined that their previous location was at the end of the Perseus constellation, a chaotic place where no one was in charge. This is our last and best chance. I hope the Dragon Clan can consider this carefully. After saying that, Lin Feng on the other side also regained a set of upgraded systems through the adjustment and transformation of the opponent's intelligent optical computer, but it is a low-energy version in vitro. Item upgrade system, loading complete. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378, The Temptation of Becoming a God, Hand-Rubbing Space Battleship. Item upgrade system, loading complete, adjusted according to your needs. Currently upgraded targets, half-broken 4th tier space battleship, Dragon Clan's 43rd tier meteor class advanced probe ship. We have read the relevant engineering plan documents and can disassemble them into 17.8 million different materials. We are currently designing a battleship reconstruction plan. Seeing this, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he used particles to control the artistic conception, carrying a trace of the power of laws, to transform the intelligent optical computer. Because he didn't know the direction of the upgrade and transformation, Lin Feng just made a rough and arbitrary optimization according to the upgrade system left by Hiyuan as a sample. Fortunately, this optical computer, which is of 4th order green quality, is equipped with an intelligent assistance system and is powered by a 100,000 count quantum chip to provide computing power. Its computing power is tens of thousands times stronger than all the personal computers and supercomputers originally owned by humans on the blue planet. Because the power of quantum computers is growing at an indicative rate, it's a pity that Lin Feng doesn't have her mother's ability to break through mental limits and the intelligence of brain evolution. They could only make some basic modifications to the intelligent optical computer to make it as compatible as possible with the item upgrade system in Lin Feng's image. However, the final product is completely different from the previous upgraded system. The most obvious difference and feature between the two is that the system left by Hiyuan can mobilize the computing power of artistic conception in Lin Feng's body, and even the power of laws in his blood. While the item upgrade system condensed by the intelligent optical brain in front of him, it's just an auxiliary tool, can provide Lin Feng with some transformation plans for the scanned items. Whether it has the upgrading and improvement effect depends on whether the transformation plan is correct. This also means that Lin Feng needs to keep trying and transforming before he can find the correct upgrade ideas and routes as for the previous item system. It can not only suppress the uncontrolled laws of origin of divine power in the body, but also automatically analyze items and formulate reasonable upgrade and strengthening routes. So the gap between the two sides is too obvious. But think about it, the previous upgrade system was the one that Lin Feng's mother spent all her life's efforts on, and even used the omniscience of psychic ascension to develop Lin Feng's exclusive upgrade system. Lin Feng even suspected that its rating must be at least a god-level item of level 7 or above. Now that the system is shut down for upgrades, we can only use the smart optical computer to deal with it. Following the prompts given by the system, Lin Feng slowly walked to the tail of the 100-meter-high warship in front of him. Reach out and touch it, and follow the instructions of the optical computer system to simulate it in your mind. Mainly in the spiritual world, in the mind, analyzing, scanning and constructing how to disassemble and reassemble this half-broken level 40 battleship. It was not until this moment that Lin Feng understood. Originally, these things were the basic skills he should have learned. It's just that in the past, the system has always done it for us, haven't learned the true usage of the power of origin. Lin Feng recalled the first time he awakened and evolved and came to the spiritual world and saw the grenade launcher and armored vehicle bound to him. Their appearance in the spiritual world as their own bound equipment itself means that the god-level system has a comprehensive analysis of them in the spiritual world of the brain. A model is condensed and can be used there. Explain the laws of divine power and infuse it into the two bound equipment. In this way, they can have unlimited quality level upgrades, as well as many special attributes and functions that the original first level and second level items cannot have. For example, the god level pistol that is still in the white quality stage has upgraded to the most important space magazine attribute at level 4. The power of space is essentially a power that can only be released by someone like a 4th level realm king who has mastered the artistic conception of space and even the existence of the laws of space. So what Lin Feng has to do now is to build a 3-dimensional model of the half of the space battleship in front of him in his own spiritual world through scanning with the power of particle control of artistic conception. At the same time, all the relevant information given by the optical computer system is understood and injected into the spiritual world, in which all the parts of the battleship are condensed, and the scanned parts are reintegrated according to the plan given by the system. This is equivalent to Lin Feng's transformation from the previous automatic upgrade mode to the current semi-manual mode, and at most, it is just optimization and deletion based on the quality of the original item. If you want to upgrade it, you either add higher quality materials and integrate the upgrade, or you can do a lot of upgrade experiments and find the most reasonable upgrade mode en route from thousands of attempts. Fortunately, due to the powerful computing power of the optical computer, the scanning and modeling time only took less than 10 minutes to scan all the millions of parts of different sizes in half of the space battleship. And in Lin Feng's spiritual world, a pile of battleship parts appeared among the flowers and grass. Lin Feng then controlled them, splicing and manipulating them according to the plan given by the optical computer system. During this period, he also needs to disconnect the particle control state of mind that is linked to the battleship. Otherwise, the experiments conducted in the spiritual world will be directly transformed synchronously with the real warships. After Lin Feng finished sweeping the warships, he turned around and looked at his side, where he saw Long Yi and Long Yuan, who were still discussing forming an alliance and forming a united front to jointly deal with the alien Zerg invasion. Facing the betrayal of the Zerg by Ling Yi, Lin Feng actually knew it very well. The other party wanted to keep the dinosaurs who were familiar with this place, and then supplement the understanding and intelligence of humans and Zerg about the Southgate 3-star region. For example, the Stargate wormholes in the star field that can enable space jumps, or the major forces and powers within the star field at the same time. Suppressing the Zerg outside the asteroid belt in the solar system can also prepare for Ling Yi to break free from his restraints, escape the fate of enslavement, and lead the Zerg to escape and regain freedom. As long as the Zerg attack is suppressed, Ling Yi can buy more time and escape into the vast universe. Then, relying on the potential of his own bloodline, he quickly evolved to the 6th level of meteorite level. Then, by absorbing the artistic conception and laws of the local races in the Milky Way, he condensed the power of his own laws, ascended to the 7th level throne, and reproduced the glory of the Zerg in the past. That was why she had to persuade the dinosaurs who were sure to come before she was sure whether the Red King would come to seek revenge on the Zerg, stay and join humans in resisting the Zerg invasion of the solar system. Moreover, the other party came from Blue Star, a level 6 cosmic civilization, whether it is for its own development needs, which requires billions of years to accumulate, or the significance of the mother planet to the race's civilization, there is a practical necessity for it. So after being persuaded by Long Yuan did not hesitate even though he knew that the other party wanted to get the Dragon Clan into the water. To put it nicely, the two sides are cooperating to help humans resist the invasion of alien Zerg. To put it bluntly, humans can no longer bear it and need the dinosaurs to come to the rescue and lend a hand. But what Long Yi said was not just out of context, but it did meet the current needs of the dinosaur clan. As long as we can suppress the Zerg's offensive, they will be able to gain 180 million years of peaceful development time. With the current strength of the dinosaur clan, it is enough to fully develop the solar system. Even building a solar energy extraction device would be of great benefit to the ancestral dragon, who had already been promoted to the 6th level meteorite star level, and ascend to the final 7th level godhood. The resources needed to advance to level 7 could drain an entire blue star, and it is very likely that it is not enough, as the energy needed to condense the Kingdom of Laws is finally consumed. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many 6th order peak subgods stuck at the last step. In order for them to ascend to the throne and become gods of the 7th stage, they need to absorb most of the burning power of a star, which is equivalent to the remaining lifespan of the star, to establish their own immortality. Among the 4 eternal divine kingdoms in the Milky Way, each eternal god's ruling territory has only 100 billion stars of varying sizes and grades. Among them, those in the normal stage, from initial collapse to young and middle-aged period, also known as the birth stage and the main sequence stage, account for less than 1/3. The remaining third are manic red giants. The stellar energy at this stage is full of impurities. Not only is it unable to absorb, it also emits strong radiation pollution. Even low-level cosmic life has to retreat away. Evolved life, that is, the third-level life form, will be directly shattered by the cell nucleus and genetic information under the bombardment of violent solar storms and radiation particles, and eventually the body will collapse and die. And the remaining 1/3 at the end is the even more terrifying outbreak stage to nuclear fusion and becomes a lifeless, high-density white dwarf. Therefore, there are only 300 billion main sequence stars left for the 6th order subgods to absorb and advance into. And there are only 300 billion of them in each kingdom of God distributed among 1 million star fields. There are only about 30,000 stars in each star field on average, but in reality, this number needs to be reduced. Especially remote star regions like Nanman III, located at the end edge of the Orion Divine Kingdom, are equivalent to the border of the territory. Among them, there are less than 10,000 stars in the birth stage and main sequence stage, most of which are white dwarfs, and a small part of the cosmic forbidden zone composed of neutron stars. Most of the young and middle-aged stars are gathered in the center of the Milky Way, where the Kingdom of God is located. This is why the middle part of the Milky Way always looks brighter than the outer parts of the 4 spiral arms when viewed from the outside. In the Nanman 3 stars region, the only 10,000 main sequence stars are basically civilization under key monitoring by the supervisory above the Milky Way. Because of their state, they are inherently more stable and brighter than nearby red giants and aging white dwarfs. But now, with the help of the invasion of alien Zerg, all traces of the existence of the solar system have been wiped out. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the dinosaur clan. After all, the ancestral dragon, who had been promoted to the 6th rank subgod, was currently worrying about the accumulation in the future. Otherwise, it would be impossible to send their leader Dia, the originally designated 4th level evolution candidate, back to the solar system to find the dragon gene resource library, and then use the resources of the blue planet itself to advance to the 4th stage and become a new 4th level dragon. However, in addition to saving resources and allowing the meteorite level 6th order proto-dragon to continue evolving, doing so is also a complete adventure for Dia, who has reached the peak of the late 3rd stage. Its worry does not come from the current civilizational strength of the blue star humans, but from the supervisory civilization above its head. However, what all the dragons did not expect was that at this moment, the solar system not only suddenly disappeared from its established position, but its breath was also covered up by the alien Zerg gods using some special lock power for there. As long as they agree to resist the invasion of alien insects together with humans, the dinosaurs will have the opportunity to become gods. From a nomadic, Wandering cosmic scavenger civilization, it has been promoted in one fell swoop to a god-level civilization capable of ruling an entire region. Even if the proto-dragon fails to be promoted in the end after 180 million years, it will be able to accumulate enough resources and strength for the dragon clan to settle down and survive near the Thousand-Star City and the Star Domain Governor Star in the Cosmic Channel. There is no need to evade pursuit all over the world, pick up trash in garbage belts, or avoid the detection of the supervisory civilization by running around like a thief and stealing resources from various star systems. Thinking of this, Long Yuan was quite excited and directly agreed to Long Yi's proposal. Lin Feng turned around and told the two that he needed some time to design an operation plan, and asked them to patiently. In fact, these words were also telling Long Yi that when Lin Feng was concentrating on analysis, he would need her protection and care. Although the dinosaur clan did not threaten his strength and ability, he was currently in the folded space within the body of a fourth-level king. Before this, Lin Feng and the other person had been moving around without stopping, so they could not be discovered and targeted. And now the two of them, along with their biological colonization suits, are all stopped somewhere motionless. Even if all the energy in the body is restrained, in order to reduce the attack from the turbulence of space, the divine power laws in the body will still be released intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Feng was worried that there might be late stage or peak stage third stage Zerg in the body of the fourth stage Realm King. After all, it had such a big mouth and could use the power of space to eat anything in one bite. It is entirely possible to eat several late stage third order beings. Therefore, relying solely on a level 39, third order peak colonial mecha using the Sentinel Guard mode for protection is far from enough. There must be someone who can take the lead and command the response to the next battle that may break out. After understanding Lin Feng's deep meaning, Long Yi nodded seriously and said, "No problem, leave it to me. With my current strength at the late third stage, combined with the Queen Mother and the colonial mecha, I can handle even a group of late third stage beings." Lin Feng nodded and smiled at Long Yuan and the dragon engineer standing behind him. Space battleship, put himself into a meditative state, and entered his own spiritual world. Meanwhile, Lin Feng immediately started to reassemble all the parts models of the battleship, but as he pieced them together, Lin Feng soon discovered that the various spatial laws he had collected seemed to be able to be integrated into this crude model of a space battleship, a warship capable of folding space. This is something that only a level 6 fleet can do. Chapter 379, The Folding Space of the Battleship, the Orc Ancestors. In the quiet spiritual world, the planet that was originally barren and scorched earth is now full of vitality. Although the surface of the planet has become full of vitality, the divine power of the law of origin in the body can manipulate the organisms at will because there is no systematic suppression. But Lin Feng was not very interested in these. Combined with his analysis of the laws of the insect god's mother's insect hives wool, Lin Feng has already mastered the technology of artificial life forms. You can create a life explosion in your own spiritual world at will, but there is no point in doing so because he does not have the scale to support the operation of a planetary world. More importantly, now he no longer needs to consider building the domain and kingdom of God, which he only considered when he reached the 6th level. Now, the only way for him to solve the problem of the release and infection of the origin divine power in his demigod body is to break the limit of his spiritual power as quickly as possible. So in order to build a warship as quickly as possible, Lin Feng simply waved his hand and asked all the green flowers and plants nearby to move aside so as not to interfere with his research with the help of the optical computer system, although it is not as convenient as the previous item upgrades. Lin Feng can also reconstruct the millions of parts in front of him according to the instructions on the drawings thanks to the help of more than 70 dragon engineers, plus the optical computer quantum system, super high computing power. Lin Feng quickly used particles to control his artistic conception and put millions of parts back together. The main thing is that more than 60% of the combinations have not changed much. Lin Feng can restore them to their original appearance when they were scanned with just a wave of his hand. The specific task is to use half of the materials from this half of the battleship to build the missing front half of the bow. To this end, engineers reduced the size of this castrated version of the battleship to half of its original size. It was originally 2 kilometers long, 300 meters wide, and 100 meters high, but was reduced to a cylinder that was 1 kilometer long, 150 meters wide, and 100 meters high. As for why the height doesn't shrink, because the nuclear fusion power reactor at the tail of the battleship has a standard height of 70 meters and a width of 100 meters. Add to that the supporting power tubes and output and input systems, and it will definitely take up more than 20 meters of space. Therefore, no matter how it is compressed, the height of 100 meters must be maintained. Therefore, the final prototype of the warship will be in the shape of a long cone. Moreover, the head is small and the tail is large. The front part is mainly the self-built direction control system, and the tail is the center of the ship. As more than 40% of the materials are missing, therefore, the internal space of the battleship was compressed to only 50,000 cubic meters, which is equivalent to an empty space of only 10 meters high, 100 meters long and 50 meters wide according to the size of the ship. 1,150 equals 15 million. At least one-third of the space must be vacant, which is 5 million square meters. Suddenly only 1% is left. There is simply not enough space for the colonial mecha and the Queen Mother to enter at the same time. According to the current size of the colonial armor, it is 40 meters high, 10 meters wide, and 8 meters thick. If it is placed upside down, it will take up nearly 1/1 of the space, a tenth of the space for the dinosaurs. There are still thousands of survivors. Their bodies are much larger than humans. Moreover, most of them are mid to late stage first-order life forms, and there are also quite a few second-order dragon lizards. Plus, the dragon lizard man's bottom is extremely wide, similar to the dinosaurs back then, so their average size is 3 or 4 meters high and 1 meter wide. 1,000 survivors of the dinosaur clan would occupy at least 5,000 cubic meters of space. This is the case when there are dragons crowding each other. Normally, there needs to be 4 times the space, more than 20,000 cubic meters, to successfully accommodate all the dragon survivors including the colonial armor and the Queen Mother. Each of them will require 5,000 cubic meters. As a result, the entire interior of the battleship will become extremely crowded. If we need to carry more dragon survivors, we have to find a way to expand more space. While Lin Feng was learning to build a battleship with Lego blocks, he began to think about how to carry more survivors within the limited space given by the engineers. Soon, Lin Feng was attracted by the power of artistic conception and the power of laws floating nearby in the spiritual world. That was the special law from the 4th level realm king that he had just collected and absorbed power of origin and emerge as physical entities in the spiritual world. The level of the origin divine power is so high that, just as its name suggests, it is the origin of all things. All living beings and the universe are the source of rules from its various miraculous signs and functions. Lin Feng felt more and more that the nobility of his bloodline inheritance might have come from one of the 9 sons in the spiritual homeland of his race. He is a descendant of the eternal God King, who is above the 9th level. Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly found a solution to the current problem. That is to imitate the internal structure of the 4th level body of the 4th level king. Inside the limited space of a 4th level battleship, a folding space like that of a 4th level realm king was created, thereby accommodating more personnel and materials. In fact, this space folding technology had already been proposed when the pistol and RV were upgraded. However, the original space magazine could only accommodate the energy bullets condensed by the system. After the RV was upgraded to chariot, the upgraded additional attribute space reserve could only accommodate dead objects or living things in a dormant state. If a normal life form enters, it will soon feel very because the space inside is extremely primitive and chaotic, and even the air is nitrogen pumped in from the outside space. Therefore, normally only the hibernation capsules that can sustain themselves automatically, or like the 2nd level insect eggs, which can stay in that enclosed space and maintain a dormant state without dying, can enter the space reserve. Otherwise, if a normal human enters there, they will quickly suffocate to death due to the low temperature, low oxygen and dark environments. So to create a folded space, in addition to possessing the power of the laws of space, it also requires familiarity with spatial structures, and in essence, it is equivalent to creating an artificial biosphere or a shelter that isolates the inside and the outside in a relatively closed environment. Therefore, when Lin Feng used the power of the space law to expand the 50,000 cubic meters of free space in the already formed miniature 4th order battleship, the first thing he had to consider was to use the space law to expand the space tenfold. What materials should be used for filling? It is not enough to have sufficient space. There must also be a foundation to generate gravity and a source of power to continuously provide the ability for space to expand. Space is essentially capability. In order to maintain the existence of this artificial space, energy must be continuously injected to prevent the artificial space from continuing to shrink of the gap in the ability levels of both sides. It's like a small, dense system encountering a large, broad system. The ability will definitely be absorbed by the external space. Just like the osmotic pressure principle of liquids, and the transition of capabilities toward an entropy increasing system. So in order to avoid the passage of these spaces and merge with the external universe, it is necessary to continuously provide energy to artificial space, especially energy that carries the artistic conception of space, which can expand the expansion range of the internal space and resist external harassment. In addition to being powered by a nuclear fusion reactor, this energy also requires Lin Feng to continuously inject the power of the laws of space into it. Generally speaking, 1/10,000th of the power of the law can give birth to 10 parts of the power of artistic conception. Therefore, 1/10,000th of the power of the law is actually the condensation of artistic conception, but its rule level is more advanced than the artistic conception that simply affects the individual. The reason why the law is called the law is because it is a rule that can affect the real outside world. It uses the domain or the kingdom of God as a medium, is established in reality, and belongs to the order of advanced cosmic life forms. Therefore, for Lin Feng, the power of the spatial law that he has collected so far is less than 0.02%, which can be diluted into 20 parts of the power of the spatial realm. However, a spatial realm power equivalent to that of a level 30 king worm can only maintain the space inside the battleship, which has been folded and expanded tenfold, for less than half an hour. And 20 copies can naturally only sustain the space expansion for 10 hours. If Lin Feng fails to absorb enough power of the law of space after 10 hours, the shrinking energy space inside the battleship will cause most of the survivors of the dinosaur clan and the 2 biological colonization suits to be squeezed into a space of 50,000 cubic meters. At that time, some unlucky lives may even be squeezed to death and turned into meat patties. Therefore, before considering the expansion of space, Lin Feng must be confident enough to collect enough power of the laws of space. It was not only for breaking the limits of his own spiritual attributes, but also for the first fourth-order space battleship in his hand to obtain the most important attribute in the future: folding space. So that in the final disparate situation, we can bring as many human survivors as possible to escape from the blue planet or even the solar system. Of course, even if we succeed in defeating the Zerg and driving them out of the periphery belt or the entire planet solar system, humans will still need to usher in their own era of cosmic expansion and colonization. By then, this fourth-order space battleship equipped with space folding technology will also become the best learning and research model for mankind. After thinking for a moment, suddenly, an idea flashed upon him, and he immediately made some minor changes to the battleship. The engineers had installed devices throughout the ship to receive and detect signals from nearby dinosaur survivors. Along the arrangement that covers the entire surface and interior of the ship, a row of empty spaces are left out in sequence. Finally, when all the lines converged at the processing console in the battleship's command room, Lin Feng opened another port at the final aggregation port. The reason why he did this was naturally to better solve the deficiency of the power of the law of space, as well as the urgent and vigorous demand for the law of space in the folded space of himself and the warship. Lin Feng calculated that he only needed to absorb about 5/1000 of the power of the law of space, which is 50/10,000, and the power of origin would be able to successfully scan and imitate the first level of space realm. This maintains the normal daily operation of the folding space within the warship. Now Lin Feng has only absorbed 2/10,000. Fourth level realm king. As for saving the dinosaurs trapped inside, it was just something that happened naturally. In order to get in touch with a large dinosaur army outside the solar system, attract them into the solar system, and then use their power to help humans resist the Zerg invasion. That's why Lin Feng was willing to save them. Otherwise, I would have smashed them to pieces with a single punch, and then absorbed and analyzed the power of artistic conception. Lay the groundwork for his current crisis of infection by the law of origin and his future path to becoming a god at the 7th level, because the other party still had some value to Lin Feng himself and the entire human race. Lin Feng held back and did not take direct action. In fact, as early as the encounter in the Land of End in the Realm Trial World, Lin Feng discovered that these dinosaurs originated from the blue star 65 million years ago. Their attitude and views towards human beings are those of a group of ignorant and inferior pigs. In other words, the other party does not regard humans as equal civilizations at all. Just like humans look at other species of life in nature, they regard them as delicious food or fun pets and interesting creatures to see. This is probably how the dinosaurs view the current rulers of the blue planet, humans as a half-human. Lin Feng naturally could not tolerate such an insult. If Lin Feng had not successfully unlocked the system's seal in suppression at this moment, awakening his demigod body, a fourth-order body, I'm afraid that these weak dinosaur survivors in front of me will not think highly of me and will not respectfully present my drawings and plans. Instead, they will bargain with themselves, looking down on the humans who still have a primitive civilization on the planet from the bottom of their hearts. So given that the other party is so realistic, Lin Feng naturally won't give them a good face. Once the Zerg are driven out, there will inevitably be a war between the two sides. This battle will be about the competition for the title of Lord of Blue Star and the ownership of the entire Blue Star. These are all intelligent life forms and advanced civilizations bred on the blue planet. This decisive battle is only a few 100 million years late, but it will arrive hundreds of millions of years early because according to Long Yuan's brief description of the evolutionary process and history of the dinosaur family, the key to the rise of reptiles, it is because of the mass extinction at the end of the Permian period, before the Mesozoic era, which is more than 300 million years ago according to the functions and roles of the supervisor civilization. As early as the Permian period 300 million years ago, the civilization was hit by the supervisor. The mass extinction was also an unprecedented extinction order launched by the overseers against the final overlord of Paleozoic evolution, and the ultimate winner of that era. Even in the current Cenozoic era, the ancestors of all mammals came from the synapsid mammals. So if there was no supervisor civilization, the extinction of the ancient beastman civilization on Blue Star would be. Now the beast race has definitely evolved. A huge orc civilization. Chapter 380 Mutual Utilization, Level 3 King Realm Insect. Lin Feng does not trust the dinosaur clan although both are intelligent beings born from the blue planet and from the solar system, but today's dinosaurs are no longer the civilization dragon on the blue planet after entering the outer space. They have been gone for 65 million years and have long forgotten the evolution and development process of their ancestors on the blue planet after entering the universe. The bugs are no longer the same bugs as before. Just as a fish that leaves the ocean and comes ashore, will it still be a fish in the water? The birds flying in the sky are no longer the reptiles on the ground with the same origin as them. The dinosaurs left the blue planet and entered the cold and cruel space universe, wandering in the Southgate 3-star region for more than 60 million years. So for Lin Feng, the dinosaurs can only be negotiated with an attitude of mutual benefit. Once they have been fully utilized, the last bit of value must naturally be squeezed out, that is killing the goose that lays the eggs. In fact, the dinosaurs also thought so. In fact, they have never looked down on humans from the beginning. After all, they are just a primitive race on the planet. Even if they gave birth to half-step 4th level strongmen like Lin Feng, they are still nothing special in the eyes of the Dragon Clan. After all, among their tribe, there is a newly promoted 6th order ancestor and a 5th order 2nd ancestor. Next up, the leader of the fleet who is about to absorb the reptile and bird genes of the Blue Star, the descendant of the dragon race, Diane, who is at the peak of the late 3rd stage. Once it completes its genetic completion, it will be able to be promoted to become a new 4th level powerhouse, not allow themselves to surrender directly to a 4th level strongman from another race at the same time. After Lin Feng revealed his identity, one could clearly see the lingering, spontaneous pride and arrogance in the eyes of the dinosaurs. Therefore, Lin Feng knew very well that if he could not be promoted to a 4th order life form in a short period of time and take on the important task of protecting the human race and human civilization, when the dinosaurs arrive, or when the so-called fleet leader, the big-toothed dragon, completes the 4th order evolution and becomes a cosmic life form, then the cooperation agreement between the dinosaurs and humans would be torn up in an instant. They will definitely take the lead in launching an attack, exterminate humans first, take over the rule of the entire blue planet, and then launch a counterattack against the Zerg. Or maybe the two sides have always been evenly matched. The dinosaurs will also endure until their own tribe, the 6th order dragon ancestor, brings the entire dragon fleet civilization, descends into the solar system, and hovers above the orbit of the blue planet. At that time, things that would lead to the extinction of human civilization will also be released as usual. Therefore, in order to quickly advance to the 4th stage of cosmic life, become a 4th order strong man, and fully master the semi-god body condensed by the blood of the gods in the body, Lin Feng must collect enough artistic conception power and lock power as soon as possible to break through the 3rd level upper limit of his spiritual attribute development, a full 10,000 points of spiritual attribute value. Therefore, on the newly built 4th order space battleship, Lin Feng specially installed an extra line next to all the sensors. It took nearly 100 days, 3 months, and Lin Feng finally used the power of artistic conception controlled by particles in his spiritual world to successfully assemble and build this 1-kilometer-long level 40 space battleship. And in this perfect world, less than 3 hours had passed because the speed of time flowing in the two worlds is actually more than 1,000 times different. It's the same as the artistic conception trial of the spinal insect tribe. In fact, time is not a physical constant in the real universe. It is just a number used to measure the degree of entropy increase and decay of a system, just like the code attributes of 1, 2, 3, and 4. Therefore, in the eyes of spiritually ascended beings, the universe and the world they see are actually very flat slices or a movie made up of a river of particles. You can close it or slow it down at will, click to the end or rewind to the beginning. The entire life of the universe is fully revealed in their eyes, and the meaning of omniscience is everything at this moment. Lin Feng in his own spiritual world, because his own spiritual power has not yet reached the 4th level or higher, so the operation speed is not fast. He did not speed up the flow of time in the spiritual world, but rather sped up the speed of this world. There is an essential difference between the two. Because the spiritual world is completely under Lin Feng's control, he can concentrate and speed up the world's operation 1,000 times. It took 100 days to complete the modeling of the 4th order space battleship, and it was ensured that less than 3 hours had passed in the outside world. When Lin Feng in the real world sat in front of the half-broken space battleship, he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, a large number of second-level Zergs had died in front of the colonizing mecha behind him, including even a 3rd-level king worm. Collect the dead second-order tiger spine worms and second-order world worms. They used the machine removed from a battleship and stuffed the Zerg's limbs into the machine's entrance. After a round of crushing and pieces of white-shaped soft food are finally sent out on the conveyor belt at another section of the machine assembly line. The outlet at the bottom of the machine spits out a bunch of useless cutting debris. The flesh and blood of the alien Zerg are also highly poisonous. To be precise, it is extremely poisonous to creatures on the blue planet, including humans. Because their bodies, whether it's the protein structure or the blood, fat, and intracellular energy base, are completely different from those of the creatures on the blue planet. Eating insect flesh is like eating a poisonous stone. It will only corrode and burn the human gastrointestinal digestive system directly, or be absorbed deeply into the blood, turning the whole person into yellow, green and red, with blood flowing from all 7 orifices, looking extremely miserable. So in addition to Shen Ji and others who have integrated Zerg genes, gene warriors, or like Zheng Yuner, who have integrated the blood of the Zerg queen, except for these hybrids who can eat insect flesh, for other pure-blooded humans, eating insect flesh is tantamount to direct suicide. It is also the most painful way to die and the most tragic way to die. Now we see that the dinosaurs can synthesize so much food from the flesh and blood of the Zerg with just one production machine. More than 1,000 dinosaur survivors lined up in an orderly manner and came forward to receive their food one by one. 2 pieces per person, each piece is about 5 kilograms. 10 kilograms of white block food can meet their daily energy needs. Looking at this group of dragon lizardmen eating with relish, Lin Feng could already feel the rich nutrition and extremely high caloric energy contained in the food in their hands. Long Yuan came over with a dozen pieces of white food in his hand. He handed them over and said, "This is a food maker that our dinosaur clan researched. In fact, there are a lot of these for sale in the malls where cosmic civilizations gather. As long as you input your own race's blood and genes into the machine's scan file and set it as a copy object, you can decompose and extract the energy components needed by your own race from the flesh and blood of any carbon-based life form, then synthesize these standardized foods, and the nutritional ratio is perfect. If the settings are more detailed, more than a dozen different flavors can be synthesized." Lin Feng took over a dozen pieces of food from the other party. Since he was nearly 10 meters tall, in the hands of an ordinary dragon lizard man, there was synthetic food as big as his face, half a meter long, 30 centimeters wide, and 10 centimeters high. The softened food block weighed a full 5 kilograms, but in Lin Feng's hands, the proportions were reduced to that of a larger rice cake. The texture feels very fluffy, like cake, but more resilient than cake. Long Yuan continued, "We, the dragon race and humans, are all life forms born from the blue planet. We are the first amphibious fish that landed on the planet 400 or 500 million years ago, so the blood and genes between them should be interconnected in a sense." Lin Feng nodded and understood what Long Yuan meant. Then he took out one of the pieces, put it in his mouth and tasted it. The taste is amazing. It is much better than nutrient solution or something like that. It was the most delicious food Lin Feng had eaten in the past few months. As for the taste, there is a vegetarian flavor with a grassy aroma, and there is also a barbecue flavor with a slightly fishy smell. Although the taste is not as rich as that of humans on Blue Star, as a synthetic food that can be produced anytime and anywhere, what else could you want when you can provide healthy and nutritious food to your fleet members during space exploration? It's just too perfect. Just one machine can provide food for countless people. As long as you find a planet with life or biomass, You can settle down there stably. It is the best choice for interstellar exploration. Lin Feng just tasted it briefly and didn't eat it anymore. The main reason is that the use of these second-level Zerg synthesis is only effective for second-level evolvers at most. For him, who is half a step into the fourth level, if you don't taste it carefully, it's as bland as drinking water. The main reason is that the energy density is too low, and it is not the negative entropy aggregate that Lin Feng needs. And the power of laws and divine power is the spiritual food that he needs most at this moment. Long Yuan took the synthetic food and thanked him. Thank you both for your kindness in sharing these second-level Zerg corpses with us to synthesize into precious food. Lin Feng nodded and looked at Ling Yi, who was dissecting a third-level king insect. Judging from the information transmitted by the colonial mecha, while he was assembling it in the spiritual world, Long Yi drove the Queen Mother and cooperated with the colonial mecha to kill hundreds of second-order Zergs and third-order king-level Zergs that had been rushing over after hearing the news. And only 2.5 hours had passed, less than 3 hours. It seems that the danger level of this level is also not low, but the environment is much better than the antivirus and clearing area on the lower level. After completing the dissection, Ling Yi took out a bagged stomach sack and walked to Lin Feng to introduce. This is the most valuable part of the King Realm worm. It has a stomach that can accommodate 100 times the space. Don't be fooled by the fact that it is only about 10 meters in size now. After it expands, it will be 100 cubic meters. It's about a 10-meter long, 5-meter wide, and 2-meter high space, but after injecting the power of artistic conception, it can be magnified and expanded 100 times to 10,000 cubic meters. And this is just one, a third-order early-stage King Realm insect. 10,000 cubic meters is equivalent to a space of 100 meters wide, 50 meters long, and 2 meters high. It can accommodate our 2 biological colonization suits. Lin Feng took the stomach bag, and the divine power of the laws in his body immediately began to move, wanting to directly absorb the power of the laws of space contained in it. Lin Feng currently only has 2/10,000 of it, but in the body of this third-stage early king-level insect, there is 1/10,000 of it, a total of 5/1000 or 50/10,000 of the power of the law of space is needed to allow the law of origin to absorb and analyze it and then stably decompose the spatial artistic conception. This will provide a steady supply of stable artistic conception power for the warships to be built. Thinking of this, Lin Feng smiled as he absorbed the power of the space law in his stomach. Understood. Let's wait a little longer on this floor. Ling Yi, immediately Lin Feng's idea, nodded and replied, in addition to the folded space in the stomach, the third-level king worm also has a layer of space power covering its body surface. This allows them to move freely within King Kai's body, jumping back and forth between different levels of folded space, and shuttling between them, so we don't need to stay here for too long. Once we kill too many third-order King Realm bugs here, the fourth-order King Realm bugs will sense it and move all the King Realm bugs away. They will also separate this layer and close its passage to other folded layers. We'll be trapped here forever. Lin Feng nodded. He understood what Long Yi said. He was really worried that if he stayed on this level for too long, he would be noticed by the fourth-level Realm King and lose the best opportunity to escape. No problem. I will build a fourth-order space battleship first, and then take it to find the ascent channel while killing the third-order King bugs I encounter along the way. Long nodded and returned to his post on the other side. Lin Feng began to carry out the biggest upgrade in history on the half-finished Dragon Clan advanced battleship in the real time in front of him. The area to be covered by this upgrade is 1 kilometer long, 300 meters wide, and nearly 200 meters high. It is more than 10 times larger than the original level 33 golden battleship, and the length, width and height are more than 3 times larger supply of divine power from the law of origin, which is purer than the state of mind of particle control. As Lin Feng started upgrading and transforming, he walked forward, placed his hands on the rear of the battleship, closed his eyes, and began to build a battleship model designed in his spiritual world. This half of the battleship in front of us is undergoing a crazy upgrade from zero to reconstruction. Countless origin divine powers, wrapped in the power of artistic conception controlled by particles, were integrated into the warship. Remove and reassemble all the parts inside. After completing the reset in the second reconstruction, it finally transformed into golden and white light. An upgraded and remodeled small space battleship has been created that is more than 1 kilometer long. It is 1 kilometer long, 150 meters wide, and 100 meters high. The shape resembles a long road pier. The whole body is covered with signal transmitters and collectors. There are also ports specially designed and added by Lin Feng, and they are naturally the space left for Lin Feng's second modification plan, born specifically to collect the laws of space. Chapter 381: The Truth About the Origin of Divine Power, the Civilization Stealer. With a new fourth-order space battleship, under the control of Lin Feng, using the particle control state of mind and the injection of the power of the law of origin, relying on the template in his mind, in just a dozen minutes, it was like a miracle, dismantled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then reassembled. The thousands of dinosaur survivors present, especially the more than 70 surviving dragon lizard engineers, all showed incredible expressions. The eyes looking at Lin Feng became shocked and adoring. Some engineers even knelt down excitedly like they were seeing a miracle before their eyes. I chanted in my mouth that God was clearly working. In fact, it is indeed a miracle because it comes from the origin divine power. After completing the transformation of the battleship, Lin Feng immediately used the intelligent optical computer in his hand to complete the access and binding of the battleship's permissions and ownership. Then Lin Feng opened the energy supply valve, allowing the energy of the core nuclear fusion power reactor to be smoothly connected to the brand new small battleship. After the power was turned on, more than a dozen hatches of the warship slowly opened under Lin Feng's control. Lin Feng then looked at the more than 1,000 dinosaur survivors behind him. Everyone, thank you for your plans and suggestions. The new battleship has been successfully completed. Please come in and board this brand new fourth-tier battleship to see if the design inside meets your expectations. Of course, if you see any flaws, or have better solutions or suggestions, you are welcome to report them to me one by one. I will humbly accept reasonable suggestions. After saying that, Lin Feng came to the side, controlled the warship in front of him, and slowly opened a door at the tail of one side that was 50 meters high and 30 meters wide. And what is connected inside is the area where Lin Feng uses to store the colonial mecha separately, level 3. As for the smaller Queen Mother, it can even store more than 50 racks excluding the 100,000 cubic meters of space here. The entire battleship still has 400,000 cubic meters. The original 50,000 cubic meters designed by the dragon lizard people was expanded tenfold with the help of Lin Feng's use of spatial conception. From the original palm-sized place, it became a vast living space. At the same time, Lin Feng also made use of the large amount of yellow sand and gravel materials in this layer of folding space and integrated them into various glass and other utensils, include softened glass, hardened glass, and unbreakable liquid glass. Use these things to build the decoration materials in the expanded space, from grid-shaped rooms to pipes inside the house and various furniture. Anything Lin Feng can think of can be created directly in an instant using the power of origin. Sometimes Lin Feng felt that he had really become a god, or an omnipotent god. After all, even the world can be created one day, when he can mobilize enough origin power, let alone a battleship. Even a satellite or an asteroid, it can also be upgraded directly from a barren, cold and useless planet to a green planet full of life, or blue planet full of water. Creation and destruction happen in an instant. Thinking of this, after the two biological colonization suits entered the equipment storage area of the colonization suit mecha, Lin Feng waved his hand and closed the hatch. Then he brought Long Ai to the front of the warship. At this time, the survivors of the dinosaur clan had already entered the interior in an orderly manner. After seeing the vast space inside and the neatly constructed buildings, the incredible and unbelievable expressions instantly ignited the entire group of dragons. Many survivors did not even dare to move forward, fearing that there might be a trap, and thought that the scenes before their eyes were all illusions illuminated by virtual technology. But the knowledgeable third-level dragon, who is also the leader of this group of survivors, Captain Long Yuan, quickly realized that the huge space in front of him originated from the power of the space law of the fourth-level realm king. Staying inside, one can clearly feel the release of the spatial artistic conception, which is maintaining the existence of this space. It's okay. This is the same as the artistic conception law of this fourth-level space beast. It is an expanded space. As long as the artistic conception power is continuously supplied, its existence can be continuously maintained. Come on, everyone, bring all the supplies and equipment in. We might really have to ride it to escape from here. Long Yuan opened his mouth slowly and stepped in first. Feel the safety and comfort of the expanded space. There is no need to worry about the turbulence in the outside space, or whether second-level Zerg or even third-level king-level Zerg will crawl out of the sand pile. Moreover, the equipment is complete. In the space that Lin Feng prepared for the dinosaur survivors, not only the rooms and furniture were designed according to their body sizes, Power and water supplies are also provided. In just over 10 minutes, he could disassemble and rebuild a kilometer-class small space battleship, and at the same time perfectly arrange and design the internal needs. Either the human male in front of me is a genius, and he has completed the preparations for all this in just 3 hours, or the power he possesses must come from a god of rank 7 or above. But no matter which one it is not something that the current dinosaurs can match. If the former is the case, then it is not a big deal. It can only be said that Lin Feng himself is gifted and has awakened the power of artistic conception that is enough to become a god, and has the potential to become a god. As for the latter, judging from the current development of the dinosaur clan, when all dragons arrive, the sixth-order dragon ancestor arrives in the solar system. The human being who was half a step to the fourth stage in front of him had already become a cosmic life, and with the powerful strength and life energy of cosmic life, he has long led mankind out of the blue planet and into every corner of the solar system. Long Yuan even worried that after analyzing and scanning the structure of the battleship, the other party would leave this place and use their own terrifying miraculous artistic conception to build fourth-order space battleships for mankind. In fact, Long Yuan didn't need to think so. Lin Feng already had this plan. The previous contact with Zerg civilization was due to the limitations of the system itself. In order to avoid the infection of the law of origin, the body could not bear it. At the same time, he was worried that the power of origin would be used to reap the lives around him when he had no sense of good and evil, such as when he accidentally killed the big yellow dog and almost hurt Hewen. Without sufficient experience, to possess power enough to destroy the world would be a disaster for the entire world and the person who possesses the power. The purpose and significance of Mother Heyuan's design of the item upgrade system is to enable Lin Feng to learn how to use divine power and retain the effectiveness of the law of divine power on inanimate objects. It can not only ensure Lin Feng's safety growth, but also allow him to have a process of understanding and adapting to the upgraded power. In fact, Heyuan achieved her goal. If it weren't for the appearance of the upgrade system, when Lin Feng first awakened his power, he would have either gone berserk and become a puppet of the divine power within his body, or it could just explode and become a ball of energy after being restricted by the item upgrade system. Lin Feng has successfully grown to his current level and has the initial qualifications to inherit the power of the laws. However, the limitation that could not be used on living things in the past also prevented Lin Feng from inheriting and using the advanced biological technology accumulated by the alien insect race for hundreds of millions of years, especially the law power of the insect godmother. It is the most powerful law of life. After all, he was inherited from the ninth-order ancestral insect god. Magellanic Cloud. The size of the small Magellanic Cloud is at least one-third the size of the four major arms of the Milky Way, which means it contains 30 million stars. As a superior true god, the ninth-order Zerg ancestor can occupy at least one-tenth of them and obtain 3 million star systems. With such a large territory, the realm of laws it has condensed is naturally not comparable to that of ordinary gods. It's a pity that Lin Feng couldn't absorb it, otherwise he wouldn't have to rely on mechanical upgrades later. The battleships and weapons needed to be manually repaired and maintained, which consumed a lot of divine power. If he could directly absorb the Zerg's biological technology and combine it with the power of the hive's will and laws in the Queen Mother's body, Lin Feng could completely use this to allow humans to obtain the same strong technical reserves as the Zerg. Create more biological armors, and there is no need for Lin Feng to be responsible for logistics. The biggest advantage of biotechnology is that it can grow in battle and obtain the necessary resources in battle. The logistical pressure is very small, just like that of the Zerg. After death, resources can be recycled directly. The warrior hunter insects created by the Zerg Queen bring great trouble to humans. In the later stages of the battlefield, almost 60% of equipment losses and 80% of personnel deaths came from second-level warrior hunter insects and third-level king hunter insects. This swarm of hybrid insects alone caused more than half of the humanity to losses. If Lin Feng could master the Zerg biotechnology and replicate the power of the laws of the Zerg godmother, he would be able to mass-produce second-order biological colonization suits or large-scale third-order colonization suit mechas. After the equipment is given to the second-level regiment, it will be like the later Thunder Regiment, and will have the ability to crush Zerg that are 1 or even 3 or 4 evolutionary levels higher than itself. Not only will the casualty rate be reduced by more than 80%, but Lin Feng will also not need to expand the Salvation Army to meet the shortage of personnel and firepower when dealing with 1 million insectoids. Therefore, it can absorb the technology of civilizations that are higher than its own level, as well as the power of their artistic conception and laws. It is equivalent to stealing the civilization of this race, from the birth of wisdom to all the development achievements today, which is like a silent but cruel plunder. But if Lin Feng completely removes the restrictions, he can use the power of the law of origin to achieve this perfectly in a short period of time. So this is the truly terrifying part of the law of origin. It is the origin. It actually has no functions or properties. It is just a pure energy, but it can copy everything it encounters. When Lin Feng thought about the supernatural powers he had awakened, he actually hinted at the true function of the power of origin. Particle control is nothing more than the process of expressing the particle energy at the microscopic level to the macroscopic external world after copying the artistic conception of other races in coordination with the power of origin rules, and the particle control state of mind is responsible for applying the rules to the real world. Therefore, if Lin Feng could control the power of the laws, he would be able to absorb the biotechnology knowledge in the development process of the Zerg. When he first released the power of the Zerg state of mind and entered the blood of the Zerg god, it's a pity that the origin divine power he could master at that time was unable to accept such vast and precious knowledge laws and transform them into real power. Later, after the system was upgraded and shut down, the moment the seal was lifted, Lin Feng used the power of origin to make a leap forward in both his own body and the colonial mecha outside his body. He was originally at level 37, which had just entered the late stage of the Third Order, but was directly promoted to level 39, the peak of the Third Order. After the subsequent transformation of the laws and divine power, he obtained a complete Fourth Order body. One breath. The fourth stage is transformed into permanent unlimited state at 90%, equivalent to the strongest existence below the fourth level. Even the late third stage Queen Mother, in her pseudo-fourth stage state, is no match for it. This is the law of origin. After copying the power of the law of artistic conception and combining it with civilized technology, it can bring about a qualitative leap when applied to reality. Now Lin Feng only needs to wave his hands to mass-produce second-order biological colonization suits, or third-order colonization suit mechas. The prerequisite is that there are more laws of the insect hive within the body from the mother of the insect god. More than 5,000ths is the power of mastering artistic conception. When one has mastered 1%, one will be able to master the birth of the law, and then be able to continuously release the power of artistic conception. Whether it is cultivating third-order life forms or building third-order colonial mechas, all are no longer a problem. In other words, Lin Feng's origin divine power has the ability to steal all the laws of artistic conception. Capping is just a nice way of saying it. Lin Feng was very clear about the various unexpected abilities that appeared on his personal panel at the beginning, including the telepathy from Zhang Yuner, and the subsequent killing of Zerg, especially the King's spinal bug. The various skills acquired actually come from stealing and copying the laws within the body. Now, the cosmic civilization that emerged from the history of Blue Planet's evolution is the dinosaur race, a cosmic civilization that has just been promoted to the 6th level. Lin Feng naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. Invite them to enter the solar system and descend on the Blue Planet. Together with humans, we will resist the invasion of alien Zerg. Together with humans, we will develop the Blue Planet and share the solar system. These are just empty promises. If the dinosaurs hesitated, Lin Feng didn't mind and would draw a bigger 6th Order dragon ancestor. Lin Feng can completely and directly control the entire dragon clan. Currently, the 4th Order space battleship technology is in Lin Feng's hands. In addition to scanning, the dragon lizards moved to perfect weapons and various equipment. Lin Feng also plans to use biotechnology to further transform this battleship. Long Yuan felt a little regretful and handed the intelligent optical computer to Lin Feng. Lin Feng has used Zerg biotechnology to control the growth of a large number of tentacles, along the line ports left before, developed into the ends of tentacles covering the surface of the warship, and they will become the key to Lin Feng's collection of the power of space laws. Chapter 382 Artistic Law Collector, be prepared. As Lin Feng used the power of origin, it transformed into the state of infinite reproduction. From the space where the colonization mecha was stored, he mobilized the flesh and blood in the colonization mecha and entered the pipeline he had designed in advance. When the dinosaurs were carrying supplies into the battleship's hold, an earth-shaking change was also quietly taking place within the internal structure of this 4th Order space battleship. According to the design given by the Dragon Lizard engineers, there are a total of 100,000 sensor scanning holes on the surface of this composite warship. It is used to sense the aura of nearby 2nd Order and 2nd Order life forms, while also scanning an area within 100 kilometers for any place where evolved life exists. That is to say, The health value is greater than 50 points, and it can form a bright light in Lin Feng's telepathy. This is equivalent to a mechanical version of life radar. The reason why the dragon lizard engineers designed and arranged it this way was naturally to rescue and take away as many as tens of thousands of their own kind, scattered in the bodies of the fourth-level kings, as possible on the way to escape. Lin Feng would naturally not refuse this. Not only would he not feel disgusted, but he would actually appreciate the unity of the dinosaur clan. Of course, the underlying idea is that the more dinosaur survivors are rescued, the more samples there will be for subsequent experiments. For example, analyzing the power of artistic conception mastered by the dinosaur clan in the past, although the highest level of the dinosaur clan's ancestors did not advance to the 7th level to become gods. In fact, their artistic conception and power of laws are more precious than the artistic conception and laws of the Zerg. The willingness lies in the other party. They were also born on the Blue Star. Although they belong to different ethnic groups in different periods, the genes in their bodies will always bear the traces of the Blue Star, their mother planet also able to eat the ancestors of humans, some small mammals that evolved in the Mesozoic era. Various types of mice that dig holes are the favorite delicacies of the dinosaur clan. So in a sense, humans and dinosaurs have the same origin, and there is at least 60% similarity in their genes. The artistic conception power condensed and created by the dinosaur clan can naturally be absorbed and inherited by humans. Back then, the Zerg god started from the Zerg's home planet, unified the species around the world, became the only cosmic life on the home planet, and then began to struggle to unify the galaxy where the home planet was located. Therefore, the Queen Mother clan that originally represented the insect god was probably very primitive, a natural clan with only slight Zerg characteristics. After the insect god unified the world, higher species gradually evolved, similar to the dinosaurs who separated from the dinosaurs and eventually evolved into dragon lizards. The birth of high-level the Zerg began the formation of the so-called Zerg civilization. After that, the Zerg god unified the solar system, and high-level Zerg members absorbed genes from different groups such as spiny worms and world worms, and evolved into a collective, which is the current Zerg Queen, in the last billions of years. The Zerg Queen led her armies of different tribes and followed the original Zerg god to fight in all directions within the small Magellanic Cloud, constantly absorbed genes from other races, optimize their own ethnic group, and store them as a gene bank. These things have been kept in the Zerg's biotechnology library, but with the subsequent fall of the Zerg god, the Zerg were enslaved into biological armies, and too many of these biotechnology libraries were lost. Fortunately, these precious treasures are backed up in another place. Over there is the kingdom of the insect god. The laws and divine power represented by the will of the insect hive records the genetic information database once stored by the insect race. The supernatural genes, the power of artistic conception, and even the power of laws condensed from it are all integrated into part of the hive's will. All things return to one, creating the supreme true god. The foundation of all this starts with the insect god, and the unification of the world begins. Therefore, Lin Feng is very interested in the dinosaurs. After all, absorbing them will not only greatly increase his own strength, but will also be of great help to the improvement and evolution of the entire human race. Absorbing the Zerg's genes, integrating their blood, and mastering their artistic conception and laws is simply too high. If it is changed to the dinosaur family, it will be very suitable. Therefore, Lin Feng is also very concerned about finding the remaining survivors of the dinosaur clan. He used the fourth-order cells that grew out of his colonized mecha to form flesh and blood detectors, which were distributed next to more than 100,000 mechanical detectors. In addition to expanding the search range and providing more accurate detection results, Lin Feng's other purpose is to use these tentacle ports that can release the power of the law of origin to search for space turbulence near the warship. Feng it has the detection effect of life radar, and can isolate and absorb the nearby space force, which is equivalent to turning this 1-kilometer-long giant space battleship into a super-large artistic conception law collector. If he wasn't worried about the lack of strength and killing too many Zerg queens without taking the golden plate bones inside, Lin Feng would have even transformed the entire battleship into a biological battleship first. Then, at the bow of the ship, a pure golden plate bone material was fused into it, and then the artistic conception law of space was used to directly hit the third-order King Realm worm, drive the battleship head-on and ram it to death. Then he controlled the biological tentacles and absorption pipes at the rear of the battleship to directly suck out the life energy and power of the laws of artistic conception in the opponent's body, and then dismembered the opponent's third-level body and stuffed it into the belly of the battleship, creating an automatic processing industrial line there. Divide and collect the useful biological materials and useless flesh and blood tissues, extract the biomass energy inside, and store them in space. The efficiency of such a biological warship can reach dozens of times that of the past. As a combination of machinery and biology, it can only be perfectly integrated together by someone like Lin Feng, who masters both the Zerg's life law power and human mechanical technology knowledge. But for now, let's build the battleship first, and then consider the direction and ideas for subsequent upgrades. While Lin Feng was renovating the battleship, the survivors of the dinosaur clan also moved in. As many as 1,000 dragon lizard people entered the battleship, settled down temporarily in Lin Feng's expanded space. This includes the third-level dragon source, but it then discovered that the command cabin of the fourth-order space battleship set up by Lin Feng was not connected to the dormitory area where the survivors of the dinosaur clan were located. This also means that the dragon lizards inside the battleship know nothing about what is happening in the outside world. If you want to know the situation outside, you can only check the monitoring screen on the LCD display hanging on the top of the space. Moreover, if one wants to contact Lin Feng from the dormitory area, one can only connect the signal through the dozens of smart optical computers in one's hands. At first, Long Yuan thought that Lin Feng could build a fourth-order space battleship completely according to the design drawings given by the dinosaur engineers. According to the design, the temporary habitat of the dinosaur tribe is completely connected to the battleship's cockpit, separated by a large door. Now, not only can we not see what Lin Feng and others are doing, we also don't know where the dinosaur clan is. In a sense, the survivors of the dinosaur clan have become prisoners in Lin Feng's hands. Long Yuan sighed and shook his head helplessly. Even though his current situation made him feel deeply powerless, this was the only way out for the dinosaur clan. If you reject Lin Feng, you will only become food for the Zerg and be absorbed and digested by the fourth-level realm king. Only by agreeing to Lin Feng can you have a chance to leave this place and escape. Moreover, as a half-step fourth-level being, the opponent can completely kill this group of dragon survivors with just a flick of his finger. Therefore, the only choice left for the survivors of the dinosaur clan is to cooperate obediently. This is also the reason why Long Yuan did not choose to struggle. After seeing this problem, they are not eligible. Even the large forces outside the solar system have no choice but to wait for the dragon clan to arrive in the solar system with their entire fleet dragon to overwhelm and humans expel the alien Zerg at the same time. For now, apart from cooperating obediently, he also relied on the value of his own identity to let the human strongman take himself and the survivors to escape from this place. Lin Feng's secret imprisonment was actually within Long Yuan's expectations, but he did not expect that the other party would be able to master the fourth-level realm king's laws of space and artistic conception so quickly and apply it on the spot inside the newly built warship. This resulted in Long Yuan's expectations. Yuan originally wanting to take advantage of the small space inside the battleship to get close to the two legendary mechas piloted by these two high-level humans with complex genetic components. In fact, during the more than 60 million years that the dinosaurs traveled through the universe, they came into contact with countless different ethnic groups and different technological cultures, perhaps tens of thousands of them. There are also cosmic civilizations that have developed with mecha as the core, but without exception, they all use mechanical structures for large third-order machines. It's not that there are no related biological organisms, nor is it that biological organisms are less strong than mechanical organisms. In fact, it is just the opposite. Biological organisms, especially advanced cellular organisms in the third stage, compared to cells in the first and second stages, cells in the third stage can withstand the power of artistic conception and even the existence of divine power of laws. This also means that the reproductive mecha built by biological organisms has almost the same strength as that of third-order life forms, even because they contain higher life energy, are larger in size and are subject to fewer ordinary 7th-level God-level civilizations cannot handle the most difficult problem of the third-level biological organisms, that is a third-order biological organism, which will definitely develop a certain self-awareness and restrictions eventually form an independent personality as its evolutionary level increases in the later stages. This does not meet the requirements of the tool at all. Even if you clear it over and over again, this awareness will continue to arise. This has nothing to do with anything else, it's all about the level of evolution, which is really too high in antiquity. If the power of artistic conception is not carried, the problem with the review can be effectively alleviated, but after doing so, the combat effectiveness of the biological frame is actually inferior to that of the mechanical body. Therefore, very few third-order machines are born. Generally, even if there are any, They are made from the third-level strongmen who died in the tribe, and their third-level bodies are used to refine them into puppets with flesh and blood, rather than a biological organism that can be driven. The latter, combined with a third-order driver, can burst out attribute abilities and cumulative effects within a period of time. For example, a mid-stage third-level biological mecha, combined with a mid-stage third-level pilot, can unleash the combat power of a late-stage third-level. A strongman in the late third stage can completely deal with 4 or 5 middle-stage beings alone, and he can fight 1 against 5 without being at a disadvantage. In this way, as long as you drive a third-order biological body, you can double the combat effectiveness of the tribe in a short period of time, or even achieve a qualitative leap. But the only problem is that high-level biological mechas will develop self-awareness. Only a powerful god who has mastered the laws of life can solve this problem, or even create a more powerful 4th order or 5th order biological armor of the cosmic life stage. Through previous observations, Long Yuan has been able to determine that the biological mecha driven by Lin Feng has the power of the 4th level. This is a technology that only the gods can master. Although the biological mecha driven by the female human is not as powerful as Lin Feng, it is also constantly releasing the power of artistic conception. Before this, she was driving a biological mecha, cooperating with Lin Feng's independent mecha, and with just one encounter, she killed the third-order King Realm insect that came to inspect and spy. The technique of killing only took a moment. Long Yuan saw it all, and although he appeared calm on the surface, he was actually extremely upset and shocked. So while he was shocked, Long Yuan actually wanted to observe and understand the biological technology contained in these 2 biological mechas. Even if these are not absorbed and analyzed, the power of the artistic conception and laws possessed by the other party can be of great help to the future development of biotechnology of the dinosaur clan. It even develops to the level of perfect artistic conception. However, Long Yuan had this idea, and Lin Feng also had the same idea. So how could Lin Feng not be on guard? Naturally, the power of space was used to separate the 2 colonial mechas from the habitat of the dinosaurs, ensure that the technological power contained in the biological colonization suit is not leaked to control this space battleship that he had pieced together bit by bit with his own hands, and slowly took off. Powerful thrust, like a rocket, comes from the tail and sides of the battleship, providing the power for takeoff. Long Yi sat aside and helped Lin Feng control this big guy. At the same time, the intelligent optical computer on the arm is also connected to the battleship driving control system. After the spacecraft successfully took off, Lin Feng immediately turned on the life detection radar. In an instant, 7 or 8 bright light sources appeared simultaneously on the battleship display screen and in Lin Feng's mind. Let's go and kill. Chapter 383, Crazy Killing and Plundering, Earth Realm. As the 4th-tier battleship started up, Lin Feng put on a global control helmet, which could connect to all the sensing devices on the surface of the battleship. Let Lin Feng obtain the status of the entire warship, as well as all the information about events within a radius of 100 kilometers, from top to bottom and from front to back. It can be called a full battlefield perception system. Therefore, there are very high requirements on the spiritual attribute strength of the wearer. It cannot be lower than the 3rd level, with an attribute value of thousands of points. For Lin Feng, who is now in the late 3rd stage, at the peak of level 39, with a spiritual attribute value of more than 9,800 points, it is naturally easy. With the wearing of the perception helmet, not only did the perception information of the 4th order battleship flow into his mind, Lin Feng could also connect to the lines of all the perception ports and link them with the perception tentacles of the artistic conception law that had just been released. Power of special artistic conception will be absorbed into Lin Feng's body. Even attacks carried by space turbulence would be directly captured and absorbed by the 4th level cells containing the power of origin and become a part of Lin Feng's body. At this moment, this 4th level battleship is the extension of Lin Feng's 4th level body in addition to the colonial mecha. As the battleship took off, it floated in the air. Lin Feng controlled the warship and went at full speed, began to operate at full capacity. Because only half of the battleship is left, which is equivalent to a big horse pulling a small cart. The power of the nuclear fusion power furnace directly allows the battleship to reach twice its original normal speed, reaching an astonishing 100 kilometers per second. It is equivalent to 1/3000th of the speed of light. Traveling through the folded space inside the body of a 4th level realm king, which is thousands of kilometers wide, it only takes 10 seconds to reach from one end to the other. Even if you travel across the entire blue planet and circle back from one point to the starting point, It will only take about 400 seconds, or less than 7 minutes. This speed is equivalent to Mach 300, which is a speed that Blue Star cannot currently achieve. A collision at this speed, combined with the size and build of a Tier 4 warship, could be comparable to a full-strength attack from a Tier 4 warrior. If the bow of the ship was not strong enough, Lin Feng would have wanted to use the warship directly to kill the nearest third-order king insect that had appeared within the detection range not far away. Unfortunately, time was running out, so Lin Feng could only slow down the speed of the spacecraft after it was reduced to 1/100th of a kilometer per second. The side cabin space was open and the colonial mecha inside was controlled to fly out of the battleship, go and kill the third-order king insect floating in the air not far away. 10 kilometers away is a peak third-order colonial mecha. It possesses some origin divine power and 90% of fourth-order electric-driven cells. Although it can't completely match the fourth-stage cosmic life, at least it can easily sweep away those below the fourth order. Even if it is the Queen Mother in a pseudo-fourth-level state, or Lin Feng's former self. Therefore, for it, even a late-stage third-order king worm would only be a matter of one more blow. Looking at the colonization mecha that was going to deal with the king realm bug, Ling Yu beside Lin Feng slowly said, "Do you want me to go over and help?" The Queen Mother can also absorb life energy or refuel the colonial mecha. Lin Feng shook his head. No need, just let the Queen Mother consume the life energy absorbed in her body to achieve evolution, but you can also go to the engine room and absorb the life energy from the Queen Mother to advance to the late third stage. Ling thought about it and shook his head. Forget it. There's plenty of time for upgrading. I'll just stay here and help keep an eye on it. At this moment, in addition to the holographic computer that Lin Feng brought with him, the large screen in the command cab also displays the 360-degree space of the battleship. Long Yi's attention was not on the colonization mecha's harvest of the third-order king bugs, but on observing the wasteland world full of yellow sand and dust in front of him. She was connecting the memories in her bloodline records about the internal structure of the previous kings, and the place where the source of their artistic conception is stored. These are Lin Feng's initial and ultimate goals for entering the body of a fourth-level realm king. Disintegrate and kill the fourth-level king from within. Soon, Long Yi recalled the various records that emerged in the bloodline inheritance, including biological knowledge about various types of cosmic life. Among them is the anatomical research of the world insect family. "This is the Earth realm," Ling Yi suddenly spoke. Lin Feng frowned slightly and spoke slowly. "The Earth realm, king?" Ling nodded slightly and said excitedly, "That's right. The structures in the bodies of all the previous king kais are the same. In fact, they are all inherited from the previous one. There are 5 layers of folded space in the body of a fourth-level king, not counting the real space in the stomach that we experienced before. The cleansing layer where the immune system is located is the realm of death. The place where we are now is called the Earth realm. The Earth realm represents the earth, soil, and other materials, so it is a vast expanse of yellow sand." Lin Feng nodded, and while controlling the fourth-order battleship to continue moving forward and scanning, he also commanded the colonization mecha to clear out the nearby third-order king world insects. In just 1 minute, the colonial mecha had killed 8 third-level king insects within a radius of 100 kilometers. Unfortunately, among these 8 king world insects, 6 are only at the early third stage and can only provide 1/10,000th of the power of the law of space. The other 2 are in the middle stage of the third stage, and each can provide 0.03% of the power of the law. So one provides 12/10,000, plus the original 3/10,000. Now the space law of 15/10,000 has been completed. Still 35,000th short. Lin Feng continued to move forward. He had only scanned this land's meta realm, less than 1/5 of the space. There are still 4/5 of unknown territory left, waiting for him to dig, explore, and harvest. He controlled the colonization mecha and returned to the cabin, carrying with him the corpses of 8 third-order king insects. The tentacles in the cabin then inserted into the third-level bodies of these third-level king insects, absorbing the life energy inside while drawing on the special artistic conception and power of laws contained in the special stomach of Lin Feng, who was wearing a holographic. As for the life energy in the bodies of these third-order king realm insects, it was left to the tentacles of the sensor absorption system itself. This allows them to continue to evolve, divide, proliferate, and expand, gradually multiplying and piling up various biological organs on the surface of the battleship. For example, giant tentacles that are 100 meters long, or some long whips with sharp sickles. In short, Lin Feng used his own ideas to create a biological organism that can coexist with a sensor warship, transform this battleship into half mechanical, half biological fusion creation in order to make up for the weakness in structural strength. When leaving this place in the future, Lin Feng will directly use the golden plate bones in the third-level Queen's brain to tailor the body structure for this fourth-level battleship. It is also equipped with various laser and kinetic weapons, then use it as a template to upgrade the level 33 golden battleship. The dinosaurs' mechanical technology will also be passed on to today's humans to improve their lagging scientific and technological levels. For humans, the Zerg's biotechnology is too advanced. Even the civilization of the dinosaurs may be unable to fully grasp and understand it. If it is given to humans for use, it will only cause a repeat of what happened in the underground laboratory of the Laotian Biological Research Institute west of Jincheng, where the red beetle gene research eventually led to the genetic contamination of the red tribe. Who knows what kind of deformed creatures will be created, or whether it will lead to the doomsday of biological pollution for all human civilization. Therefore, the better and more advanced the technology is, the better it is. Only the most suitable one is suitable for the current human beings. It can be absorbed and digested by a race that is fighting bloody battles in the flames of war and is about to move from the primitive civilization on the planet to the fourth-level cosmic civilization. The dinosaurs, who have been wandering in the universe for more than 60 million years, undoubtedly mastered advanced science and technology that is most suitable for humans to learn, absorb and digest for their own use. After the increasingly strengthened warships arrived at the second harvesting location and sent out the colony mechas to plunder, Lin Feng immediately opened his mouth and continued to ask, "What kind of space world is above this earthly world?" Long Yi heaved a long sigh and used the power of the laws of the insect godmother to activate the Zerg bloodline and absorb the knowledge inherited from it contained in the genes. This consumed a lot of the body and mind at the time. Long Yi had already been promoted to the late third stage and mastered a part of the power of the insect nest will law of the insect god's mother, so he did not need to summon the divine domain to get the opportunity to read here. 95% of the status consumption is eliminated, but it takes a greater toll on the mind because of the Zerg's development over billions of years. The accumulated knowledge and technology can be carried by the resources of a planet. This is why 1/10,000th of the power of the law can make a third stage early queen mother feel overwhelmed. Every time she summons the divine realm, she has to sacrifice one level of her own evolution. For other low-level proto-civilizations, such as those that have just been promoted to level 7, it doesn't cost that much for their race as level 3 beings to summon the divine realm. However, in terms of strength, it is no match for the power of the 9th level true God and the perfect kingdom of God. Their artistic conception rules can be used at any time, with almost no pressure or cost, but it is of no use. It only has the effect of expanding the space 100 times all. Only a 4th level realm king, with 1/5 of the world folded inside his body. Each level of the world is 100 times larger than the limited time space. There are 5 levels in total, which means 500 times the space. Therefore, the Earth's metaverse is just a space used to store the original Earth materials, and generally serves as a hub for members' equipment to travel to other worlds. For example, the warships that came in from the Earth realm and some of the survivors of the dinosaur clan were captured by the 3rd level king realm insects and some 2nd level insects and transported to the underground realm of death. The Zerg that originally entered it will, according to their habits, ride on the 3rd order king insects to go to other upper worlds. In those worlds, there are many ancient races stored in the bodies of 4th level kings. Among them are the original versions of the Zerg, responsible for preserving the original samples to prevent the Zerg from being seriously contaminated during the fusion process when invading planetary worlds or galaxy cities. For example, the warrior hunter insects on Blue Star, the 3rd level king hunter insects, and the human genetic warriors. Therefore, after each solution, the fusion monsters born from the genetic hybrid will be stored in the body of the 4th level realm king as samples to prevent them from being put into use again in the future when invading other worlds. However, most Zerg, especially those at the 2nd level and above, will not be directly recycled and turned into biomass fuel. Instead, it enters other folded worlds within the body of the 4th order realm king to undergo genetic cleansing. Increase the proportion of the Zerg's original genes to more than 90% to ensure that the population will not be possessed by other bodies and eventually evolve into a hybrid of dozens of different galaxy genes. This is the first step towards interstellar expansion. In the past, many powerful civilizations that upgraded and expanded did not back up their original genes. After integrating a large number of genes from other races, the entire group was unknowingly replaced with the genes of the invading race. It was not just a change in skin color and appearance, it also includes the evolution and invasion of civilization, culture, and customs, which eventually lead to the country evolving into a strange beast or being completely taken over by other civilizations. This complex and integrated change will even affect the racial gods of the god-level civilization through the influence of the laws of the divine realm. For example, the appearance, ideas, and core laws of gods. This situation is also called civilization pollution caused by genetic pollution. What is distorted is not just individuals, but the entire civilization. The best way to eliminate it is to conduct a thorough genetic cleansing of all the beings returning to or entering the Zerg world after each invasion and occupation of a planet or a galaxy to ensure that they will not cause genetic contamination to the main sample after returning to the Zerg civilization. Although the high-level hybrid Zerg with purified genes still has the local characteristics of the invaded area in appearance, it has completely integrated into the big family of Zerg civilization in terms of its own identity and self-awareness. So at this moment, the Earth realm of the 4th level realm king, and the folded world above it, this is a place known as the Sea of Purification. Not only is it filled with Zerg genetic fluid, but there is also a group of powerful late-stage third-order beings in a dormant state to ensure that the genetic purification process can be carried out and completed smoothly and orderly. After all, not every third-order hybrid can accept their own purification and believe in the great insect god of the Zerg from the bottom of their hearts. Facing Lin Feng's question at this moment, Ling Yu took a deep breath and slowly began to introduce. The Earth realm is just a transit station for entering the body of a 4th level realm king and performing a space jump. Chapter 384, Purified Sea, Father Lin Yu fights 1 against 4. The third-order king bugs we captured and hunted are only equivalent to transport ships for transporting goods or members of other species in the Earth realm, and the one above is one of the real main structures, a place called the Sea of Purification. As he spoke, Longai explained in detail the function of the Sea of Purification and the situations that might be encountered in the previous world. Zerg, used to cleanse the impure genes and complete the purification of the Zerg. The only danger is the defense mechanism. How many late-stage third-level warriors are there? This question stumped me. After carefully recalling it, he slowly said, I remember that there were 10 of them, late-stage third-order beings. 6 of them were late-stage third-order Zerg that had once survived in the water, and the remaining 4 were late-stage third-order Zerg that lived in the sky, and generally, the number of hybrids received each time will be or decreased to ensure that the genetic purification process of the group proceeds smoothly. After all, there were hundreds of third-level hybrids. If they all gathered together and rioted, they would be a powerful force that cannot be ignored. Once we invaded an 8th-level star domain. During the battles on its 7 planets and 65 satellites, tens of thousands of third-level hybrids were born. In order to cleanse the impure bloodline in them, 3 4th-order insect increased kings came in person to maintain order and supervise them. As for the late 3rd-order guardians, there are more than 100 of them. Even so, they are actually comparable in strength to the more than 10,000 third-level hybrids. Lin Feng frowned slightly. So among these more than 10,000 third-level hybrids, how many survived the purge? Lingai shrugged. Less than 1/10. It's already a lot. Of the remaining 9/10, 3/10 chose to rebel violently, but were quickly suppressed by the late-stage third-order guardian Zerg. Among them, there were also pseudo-4th-order hybrids, and some even mastered the power of the Zerg realm and were able to summon the divine realm, but they were unwilling to give up the power added by the alien race, and unwilling to cut off the genes of the alien race. As a result, they were ruthlessly suppressed by the 4th-order king of the Zerg. With one blow, they were forced into a bloody dance and torn into pieces. Eventually, they will all turn into a sea of purification, and the precipitated nutrients will provide energy and nutrition for the subsequent breeding of a new batch of genetically perfected Zerg armies. Lin Feng sighed softly. As expected, if you want to reach the Sea of Stars, no one will be easy to deal with. You must not be merciful to either your enemies or yourself. Thinking of this, Lin Feng controlled the colonization armor to slaughter the third-order king bugs here, absorbing the space realm and the power of law in their bodies, while continuing to ask, so there won't be any 4th-level royal family members in the Sea of Purification. Ling Yi shook his head. How is it possible? The king of the realm at that time was a 6th-level subgod. The space in his body was 100 times that of the current one. Otherwise, how could he integrate into the 4th-level kings? Although King Kai has folded space in his body, which can be as large as a planet. He cannot accommodate beings of the same or higher evolutionary level than himself. Take this early 4th order Kai King as an example. It can only carry a peak late 3rd order life form in its body. There is only one situation where one can bring along a being of the same level as oneself, and that is when this is a 4th level life form that is already in a state of death, meaning that the king's soul has been dispersed or destroyed, leaving only the body of a 4th level king. Only in this case can it be carried by a 4th level Kai King. Lin Feng nodded and quickly reacted. So, this is how the 4th level Spine King was brought here. Ling slightly and said with emotion, that's right. Because in the last Perseus arm invaded by the Zerg, in the galaxy where the Red Clan was located, in order to deal with the Red Clan's 4th level Red King, the 4th level Spine King had no choice but to summon the soul to descend and activate the killing law in his body. The result was madness. In the end, we had no choice but to have our 7th rank insect god, Mother of Life, take action herself to suppress the 4th rank Spine King, who had already turned into a Mad King. At the same time, we also stripped away its king's soul, leaving only a shell. As he spoke, Ling Yi continued to read the recent records in his blood. Then the Zerg started the wormhole jump, and the other 2 4th level kings boarded the external organization of the 4th level Realm King and entered the solar system, in order to avoid being monitored by the Overwatch civilization above us and to prevent them from discovering our invasion. We fought your father and won a tragic victory. We hastily set up a shielding array in the solar system to conceal the existence of the entire solar system. 4th level body was left, which could only be used as a puppet. It would be unknown whether your father could defeat the Zerg. Perhaps with the addition of a 4th level Spine King, the chances of winning will be even greater with a 4-on-1 situation. Finally, there is no need for the previous generation of 4th order insect kings to be forced into a desperate situation and use the divine domain summoning to summon the soul of the mother of the insect god's life to come down and personally suppress and capture your father, before the soul consciousness of the mother of the insect god completely consumes the divine skeleton formed by the 4th level body of the 4th level insect king. Your father will be imprisoned in the land of final destiny under the blue star. I guess he wants to revive the 4th level Spine King and make him stronger, becoming a 5th level or even a 6th level Spine King. That way, when we invade other star systems or cosmic civilizations in the future, we won't have to worry about the Zerg arriving first having insufficient combat effectiveness. Lin Feng took a deep breath, hearing that his father was able to fight 4 people alone, but was eventually captured because of the mother of the insect god, who personally took action. Perhaps if he wanted to run, he could definitely escape, but if so, the entire human race, including the blue planet and the solar system, would suffer from the Zerg. Even if he only took himself away, it would go against the last wishes of his mother He Yuan. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's urgency to rescue his father Lin Yu became stronger. He controlled the 4th tier battleship in his mind, as well as the plundering and collection of the colonial mecha, and his speed increased a bit. He directly harvested 2 areas in succession, and obtained a total of 21/10 of the space laws, plus the original 15. A total of 35, only 15 steps away from 5,000ths. Lin Feng worked at full speed, continuing to kill the 3rd order king bugs and harvest the power of space. At the same time, as he absorbed and analyzed the laws of space, the spiritual attributes in his body were constantly rising. I have already broken through the 9,800 level and reached the 9,900 level. I am just one step away from finally breaking through the upper limit. The final spiritual attribute value of less than 100 points will determine whether Lin Feng can soar into the sky, from the peak of level 39 in the late 3rd stage, to become a cosmic life in the 4th stage. After becoming a complete cosmic life, with the blood power of Lin Feng's Protoss, his strength is not just a qualitative leap, but a rocket-like growth. Lin Feng is still imagining what will happen after he is promoted to the 4th level king. Can he, like his father, overpower the same level existence and defeat 4 Zerg kings of the same level alone? Then he suddenly remembered, if the 4th level body of the 4th level Spine King is now placed in the deep center of the blue star, the seed of the end of the world to provide for the 2nd level Tiger Spine Worm, it can be promoted to the 3rd level King Spine Worm, the 4th level insect king of that year. That is, now, on the blue star, there are thousands of insect queens, and they are pursuing the 4th level throne. In order to defeat Lin Yu, the former 4th order insect king was forced to summon the insect god Mother of Life to descend. Using his own 4th order body as a divine skeleton, it is estimated that the Mother of Life who descended to the solar system would have the combat power of the 6th order. After the life energy in its body was exhausted, only 3 4th-level Zerg kings were left of the Zerg that invaded the solar system. Except for the 4th-level Realm King, whereas now. Ling Gai just said that his father Lin Yu defeated the other two said, luckily you mentioned it, in addition to the 4th-level Insect King, the insect race also lost a 4th-level life form, a being called the Wing King, who controlled the fastest lock power in the real universe. As for the other 4th-level being, although it was not killed by your father, it was also seriously injured. Its king's soul was almost shattered. It is currently recuperating on Mars in the solar system. Its name is Night King. It comes from a remote planet far away from the star of the Zerg's home star system. Because there is no sunlight, their world falls into darkness. The planet is full of dark energy, and eventually a 4th-level being named Night King was born. The Night King is as his name suggests. He can manipulate dark energy to fight, and his use of dark energy has reached perfection. Lin Feng took a deep breath. As expected, none of the 4th-order kings of the Zerg were simple, so the dark area that covers the solar system was also created by this 4th-level Night King. The Scorpion agreed slightly. That's right. If your father Lin Yu hadn't noticed this and wanted to kill the Night King after killing the Wing King to disrupt the Zerg's invasion plan from the root, the 4th-level Zerg King wouldn't have been so desperate to summon the God's domain to descend, at the cost of sacrificing herself, summon the mother of the insect god to stop Lin Yu from killing the Night King. Now it needs to maintain the existence of the dark domain and continuously dark release energy, so in the short term, it should not have time to take care of the war on Blue Star, so the only problem is the dead 4th-level Winged King, its 4th-level body. Lin Feng frowned. Isn't it in the body of the 4th-order Realm King? Long Gai frowned and finally nodded. There's a high chance it's right here, but it shouldn't be in the purified sea where we are going next, because the size of the Sea of Purification is too large to accommodate a 4th-order body. In the 5 million square kilometers of folded space, 2/3 are the genetic purification solution of the Sea of Purification, including 1/3 of the airspace. It is also filled with purification liquid. If a 4th-level body is placed in it, only 2 situations will occur. Either the 4th-order body is too strong, it will plunder the life energy of the biological colonization suits of the monitors in the purified sea, and condense its own original consciousness, and it will definitely destroy the folded space in the body of the 4th-order king, causing the 4th-order king to be seriously injured for this reason. The second type is this 4th-order body that has lost its king's soul, and is completely useless, even digested by the gene purification fluid. In fact, the second situation is more likely. Even though the purification sea can only remove the gene fragments of 3rd-order cells, it contains a 4th-order Realm King and a large amount of special lock power. The special power is like a precise special blade, which can accurately strike and cut even 4th-order cells. That's why a pseudo-4th-order being at the peak of the 3rd order could be cleared even if it had 4th-order cells implanted or evolved in its body like the colonization Mecha or Joki and Liu Yi. Hearing this, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, but just because there is no 4th-order body in the Sea of Purification doesn't mean that there is no 4th-order body in other folded spaces, so Lin Feng immediately asked about this matter. Then besides the realm of death, the realm of earth, and the Sea of Purification, what are the other 2 folded worlds? Long thought about it and frowned slightly. Further above the purified sea is the Void Realm, a blank space with only a certain amount of oxygen or other gases. That's where the 4th-order Winged King's body is most likely to be, because there is a lot of space there, and after being filled with other inert gases, it can remain incorruptible for thousands of years. We just need to provide a certain amount of life energy to the 4th-order body to maintain its activity. As for the place above that, it is called the second hive of the Zerg, also known as the mobile mother nest of the Zerg. The will of the hive is the foundation of the existence and continuation of the Zerg. It exists in the body of the mother of the Zerg god, and is also the domain of his god, and the laws of the kingdom of God. It records the development history of the Zerg in all its genetic samples, so as long as the Zerg's mother survives, the Zerg will never perish. This is actually the same as the 4th-order cosmic life. Moreover, cosmic life still has the possibility of being assimilated or contaminated by other races and civilizations, but the gods of the 7th rank and above are all beings that have walked out of their own laws. It is absolutely impossible for them to be contaminated by other genetic bloodlines, and the second hive is to store a copy of the Zerg's genetic samples to prevent the Zerg from falling apart if the Zerg god disappears unexpectedly. These are the 5 worlds within King Kai's body. After Long Yi finished speaking, Lin Feng also controlled the 4th-order battleship and cooperated with a colonization mecha to sweep the entire Earth realm, but the 3rd-order king bugs in the last 2 areas, The quantity is not as expected. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385, The Disappearance of the Third Level King Bug. The situation is urgent. In the 3 areas ahead, Lin Feng killed more than 20 third-order king level insects and obtained a total of 33, or 1/10%, of the laws of space of tenfold space inside the 4th level battleship can be permanently fixed. Instead of like now, it is necessary to continuously consume the laws of space and the decomposed spatial conception to maintain the folded space of the battleship. According to the 33 law powers collected in the previous 3 areas, there should be at least 7 to 8 third-order king world insects in each area on average. But in the last 2 areas, Lin Feng only detected and scanned 10 of them in the 4th area of 100 kilometers wide and 1,000 kilometers long. A total of 6 third-order king realm insects were killed, and a total of 9 lock powers were collected. In the final 5th area, Lin Feng turned the entire desert upside down, but only found 4 in the end. Fortunately, one of them was a 3rd-stage mid-stage king insect, which possessed 0.03% of the power of the law of space in its body. Collect the final 15 required. But the question is, where are the 3rd-level king bugs that patrol and search this area on a daily basis? Lin Feng frowned slightly, then asked, normally speaking, how many 3rd-level king bugs are there in every 1,000 square kilometers? Why did the number of the last 2 areas decrease so quickly? There were only 6 in one area, and only 4 in the last area. Could it be that the 4th-order realm king outside sensed that the 3rd-order realm insects in the body were decreasing rapidly, so he arranged for them to leave? Ling Yu pondered for a while, nodded and said, it is possible. After all, the number of 3rd-order king bugs is decreasing too fast. From the time you built the battleship and set out to now, only half an hour has passed. The scanning of the 5,000 kilometers took only 1 minute, but 29 minutes of that time was spent operating the colonization mecha to kill the 3rd-order king bugs in various places. It is very likely that the 4th-order realm king will sense it and deploy these 3rd-order king realm insects to other folded worlds. But at the moment, the most likely places to go are the purified sea above and the void realm. After all, if we go down, as a dead world with antivirus level, even the 3rd-level king world insects will be assimilated, or be hunted down and devoured by the group of puppets. As he spoke, he frowned slightly and narrowed his eyes. Of course. There is another possibility. Feel the power of the law of space absorbed into your body. Lin Feng nodded, and immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. If the 3rd-order king realm insects had not been deployed to the other 2 realms above because of the 4th-order realm kings who sensed their death, then these 3rd-level king realm insects can only disappear from the body of the 4th-level king realm, so their destination is obvious. It must be the blue star airspace outside. So after hearing Wang Yi's reminder, Lin Feng immediately gathered all his mind and mental power into his body, and began to focus on the laws of space that he had just absorbed. There are 50 spatial laws in total, representing 50% of the power of the laws, which is 5% of the content. The mysteries of the laws contained therein, after being analyzed and imitated by the power of origin, can be released continuously, creating a power of artistic conception that is one lower level than the power of laws of the 4th-order battleship with a layer of spatial artistic conception, and then he can smoothly travel to other folding worlds through the space jump channel. Inside the body of a 4th-level realm king, he is like a fish in water, able to come and go freely in any space. The same originally goes for the colonial mecha, including Lin Feng himself. It was just like how Lin Feng once obtained rubbings of the power of artistic conception from various artistic conception spaces. Now that the blockade on the origin of the divine power in his bloodline has been lifted, Lin Feng's awakened copying ability has naturally been greatly enhanced. So at this moment, after Lin Feng's self-consciousness entered the spiritual world, the originally pale background of the universe like a textured map became vivid. After Lin Feng mastered 5,000ths of the laws of space, Lin Feng flew over there and found that many places that were originally just air walls had become real. But the original textured planets were still textures, but at least the space where they are located has been developed by these 50 spatial laws in order for Lin Feng to absorb more power of laws in the future. Space is reserved for storage so as to condense a new lock planet. But soon, when Lin Feng was observing these extra spiritual world spaces, he discovered a clue. Many tiny cracks appeared at the connection points between the expanded space and the original spiritual world space. If one senses carefully, one will find that the spatial law forces that have been absorbed into Lin Feng's body are being summoned by some unknown force from the location and region, which is calling them to leave Lin Feng's spiritual world and leave Lin Feng's body, go somewhere else. This feeling was transmitted into Lin Feng's body, as if these 5,000ths of the spatial laws absorbed into his body would actually be attracted and controlled by its origin, and go to other places according to some kind of command from the body. Just like the mother of the insect god, she has absolute control over the third-level Zerg Queen. Thinking of this, Lin Feng frowned, and quickly withdrew from the spiritual world. And his consciousness returned to the real world. The spatial law that was about to escape was firmly locked in Lin Feng's body, under the suppression of the power of the law of origin in his body. Therefore, although there was a slight strange feeling of being about to escape, it was difficult to detect this feeling without careful observation and perception. Lin Feng then told Ling Yi, who was standing beside him, about the strange feeling in his body. After hearing that something was indeed fishy, Long Yi also frowned, his expression solemn, and said in a heavy tone, "It seems that what I thought was right. The disappearance of the third-order king world insects in the earth realm was not due to your wanton slaughter and plunder of them, but for other reasons. After all, even if the third-order king realm insects are killed, as long as the perfect fourth-order king realm does not focus all his attention on this earth's meta-realm, it is generally difficult to discover the collective death of the king realm insects. The main reason is that the spatial laws contained in the third-order king bugs that stayed here have not disappeared. It enters your body, so, from the intuitive perception of a fourth-level realm king, the total amount of space laws within the earth realm has not changed at all." After listening to Long Yi's words, Lin Feng immediately understood that as long as he remained in the earth realm, the fourth-level realm king would not be able to discover this without paying attention. Therefore, the power of the spatial law in the body is being summoned by the outside world. It is the fourth-order realm king who is ordering the third-order realm king insect in its body to leave the earth realm. At this time, Lin Feng quickly deduced the ultimate goal of the fourth-level realm king. So the mysterious disappearance of the third-level king realm insects was not due to my slaughter and plundering of them, but came from the summons of the fourth-level king of the realm itself. So they left the earth realm, not to go to the sky realm or the purified sea. Could it be to go to the outside world, to the blue planet? The third-order king bugs are going to Blue Star. They are an auxiliary biological transportation group and cannot be used for combat. Their only function is to transport a large number of bugs. Damn it! Are the third-stage Lake Queen mothers from other continents about to start a decisive battle? So that's why we need to mobilize the third-order king bugs and transport them and the millions of bugs under their command to the main continent for a fight to the death. After Lin Feng asked questions one after another, Ling Yi, who was standing beside him, just slightly helplessly, "Yes, it seems that the situation is deteriorating faster than we expected. But from the perspective of the southeastern region of the main continent, in fact, the Federation and the southeastern region are mainly due to your appearance and the battles and expeditions of the Salvation Army. As a result, the Zerg Queen in this area, including the Zerg itself, has increased in strength and expanded and multiplied much slower than other continents. Take America for example. It is estimated that several late-stage third-order queen mothers have been born there one after another. There are also several other continents. It is estimated that when the late-stage third-order queen mother of Yu Chang died, her death had already triggered a large number of perfect middle-stage third-order queen mothers, forcing them to absolutely evolve to the late stage and become stronger. Otherwise they will end up like the late-stage third-order queen mother of Yu Chang. Plus, during your raid in the Western Pacific, you killed dozens of the three mother queens. Even the fourth-rank realm king was triggered and summoned. So in order to deal with your appearance, the response program existing in the Zerg genes was activated, and the birth of the fourth-level Zerg king began to be accelerated. As he spoke, Long saw that Lin Feng's expression was becoming increasingly serious, so he quickly added, "Don't worry too much. Currently, only the third-order king bugs have been dispatched. Wait until they transport the third-order late queen mother and the millions of bugs under their command to the main continent. Based on the transportation capacity of a single third-stage initial king realm insect, the space is about 10 times larger. The original space is 5,000 cubic meters, and with a folded space, it is 50,000 cubic meters, and a late-stage third-order queen mother would take up a full 2,000 cubic meters of space. It is impossible to transport a king realm bug in the early stage of the third stage. For a queen mother in the late stage of the third stage, At most we can transport a queen mother of the same stage with a similar evolutionary level. A stage 3 mid-stage king realm worm can have a folding space 50 times larger, and the original basic space in its body has also increased from the original 5,000 cubic meters to 50,000 cubic meters. It is roughly the same size as a stage 3 early stage Zerg queen, but it has an expanded folding space of 2.5 million cubic meters, which can accommodate 1 or 2 mid-stage queen mothers. So if you want to transport a late-stage third-order queen mother, you have to use a late-stage third-order king realm worm. And as far as I know, a late-stage third-order king realm worm can only be born through the special breeding of a fourth-order realm king. That is, it can only be obtained by directly giving birth to a clone through the fourth-level realm king splitting his own body and giving at least 1% of the power of artistic conception in the body. Giving birth to a third-stage late-stage king bug is not only very consuming, but even maintaining its existence is also a considerable expense, so it will only begin to breed when the order is issued. It will take at least 10 days to complete the process from egg to maturity, and finally grow into a third-order late-stage king worm. After listening to Long Yi's introduction, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. If there are still 10 days left, then it is still completely in time. After I get out, I can go directly to other continents and start killing the third-stage late queen there, but a prerequisite is that the fourth-level realm king does not come out to cause trouble. Ling Yi seemed to have just understood Lin Feng's thoughts, and frowned as he admonished, killing a late-stage third-order queen will trigger the established defense program in the Zerg's genes. The current level should be to assume that there is a late-stage third-order perfect or peak existence among the enemies, or a pseudo-fourth-order existence. Only in this way can we kill the late-stage 3 Zerg queen cleanly and efficiently. If you kill 7 or 8 of the few third-stage queen mothers on Blue Star in one go, then the activation of the excitement program will not only accelerate the birth of the 4th stage insect king, the genetic program will assume that there are half-step 4th level and true 4th level cosmic life forms among the enemies, and will then summon all the 4th level kings of the Zerg in the star system, such as the 4th level realm king and the 4th level night king who is resting and recovering on Mars. At this point, Lin Feng had already guessed that if the 4th order Zerg king of the Zerg died, so the 4th order kings were also killed. It is tacitly acknowledged that there are 5th order or even 6th order meteorite level beings among the hostile forces. Then he would summon other high-level cosmic life forms in the Zerg base. Or like when the Zerg first invaded the solar system, my father killed a 4th order Zerg, so he directly summoned the 7th order Zerg godmother, the Scorpion. Slightly, that's right. Although your father was only a late-stage 4th order being at the time, his strength was comparable to that of a 6th order meteorite level demigod. That's why he was able to kill a being of the same level the moment they met face to face. So if we want to deal with him, even if a 6th level Zerg cosmic life descends, we can only suppress him in a frontal battle, but we cannot kill or subdue him. Only by summoning the 7th level insect godmother can we capture it in one fell swoop. After hearing Long Yi's affirmation, Lin Feng sighed. So the time left for us is only until 10 days later, when we can either deal with the 3rd stage late king bug or the 3rd stage late queen bug, then deal with the attacks of the 4th level night king and the realm king, as well as the 4th level body of the wing king, or delay the birth of the 4th order insect king. So that the 3rd order insect queens who rush to the main continent would be seriously injured and unable to fight again, instead of killing them directly, unless I enter the 4th stage, or you take part in the decisive battle with the queen mother. Ling Yi shrugged. It's better for me to take action. After all, if you continue to seriously injure the queen mother, you will be judged to have reached the half-step 4th level, and we don't even have 10 days left. Chapter 386, Countdown to Human Extinction? Accelerate promotion. What? Not even 10 days, because all areas within the Earth realm had been swept. There were no more 3rd order king realm insects for Lin Feng to kill and plunder. So he simply took off the light brain covering his head and temporarily disconnected the connection with the tentacles. He looked at Long Yi who was standing beside him and asked. The latter nodded and replied, that's right, because a 4th order realm king can't breed a 3rd order late stage king realm worm from scratch. Usually, he directly summons the 3rd order early stage or middle stage king realm worms in his body, and then commands them to enter the hatching nest in his body, injecting a large amount of life energy and space laws to quickly breed 3rd order late stage king realm worms. At present, there are only about 7 or 8 surviving from the Earth realm. It will probably take less than a week for the 3rd order early to middle stage king realm insects to be successfully bred. Lin Feng took a deep breath. If there were still 10 days left, then there would be plenty of time for both himself and the Salvation Army that had already completely recovered the entire southern part of the Federation. You can even prepare for the upcoming War of 100 Emperors and intervene in the final battle between the late Third Order Queens, and delay the birth process of the 4th level insect king. 3rd stage late king level insect will be successfully bred. At that time, they will follow the arrangements of the 4th level realm king and obey the orders of the 3rd level late queen mother, carrying them and the millions of Zerg troops under the command of the late queen mother from other continents to the main continent of Blue Star, where the Federation and the Salvation Army are located. The Queen Mother's assembly and arrival would take no more than 2 days, which meant that the countdown to the destruction of the remaining Savior Army and the entire human race was less than 7 days. That's only 170 hours in total. How could Lin Feng remain calm after hearing this? Lin Feng's heart tightened, and he immediately asked, how much can a late-stage Third Order King Worm carry, and how big is the folding space inside its body? Long sighed and continued his unfinished introduction. As mentioned before, the artistic conception of a third-stage early king realm worm is about 10 times the internal space. Originally, it was 5,000 cubic including the folded space. It is 50,000 cubic meters. A third-stage mid-stage king worm has more than 0.03% of the power of the law in its body. The space realm it condenses can have a folding space 50 times larger. Together with the original basic space in its body, it grows to 50,000 cubic meters. Mothers. As for the third stage late king realm insects, especially the perfection level in the late stage, they possess nearly 60,000th of the power of the space law, which is equivalent to double the level of the third stage middle stage. So, the third stage late stage king worms have 100 times the folded space in their bodies, and their bodies are equally huge. Like the third stage late stage queen mother, they have a huge body that is nearly 1 kilometer long and 200 meters wide. It's bigger than your compressed half-level 4th tier battleship. The original space inside their bodies is about 1 million cubic meters. If we multiply it by 100, it will be 100 million cubic meters, and a late stage third stage Zerg queen has a volume of about 20 to 30 million cubic meters. A late stage third stage king realm Zerg is enough to carry the entire late stage third stage Zerg queen and the millions of Zerg troops under her command. As of now, a 4th order realm king can breed at most 5 third late stage king realm insects at the same time. That means within 7 days, 5 middle late stage king realm insects will arrive on the main continent, carrying 5 third late stage queen mothers from other continents, along with dozens of third stage kings under their command, and tens of thousands of second order insects of different species. After listening to what Long Yu said, Lin Feng took a deep breath. What are we waiting for? Let's set off now and leave the body of the 4th order realm king first, then return to the Salvation Army. We will use this great victory in Yuchang to cultivate a large number of late-stage second-order peak thunder warriors and third-order realm masters. Otherwise, the hundreds or thousands of third-order Zerg that will follow will crush the entire main continent and humanity's only hope. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Long Yu replied indifferently, it's useless. This crisis cannot be solved smoothly by us rushing back. Even if we are not here, the remaining members of the Savior Army can accomplish these tasks. With Zhang Yunar here, the Thunder Warrior training program has become fully technically mature. She can complete the subsequent genetic modification on her own. As for other aspects, they can also make good plans. The impact of our presence or absence may only be aimed at the upcoming third stage late stage Zerg, but even you cannot wantonly kill the remaining third order late stage queen mothers, otherwise this conflict will continue to escalate. We can still handle a late stage third order queen mother, but once the 4th level realm king, night king, and 4th level wing king descend on Blue Star according to the call of the genetic program, with your current half-step 4th level strength, you will not be able to defeat them together. Although the 4th level realm king and night king are only auxiliary royal families, the laws of space and dark domain they master are not suitable for fighting, but the 4th level wing king is different. King, it was the only combat among all the king 4th level royal families in the entire Zerg home galaxy that could rival the 4th level spine king. The speed law it has mastered can easily break through 1% of the speed of light in the real universe, reaching a speed of more than 300 kilometers per second, and its maximum speed can even approach 1/10 of the speed of light. At this speed, it can even destroy the entire blue planet through impact, not to mention human civilization. It only needs to accelerate to 1% of the speed of light, 300 kilometers per second, and fly over the sky where humans gather. The resulting air fluctuations can create a giant hurricane of more than Category 30, directly destroying everything above the surface. From a depth of 100 meters below the surface, wherever it goes, there is only blazing fire and destruction, and the 4th level Wing King also received a very symbolic title, called the Wings of Destruction. So, with your current half-step 4th order strength, although you are capable of killing all the late 3rd order Queen Mothers, you cannot afford the price of the 4th order royal family's fate. Lin Feng frowned and replied slowly, I don't need to kill them. I just need to seriously injure all of these 3rd stage late Queen Mothers. When the time comes, if you take action and are responsible for the harvest, wouldn't it be able to greatly slow down the speed at which the 4th order Insect King is born? I don't even need half a year, just give me another 4 months. No, even 2 months will be enough. I am confident that within this time, I can be promoted to the 4th level and become a complete cosmic life form. Then I can rescue my father and we can join forces, before the 4th level Insect King is born. As long as the mother of the 7th level Insect God cannot rely on the 4th level Insect King to descend again, the entire insect race can be expelled, or imprisoned on a useless planet, maintaining the existence of the dark domain shrouding the solar system, ensuring that it can develop without worry for the next 180 million years. I can also guarantee that I will leave you a branch of the Zerg race as the remaining bloodline of the Zerg race, and go to Pluto and Neptune at the edge of the solar system to expand and develop the race. 180 million years from now, our descendants will be able to join hands and enter the Milky Way outside the solar system to face the threat from the Orion Eternals and eliminate the guardian gods of the star field of Alpha Centauri. What do you think? Listening to Lin Feng's plan, Ling Yi felt that he was painting a big pie for her, just like the pie of hundreds of millions of years she had painted for the group of dinosaur dragon lizards who had not yet seen the situation clearly. But in reality, it was another matter. Long Yu smiled and then said, once the decisive battle begins, there will be no mercy between the 3rd stage late stage Mother Queens, just like the early stage Mother Queens and the middle stage Mother Queens in the past. This comes from the Zerg gene bloodline in the body, and the infinite reproduction concept behind it, which was set in advance by the will of the Zerg hive. Even if you severely injure all the late stage 3rd order Queen Mothers, you cannot stop their decisive battle. They will fight each other until a peak late-stage 3rd order existence is born, then each of them summoned 1,000th of the divine domain, and then condensed a mother of life statue containing the power of the insect god's law, integrated it into their own body, and entered the 2nd form of the divine domain. In the pseudo-4th level state, the final peak showdown for the 4th level throne begins, then decide who will be the 4th rank Insect King. As he spoke, his tone and eyes revealed a sense of hope and yearning, and he continued, by then, even if I advance to the peak of the late 3rd stage, I will be controlled by the genes and participate in the decisive battle. I will either kill other peak 3rd stage Queen Mothers and ascend the throne on their corpses, or I will become them and hold high the nutrients under the throne. This is an irreversible and unstoppable process, so delaying the plan is completely useless. Our only response is to speed up the plan we originally formulated and make the arrangement as compact as possible to squeeze out preparation time for the final decisive battle. Lin Feng sighed. In fact, his original plan was almost too busy to handle, especially for the Salvation Army other than himself, including the top leaders, especially the peak 2nd level battle group, and the 3rd level strongmen. He had been fighting since the beginning, following me everywhere, and in just half a month, he had conquered the 5 occupied states in the south. It is equivalent to being either in a state of combat or on the way to the battlefield every day, without a moment's rest. The key is their physical and mental strength. They may be able to bear it, but the ordinary 2nd Sisters battle group and the battle corps under their command, as the main force of the Salvation Army, they cannot withstand such high-intensity combat. Even now, they have defeated the Queen Mother of Yuchang and the Yuchang Zerg, are cleaning up the battlefield, and are about to usher in the founding of the country. They still did not stop. As long as they were not injured and could still move, they were still active in the 3 states of Gizhao, Yunnan, and Qianzhao. Behind Yuzhao, kill and wipe out the Zerg involved there and retake all the land in the southern part of the Federation. Therefore, Lin Feng's original plan was to use a week to build a southern empire, and at the same time, let his team members have a good rest during this period. Those who were willing to continue fighting would remain in the Salvation Army, and those who wanted to retire would join the formed newly local conference organizations and serve as the resident armed forces there. Anyway, the Southern Empire was newly established and there was a lot of work to be done. It was also necessary to build hundreds of bases of various sizes in the 9 provinces to restore the previous production order. Therefore, the Salvation Army will definitely be disbanded, and will also be supplemented by newly recruited survivors in the rear safe zone. And as a force for foreign wars, go to other areas, kill the Zerg Queen and Zerg army there, and recover more land. And ultimately save the entire human world of Blue Star. This was Lin Feng's subsequent plan, and it was also his initial and ultimate goal in establishing the Salvation Army. However, now that the Zerg's progress has accelerated, corresponding changes must be made to compress the original itinerary. Lin Feng sighed softly. Salvation Army were eager for a break to relax their tense nerves that had been tense for several months. Long-term high pressure of death can drive people crazy. So it was normal for there to be some complaints in the team from time to time, and he just turned a blind eye and it passed. Now the pressure from outside forces him to continue to maintain a high-pressure state. Lin Feng had no choice but to nod silently. Seeing that Lin Feng was having a hard time making the decision, Long Yi counseled him, "We can also put the Salvation Army aside for a while. As long as we work hard, we can buy more time for humanity to prepare." Lin Feng raised his head, his eyes lit up, and then he reacted and replied, "You mean, I have to take that step as soon as possible and become a true fourth-order cosmic life form?" The Scorpion slightly, "That's right. And because you are not a native species of the solar system, even if you enter the 4th stage, you will not be sensed by the Zerg that absorbs the genes of the species here. The promotion to the 4th level will not be leaked, and it will also become our biggest trump card, promoting the birth of the 4th-order Insect King on Blue Star. Believe me, with your bloodline talent, even if you face multiple 4th-order Royal Zerg, or even higher 5th-order or 6th-order Zerg, you and your son will be able to defeat them easily. As long as we maintain an even balance, we can gain more space for survival and development for both humans and me. This includes bringing in the dinosaur clan, or the 4th-order Red King that is still somewhere else, to disrupt the situation." Lin Feng nodded and understood Ling Gai's plan. "Since we don't want human civilization to collapse, we can only work hard on ourselves and advance to the 4th stage as soon as possible." However, after absorbing the power of the law of space, Lin Feng's spiritual attribute value has been stuck above 9,900 points, just one step away from the last 10,000 points. But even with this final blow, no matter how many special laws he absorbed, it was of no use. Lin Feng then asked this question to Long Yi. After listening to this, the latter frowned slightly. "The person who tied the bell must be the one who untied it. Maybe it has something to do with your mother, Heyuan." Chapter 387 Humanity's Natural Spiritual Talent. "My mother, Heyuan?" Lin Feng asked with some confusion. Although he knew that his mother, Heyuan, was the closest to the 4th stage in human history. Her spiritual attributes have broken through the limit and become a half-step 4th-order cosmic life. Unfortunately, with a human technology and evolution level at that time, it was simply unable to support her physical research on human genes. There is neither relevant biological evolution technology nor sufficient 3rd-order evolutionary cell samples. Yuan was stuck at the half-step 4th level of spiritual breakthrough. However, she was busy developing a system program for Lin Feng that could control the power of the law of origin in his body, so naturally she had no time to study the path of human evolution. Moreover, if one wants to set off a wave of evolution and forcibly improve the level of human evolution, the price to be paid is definitely not just a matter of hundreds or thousands of years. It may take thousands of years to start from scratch and forcibly raise the level of human evolution to the top level of the 3rd order. However, today's 4th-order electric-driven cells have been developed to build humanity's own 4th-order body. But for Heyuan at that time, she had only 2 choices: either save herself and her child whose consciousness was gradually collapsing, or concentrate on studying her own evolutionary path and help the entire human race and embark on the expansion of the universe. Obviously, as a mother, Heyuan decisively chose to sacrifice her own future to ensure that her children could grow up smoothly. This is undoubtedly the heaviest love for Lin Feng, and he also learned the truth behind it in the laboratory at the Lanchang base. "Change the bad impression you had of your mother in the past. I deeply understand how great my mother Heyuan was back then. In order to save his children, he sacrificed himself and the future hope of all mankind. So this is also one of the sources of Lin Feng's self-identity. Even if he becomes a 4th-order existence in the future, he will support a 4th-order human king to help mankind move into the deep space of the universe. It can be regarded as inheriting and fulfilling the last wish left by my mother Heyuan as the guardian of mankind." Otherwise, Lin Feng would be able to control this fourth-order space battleship now, leave Blue Star or even the solar system, and go to the Southgate 3-star domain alone to develop. And at this moment, Ling Yi mentioned He Yuan again. Lin Feng was a little confused. Because in order to help herself, He Yuan finally perfectly integrated the blood of humans and the origin of the gods and performed the only spiritual ascension. The entire person's spiritual consciousness is integrated into the virtual world under the universe and becomes an omniscient being. Omniscience means omnipotence. At that moment, it found a way to resolve the blood conflict in its body, making Lin Feng a being that perfectly blends origin humans and the origin gods. It is also equivalent to a brand new species independent of the two races. Of course, there is only Lin Feng in this race at present. In addition, an upgrade system was developed to help Lin Feng suppress and control the uncontrollable divine power in his body when he was weak. There are also predictions of the Zerg invasion a few years later, and obtaining intelligence about the Zerg in advance. The price of accomplishing these amazing things is naturally the burning of one's own spirit and soul during the ascension of spiritual energy. In the long run, Mother He Yuan's consciousness will forever return to the virtual world below the universe, the long river of time particles that flows from the beginning to the end, from the birth of the universe to its final destruction. And because of this, she will never be able to be resurrected or return to the real world. Lin Feng originally thought that Long Yi wanted him to go and absorb the spiritual power left by his mother, and by inheriting his mother He Yuan's fourth-level spiritual power, he could complete the last missing piece of the puzzle. However, after her spiritual energy ascended, everything related to He Yuan burned with her soul and disappeared in the real universe. Unless Lin Feng can enter the virtual world again, have a brief meeting with his mother He Yuan, and ask her for methods to break through the upper limit of 10,000 points of her spiritual attributes. But this kind of opportunity is hard to come by, and Lin Feng himself cannot take the initiative to enter the virtual world. Most of the past few experiences with his mother were keynotes in Lin Feng's evolution. For example, when he was promoted to first-level awakener, Lin Feng entered his own spiritual world for the first time. When he was leaving, he heard the call of his mother He Yuan, the limit of his mental power. Later, when he was promoted to the third-level awakener, he had a brief conversation with He Yuan. And finally, when the evolver is promoted to the late third stage and releases the shackles in his body. This time, He Yuan was not only able to appear directly, but also able to pull Lin Feng into the bloodline hometown of the origin god clan, and learned a lot from it. In short, as Lin Feng's strength grows, the time and scenes of his encounters with his mother He Yuan in the spiritual world are increasing and improving. From the beginning, there were only one or two simple sounds. Afterwards, you can see human figures, and finally they appear vividly before your eyes. Lin Feng suspected that these were either related to the growth of his own spiritual power, or were one of the programs that He Yuan had set up in the upgrade system before his psychic ascension. As long as Lin Feng's strength grows to a certain point, he will activate and condense the illusion of He Yuan in his spiritual world, guiding Lin Feng to understand the world. But no matter which situation it is, there is no way to solve the predicament Lin Feng is in now. He needs to break through the limits of his spiritual attributes in a very short period of time and become a complete fourth-order life form. Hearing Lin Feng's question, Long Yi immediately replied, "Do you remember the video recording left by your mother He Yuan that we saw in the laboratory in Lansheng?" Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and immediately recalled, "You mean the moon? My mother said that all the truth is on the moon. When we have enough strength, we will go there to find out and understand what happened back then." The scorpion slightly, "Yes, maybe it holds the key to your advancement to the fourth stage and becoming a cosmic life, especially the secret of breaking through the upper limit of spiritual power. Your mother, He Yuan, is the only half-step fourth-order life form on Blue Star. She must know how to break through the limit of human spiritual power, although you are only half-human, if you want it." Now the fourth-order electric drive cells of humans have been successfully developed through our joint efforts and transplanted into your body, so your half-human physique has actually already entered the fourth stage, so you can barely withstand the power of the other half of your bloodline from the gods. For you, the real shortcoming actually comes from the human part. Your other half of the Protus bloodline doesn't actually need to fuse genes or anything. Their level specifications start from the cosmic life stage, so it's actually your human half that's holding back the evolution process. Now that the physical problem has been solved, as for the mental aspect, naturally, it's that sentence. The trouble should end it. You have to find the information your mother left behind and learn how she broke through the limit of her spiritual power. Even with the help of your father Lin Yu, You can do it now after your bloodline awakens. Now that I've put it this way, you should understand, right? You are not lacking in spiritual power now. After absorbing so much artistic conception power and lock power, your spiritual power has reached the upper limit of the peak of the late third stage. I am only one step away from becoming the fourth spiritual level, but the fourth order evolution process of different races has different methods, especially on planets that breed advanced intelligent civilizations. The process of races and civilizations will have different impacts on the breakthrough of spiritual power, so not all races can achieve spiritual ascension of spiritual power. Only a small number of species have evolved into highly intelligent civilizations and possessed extremely high culture long before the birth of fourth-order cosmic life and the formation of cosmic civilization. Before the race begins its evolutionary journey, it is born with excellent talents and spiritual attributes. As he spoke, Long Yi said with great emotion, "You have to understand that there are countless planets with life and evolving civilizations in the universe. Among them, there are races with extremely high natural physical talents. I mean the entire race, not the individual. Races like this can account for about 1/10 of all the different civilizations on all life planets. For example, in the Zerg's home galaxy, on the invincible Spine God planet, in the extremely harsh environment, the Spine God and the Fourth Order Spine King were born, as well as the only species on the planet they represent, the Spine Zerg. They are species with natural physical talents. Their physical fitness is naturally stronger than 90% of the other ordinary planetary races. That's why they have such strong physical strength and combat power. Their huge bodies are strong enough to withstand the thousands of degrees of heat deep in the Earth's core and feed on magma, and the three realms of power that evolved from this have the potential to be gods, namely, unyielding, fearless, and the most powerful realm of killing. If it wasn't for the sixth-rank insect god's plan to unite the royal families in other star systems and jointly kill the sixth-rank Spine God, if he had ascended to the throne and finally unified the gods of the mother star system, he would definitely have been the seventh-rank Spine God. In addition to the rare species with physical talents, which account for less than 10%, there is another type that is much rarer, that is, low-level, unevolved species like humans who are born with spiritual talents. It probably accounts for less than 1 in 10,000, because there are no specific methods and regulations for the travel conditions. We only know that they are very harsh and the probability is very low, but this species, where all the people have extremely high spiritual talents, the only exceptions all have extremely high levels of science and technology before they start evolving, and the source is the extremely rare elite individuals born from the rich sample size. These elite individuals do not refer to the upper rulers of human civilization, but rather to those whose spiritual power has exceeded the upper limit that appeared randomly among hundreds of millions of samples. For example, in the history of human civilization, some top philosophers and scientists have emerged. Most of them have extraordinary IQs, and their corresponding spiritual powers are far superior to those of ordinary people. For example, the average IQ of ordinary people is between 90 and 120, with an upper limit of 150. But as the sample size increases, geniuses with IQs over 200 will emerge. Correspondingly, their spiritual power is also much greater than that of ordinary humans. For example, they may have reached a mid-stage enhanced existence, which is 3 to 4 times that of ordinary humans, or even higher. The level of enhancement in the later stage is 5 to 6 times that of humans. These humans, relying on their own talents, promoted the development of human civilization, first discovered various cosmic scientific facts, and then transformed scientific theorems into practical technological applications, pushing human civilization from the primitive Stone Age to the Bronze Age and Iron Age. Finally, there was the Steam Age a few hundred years ago, then the Electrical Age 100 years ago, and finally the modern era of flourishing technology. It can also be called the nuclear energy stage. After all, atomic energy is a technology that can only be mastered by planetary civilizations at the second or third level, perfected by cosmic civilizations at the fourth level or above. However, you humans, relying on your spiritual talents, have mastered the level of civilization and technology that other ordinary species need tens of thousands of years to achieve in just 5,000 years. When the Zerg Queen landed on the shore, she thought humans were just an inferior civilization. But when you took out the nuclear bomb, all the Zerg Queens on the blue planet were shocked. After all, the hydrogen bomb is an absolute killer weapon that can only be mastered by a third-level civilization. It is also a good way to deal with large biological combat beasts like the Zerg Queen. So after that, You also successfully used a nuclear bomb to kill a third-stage early Queen Mother, completing the birth of the first third-stage evolver in human history. After hearing what Long Yu said, Lin Feng was deeply shocked. Then he opened his mouth and asked, "The highest is only the spiritual power of the late stage? If a mutant individual awakens the spiritual power of the first stage of evolution, will it also awaken superpowers?" Ling Yi shrugged, "Not likely. Have you forgotten that the two attributes of a creature complement each other? Once one of them exceeds the other by too much, it will be like a giant with a lame leg. It may seem extremely powerful, but in fact it is full of flaws. It can only bully others and ignore those who are one level lower than it. Generally speaking, a spiritual force 5 to 6 times that of an ordinary person is too weak for a human body to bear. He will become something like Rain Man, or someone with autism. Isn't that what happened to child prodigies in history? Without a strong body to support him, even if his mental strength breaks through the upper limit, he won't be able to maintain it for long. This can be seen from the pseudo-fourth-order life form to your mother He Yuan. Of course, you are now too." Lin Feng twitched a corner of his mouth. He had felt that Long Yu was playing tricks on him from the beginning, and after hearing what happened later, it turned out to be true, but the problem still needs to be solved, so, we need to go to the moon in advance. Chapter 388 Analysis of King Kaiyan number 039, S Countermeasures, Seizing the 4th level body. That's right. After leaving the body of the 4th level king, we will go to the moon first. It just so happens that you are here and have obtained a 4th level space battleship, which is enough to fly to the moon 300,000 kilometers away. Ling slightly and said affirmatively. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The maximum speed of this battleship is only 100 kilometers per second. At 300,000 kilometers, it will take an hour to reach the destination. Won't it be discovered by the 4th level king or the detectors deployed by the Zerg in space during this period? Don't forget that the Dinosaur Clan's advanced exploration ship was discovered by the 4th level king when it landed on Earth, and then swallowed up in one gulp. If the war spreads to the moon, it will likely destroy the truth and promotion clues my mother left me. Hearing Lin Feng's question, Long Yu shrugged. Aren't you absorbing the power of the law of space? When the time comes, put the space realm on the outer layer of the battleship, and it will be able to block most of the prying eyes, especially for the 4th level realm king. The law of space itself is its ability. After absorbing it, you should be able to gain another special skill of space realm. As long as you use this ability, you can easily escape the pursuit of the 4th level king. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. What skill? Space jump. Ling Yi shook his head. Space jump, through the wormhole. This is an ability that can only be achieved with complete space laws. What are you dreaming about? If you can make a space jump in the 4th stage, then the 4th level cosmic life and cosmic civilization still need to work hard to cross the void and span dozens of light years to reach the center of the star field. The ability I'm talking about is the most basic ability that can be released after mastering the realm of space. You can call it teleportation, or phase shift. Specifically, it means that you can make a special jump within the limit of your mental power. Note that this kind of short-distance space jump, especially within the visible range, does not require entering the virtual world below the real universe. It is just the spatial fluctuations that occur in the current real universe, which is equivalent to transforming the space on both sides, so it's also called phase shift. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. According to what you mean, I can now use the power of space and realm to perform a 100-kilometer level instant, with my current spiritual power at the peak of the 3rd stage. The farthest I can detect is more than 200 kilometers with myself as the center, teleporting 200 kilometers. Isn't there any time loss in the process? Ling Yi shook his head. At the moment, there is no. Lin Feng was slightly surprised and asked, so even if I have a 1-second reaction time, 200 kilometers per second, plus the original speed, wouldn't it be 300 kilometers per second? Then this journey of 300,000 kilometers can be completed in 20 minutes, right? Ling gave Lin Feng a blank look. What are you dreaming about? Every time you use phase shift, you consume a lot of space power. Even a 4th level realm king who masters the laws of space will only use it a few times when attacking or escaping, to quickly close or distance himself from the enemy. According to your statement and plan, you need to use 1,200 teleports to transfer the phase all the way there, which is 1,200 times the power of spatial artistic conception, which is equivalent to 1/12 of the spatial law. It's enough to give birth to 2 late-stage 3rd-order king realm insects. Even a 4th-order realm king doesn't have such luxury. Besides, The spatial laws you have absorbed in your body will consume more than half of them after a round trip to the moon. What if you waste them all at the critical moment? Lin Feng nodded. Long Yi didn't know that one of the main uses of the power of the law of origin in his blood was to copy. And copying all things naturally includes all the power of artistic conception and the power of laws. Lin Feng's current state of mind has obtained 0.5% of the space law. Although he cannot directly copy the space law, after analyzing the space law, he can use the origin law to continuously differentiate and copy the first level of space state of mind power. So for Lin Feng, anything that can be solved with artistic conception is not a problem. Moreover, he is still worried about how to properly release and consume the origin divine power that continuously surges out of this fourth level body. Just maintaining the folding space of this fourth order battleship and using it for phase transfer can consume a lot of spatial artistic conception. Thinking of this, Lin Feng did not explain too much, but regained his composure, and continued with a slight smile. I understand. I will use it with caution. I will only use this ability when I leave Blue Planet and am discovered by a fourth level king. I will then use it to escape its sensing range and shake off its pursuit. After saying that, Lin Feng changed the subject. Okay, now that the Earth realm has been scanned, we can head to the purified sea on the upper level to see if those third stage late stage puppets can defeat my third stage peak late stage, pseudo fourth stage colonization mechas that have fused more than 90% of the fourth stage electric driven cells. Long Yi frowned slightly. According to our previous speculation, the fourth level body of the fourth level winged king that was killed by your father is very likely in the folded world of the fourth level realm king. If you encounter it, do you have the confidence to defeat it? Lin Feng smiled. Of course. It's just what you said. After mastering the power of the laws of space, I can use the space realm to make space jumps. Although it may not be able to catch up with the Wing King's maximum speed, its normal speed, 1,000th of the speed of light, 300 kilometers per second, should it be able to outrun it? Ling slightly, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He clenched one hand into a fist and knocked on the palm of the other hand. Yup. Moreover, even if the Wing King's fourth level body is controlled, it can only exert the most basic strength at best and bully those below the fourth level. It would be very difficult to win against a half-step fourth stage warrior alone, and there would even be a risk of being taken away. Lin Feng followed Long Yi's thoughts and suddenly realized, that's right. If a fourth level realm king dares to use it to stop us from leaving or absorb the power of the spatial law, it will become one of our trump cards. After all, as a puppet, King Yi only has the original strength of a fourth order body and a basic speed of 300 kilometers per second. In other aspects, he can't compare with Yi at all. Let's try. Lin Feng said meaningfully. I also have a fourth order body. Don't forget that I have the blood of the gods flowing in my veins, and I also have the body of a demigod. In terms of physical strength alone, ordinary fourth level life forms cannot compare to me, especially those with low level divine bloodlines. Ling slightly and said in full agreement, you're right. A non-combat type of fourth order cosmic life form would have no power to fight back once inside. This can be seen from your battle against a fourth order realm king. The fourth order realm king tried his best but could only swallow you into his stomach, attempting to kill you with a strong acid in his gastric juice and the storm of space turbulence. So if the fourth order body of King Wing appears alone now, it will not only not pose a threat to us, but will become one of our trump cards. Lin Feng nodded. Let's go back to the place where we found the space jump before, and then go to the purification sea. Wait, the dragon lizard team you mentioned is the dragon fangs we met in the artistic conception trial. Will they be purified directly by the evolutionary program in the purification sea after going to it, removing the dinosaur genes from the body, and turning into a true second-order tiger spine worm? Ling was stunned for a moment, then he said, it's really possible. So after the fourth level realm king sensed this problem, he would definitely arrange a lot of guardian puppets at the exit of the earth realm through the purified sea. If we go in directly like this, we will probably be attacked by a bunch of late-stage third-order Zerg, or even peak-stage third-order, pseudo-fourth-order puppets. Lin Feng frowned slightly. It seems that I have to use the power of spatial realm to perform phase shift as soon as I enter. Teleport to 200 kilometers away, create some distance, and then cooperate with a colonization mecha to deal with these late-stage third-order guardians. Ling Yi took a deep breath and nodded. Although this is the only way, I still want to say, once all the third-stage guardians are eliminated or even killed, the fourth-stage realm king will definitely be able to sense it. At that time, The power of the space law that you have absorbed will also be noticed by him. Lin Feng shrugged. So? It can't kill us in the outside world. Is it going to kill us or seal us up in the folded space now? I think it's a little unrealistic. According to current analysis, the only trump card is the dead 4th level Winged King. Its 4th level body can pose some threat to me and the 4th level battleship. Longai frowned slightly. I'm worried that it will take us to outer space, to an environment of more than 100 degrees below zero, and then spit us out from the folded world and its belly, and then control the 4th level body of the 4th level Winged King to fight 1 against 2, then use the advantages brought by the harsh environment of outer space to kill us. Even if we can't kill it, we can destroy this 4th tier battleship again to ensure that our threat will not spread beyond Blue Star, because compared to our massacre of the Queen Mother, if we put a 4th level space battleship into outer space, it might even leak the information and location of the Zerg. The enemies we will encounter then will not just be humans. Instead, most of the cosmic civilizations, including those nearby, will take advantage of the failure of the Monitor civilization's observations to come and get a piece of the pie, and with only 2 4th level kings and 2 4th level bodies, the Zerg are simply unable to deal with multiple cosmic civilizations at the same time. Take the dinosaur tribe alone. Even though they don't even have a 4th level existence right now, this is just a branch fleet of one of their main armies. If we really pass the message on, they will definitely send a victory report to the base camp immediately, calling on them to come to the solar system and embrace the blue planet again. By then, there will be a 6th order subgod, a 5th order being, and a 4th order dragon king who is about to be born, 3 cosmic beings. Even if the 4th order insect king of the insect race summons the 7th order insect godmother to descend again, it can only temporarily force back a 6th order subgod. So the purpose of the 4th level king is to destroy this 4th level battleship that can travel in space to prevent the information in the dark domain from being leaked. After listening to this, Lin Feng nodded, as if thinking about something. While he was thinking, the 4th order space battleship, under his control, arrived in the mid-air, at a place where there was a gap in space. This torn gap in space is the only entrance from the Earth realm to the upper level, the sea of purification of their own spinal worm clan's artistic conception to hitch a ride. Now Lin Feng, driving this 4th level battleship, has also arrived at this fork in the road. The decision to leave is about to be made, so the best plan is to run all the way to find the void realm above, and then go through the exit in the void realm to leave the folded space inside the body of the 4th level realm king, the scorpion. Slightly, from the analysis, this should be the plan, but plans can never keep up with changes, so be prepared for both situations. Lin Feng took a deep breath. If we really have to face a 1-on-2 situation, are we sure we can defeat them? After a moment of hesitation, he thought, it's very difficult. Unless your 3rd order late stage colonization mecha is promoted to the 4th order colonization mecha king like this 4th order space battleship. In this way, you can use it to contain the 4th level realm king, and you can go and obtain the 4th level body of the 4th level wing king. Then, with my cooperation, you can take away the 4th level body and escape the pursuit of the 4th level realm king. When it comes to controlling the Zerg, even the 4th order kings under the Zerg system are definitely not as good as the mother queen of the main lineage and the 4th order Zerg king. We, the 3rd order queen mother and the 4th order insect king, have gathered the blood genes of many other insect races. Theoretically speaking, as long as they are part of the will of the insect nest, the life born from them, even if it is cosmic life, I can control it through the power of the law of the mother of insect god. Lin Feng nodded. From this perspective, the only problem was the problem of completing the last 14% of cells for the level 39 colonization mecha. This is actually very easy to solve. Lin Feng can melt a part of the 4th level origin cells in his 4th level body and put them into the body of the colonizing mecha at the same time. You can also add more other artistic conception powers, such as spatial artistic conception, to gain the ability to teleport. It can effectively solve the problem of transferring the colonial mecha. Because of its large size, its reaction speed is actually much slower than when it was at the 5-meter level in the past. So Lin Feng let the colonial mecha return to the cabin and used his fleshy tentacles to upgrade it. While controlling the 4th order battleship, he plunged diagonally into the turbulent space and used the power of the law. Make a space jump. Chapter 389, Stealing the Dragon Clan's Laws, the other half of the battleship. After entering the space turbulence, Lin Feng not only covered the 4th level battleship with a shield condensed by the space artistic conception, but also did not forget to arrange tentacle ports next to hundreds of thousands of detectors to collect artistic conception space jump and then transport the goods in its stomach to other spaces. Therefore, the fourth-level battleship controlled by Lin Feng can collect the nearby spatial artistic conception and power of laws while moving forward 39th level colonial mecha for further thorough upgrading and transformation. After adding it in, the colonial mecha will be able to possess the power of space after being completely transformed into the fourth level, and then during the battle, it can use phase shift to instantly move and flash to any place within 100 kilometers. If it is driven by Lin Feng, the flash range can be expanded to more than 200 kilometers. Combined with the original speed of 100 kilometers per second, it is equivalent to moving 300 kilometers in 1 second. This speed, 1,000th of the speed of light, is already able to reach the upper limit of normal speed in the real universe. To go faster, we have to use some rules and forces that can only be realized in the virtual world, such as the curvature engine, which uses space vibration waves to squeeze the real universe and rely on the reverse thrust of the virtual world to achieve a breakthrough in speed. It can reach 1% of the speed of light, a speed of 3,000 kilometers per second, which is enough to smoothly transport other information outside the mother galaxy. For example, Proxima Centauri, which is adjacent to the Milky Way, is 4.2 light-years away, and at 1/1000 of the speed of light, it would take more than 4,000 years, but if it is 1% of the speed of light, it can be shortened to 400 years. For a cosmic civilization that has given birth to a fourth-order existence, or a planetary civilization that has only evolved to the third order at most, a mere few years is completely affordable. After all, the lifespan of a second-level awakener ranges from 1,000 to 9,000 years. As the evolutionary level increases, the individual lifespan also continues to increase. As for the third-level awakeners, their lifespan is naturally longer. The starting time is 10,000 years, and the maximum value can reach 100,000 years. It is a long time that can almost witness the entire process of a primitive ordinary civilization, from its birth to prosperity, and then from prosperity to decline and finally to destruction. So speed is crucial in a visible universe that consists of only 5% high-energy matter. Because the distance between the two stars, the distance within a star system can be as short as hundreds of millions of kilometers, while the distance between star systems is based on light years and a half days to fly from the sun to the blue planet. Even though the distance between the blue planet and the satellite moon is nearly 350,000 kilometers, at a speed of 100 kilometers per second, it still takes a full hour to reach the moon. Now, with the power of space, Lin Feng can reach a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, which means it will only take 20 minutes to travel to the moon. Of course, these speeds are actually not as good as the true power of the law of speed, which is the power of the law mastered by the fourth-level Wing King. The power condensed by the Winged God can rely on the strength of his body and divine power to directly achieve 1/10 of the speed of light in the real universe. It is rumored that this speed is difficult for ordinary gods to reach. At most, they can rely on their divine bodies to directly reach 1% of the speed of light of the curvature engine, and then increase it several times. However, even at the level of ninth-order true gods, the in the real universe is at most speed infinitely close to 1/10 of the speed of light. Of course, with the power of the ninth-order true god, the God King who is above all gods will be the strongest existence in the Milky Way and the entire universe. As long as he's alive, they can travel without any worries. They can rely on the power of their bodies to cross the void, enter the virtual world under the real universe, and make space jumps. To them, time and space are just a matter of numbers and coordinates. However, a seventh-level winged god can rely on the power of the law of speed to break through 1/10 of the speed of light, almost reaching the fastest in the real universe. Therefore, Lin Feng's goal is to use his powerful fourth-level body, demigod body, and colonization mecha to fight a thorough battle with the fourth-level king and the fourth-level body of the fourth-level wing king controlled by it. After speed being discovered and expelled from his body, then, he seized control of the corpse of the fourth-order wing king and absorbed the power of the speed law, which was more useful than the space law. Then he headed to the moon, perhaps to seek the true thoughts left by his mother, as well as a way to break through the limit of his spirit and reach the fourth level of spirit. With this in mind, Lin Feng immediately controlled the fourth-order battleship and began to collect the power of spatial realm in the space channel more unscrupulously. From time to time, It would use the tentacles on the surface of the battleship to grab a trace of space laws from the space channel and inject it into the body of the colonization mecha. It's just because the outer walls of the entire space jump channel are made up of the power of space laws. If the theft is too fierce, it will easily cause the collapse of the entire channel. Therefore, Lin Feng could only seize it when the opportunity arose to ensure that the jump channel could be maintained before entering the Sea of Purification again. Not long after, Lin Feng saw that the exit of the passage was connected to Blue Ripple. The fourth-level battleship then flew towards the exit under Lin Feng's control. With a bang, the warship seemed to pass through a thin film, leaving the channel of space turbulence and entering a world full of water. It's filled with organic liquid hydrogen elements and one oxygen element, and the rest are large molecules composed of hydrogen and oxygen, or hydrogen, oxygen and nitrogen. There are also a lot of organic matter, such as nucleic acids, various bases that make up chromosomes, and protein macromolecules. It won't be long before we are discovered by the monitoring program here. Let's go and quickly find a weak point in space here and escape directly. Lin Feng frowned slightly, then replied, "What's wrong? What are you worried about? Anyway, with our current combat power, we can't deal with a few late-stage 3rd level, peak level 9 level, and pseudo 4th level beings, right?" Long Yi sighed. "No, we must go to the Void Realm as soon as possible. We have a larger operation room there, and there is a high probability that the corpse of the Wing King is stored there. If we can find the 4th level body of the 4th level Wing King before the 4th level Realm King finds us, I can set some activation programs and remote control restrictions on it. In this way, even if we cannot take away the 4th level Winged King, as long as the 4th level Realm King dares to use it to fight, it will fall into my control in an instant and become one of our great helpers." After listening to what Long Yu said, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. After all, this plan of killing 2 birds with 1 stone would definitely produce an unexpected reversal effect in the subsequent confrontation and battle. Lin Feng could even use this backup plan to launch a surprise attack on the 4th level Realm King and seriously injure him. From now on, Blue Star will become his back garden. He will cooperate with Ling Yi to artificially control the war between humans and insects, the battle between the Queen Mother and the winner of the 4th Order Insect King. This will perfectly slow down the Zerg's transformation rhythm and minimize the conflict. At this time, Ying Yu also added, "With the 4th level Wing King in our hands, we can go to the end of the Earth's core world and rescue your father Lin Yu from the 4th level Spine King's body. Then, we can use the 4th level Wing King's 4th level body to resist the oppression of the 4th level Spine King. Or we can hand this 4th level body over to Zhang Yuner and Zhang Liang, who will soon become the new mother body, and let them control it together to deal with the invading 4th level Realm King. At the same time, after we control a Blue Star, we can also control the pace of the escalation of the situation. As long as the birth of the 4th level Insect King is still proceeding according to the procedures established, so even if the 4th level Realm King and the 4th level Night King were both seriously injured, they did not have the ability to directly summon the Mother of Insect God to have a conversation, report, and ask for help. If you want to contact the Red Star base camp on the Ceres arm, you must have a late-stage 3rd Order Peak Queen Mother who can make contact after activating the pseudo-4th Order state. Otherwise, the 2 4th level kings will have no choice but to flee around in the inner solar system and lick their wounds." After listening to Long Yi's analysis, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. But he still had one thing to do. "I still need the other half of this battleship, use it to build another space battleship. Then we can use one of them to go to the moon, and leave the other on the blue planet. This will be the best gift for the establishment of the Southern Empire. If something unexpected happens, we can use the 4th Order battleship in the flesh and blood containing the 4th Order power inside it to perform phase shift, flash away from blue planet, and escape the pursuit of the 4th Order King. We also promise to bring all the survivors of the dinosaur tribe back to the surface of the blue planet. By then, there will be a special project to conduct a detailed study of these dragon lizards from outer space, extract the power of their artistic conception and laws to improve our genes and evolutionary potential as we share the same mother star." Hearing Lin Feng mention the dinosaur clan, Ling Yi suddenly thought of another thing. From their performance, it seems that the dinosaurs are a race with natural physical talents. Do you remember their evolutionary experience and process? If the brainy dragon lizard people hadn't been born, the dinosaur might have only produced big, brainless creatures like the 3rd level Tyrannosaurus rex and the 3rd level southern titanosaur. According to research, Their brains are only the size of a fist, which is completely inconsistent with their huge bodies. Even if a fourth-order cosmic life form is born by chance, it will be like the Spine King and Spine God born on the Spine God star. They are brave but not wise, brainless people who can only use their strength to solve problems. If that were the case, the dinosaurs would have been destroyed in the catastrophe 65 million years ago. The supervisor civilization would not let them go unless they surrendered their own power of law and worked like slaves for the gods of Nanman III. In the end, they could only get a tiny space near the cosmic channel and start all over again. Fortunately, these rough guys seem to have received some kind of foreshadowing or warning. They split off into another evolutionary route early on in the group evolution, and their brains evolved better. This allows the stupid dinosaurs to master technologies that only modern civilizations can master, including nuclear fusion reactions. It also laid the foundation for the entire clan to escape later. Now that they are back, returning to the solar system and the blue planet, they may be able to help the entire human race and make up for the shortcomings in physical fitness. It's just the right way to make up for the physical defects that have plagued and condemned mankind since its evolution. Lin Feng nodded. It was with this idea in mind that he mobilized such a large force to save the dinosaurs. The purpose is nothing more than to obtain more samples for use in experiments on artistic conception and rules. However, after he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly turned and he thought of another thing. But if the remaining half of the battleship fell into the purified sea, wouldn't all the members on the battleship, including the third-level dragon lizardmen, die in the purified sea? Don't forget those third-stage late-stage monitoring programs. They only follow the established arrangements. Just after Long Yi finished speaking, the mental perception released in Lin Feng's mind indeed detected that a fierce battle was taking place 200 kilometers away. Lin Feng's face changed, and then he used his newly acquired power of space and made a direct space jump to the place where the battle broke out. I saw one small spaceship after another. The smallest one was only 7 or 8 meters in size, and the largest one was 20 or 30 meters in size. Driven by numerous dinosaurs, they are engaged in a fierce battle with many third-order life forms attacking from behind and below this group of aircraft. There was a warship with only half of it left floating, which was the other half of the dinosaur clan's advanced exploration ship. There are also thousands of dragon lizards who are using the remaining weapons on the warships to fight against the incoming third-level puppets. Chapter 390 Current Situation, Counterattack, Contact. Seeing the fierce battle, Lin Feng immediately controlled the fourth-level battleship and rushed to the battlefield. Lin Feng drooled at the sight of one small spaceship after another, a 7 or 8 meter long aircraft, and a 20 or 30 meter long shuttle airship. These things are more suitable for today's human civilization than fourth-tier battleships. After experiencing the invasion of the alien Zerg, the devastation and the loss of countless lives, the level of human science and technology has actually fallen far behind. Take the Federation, which had the best defense, for example. It almost lost the entire coast, including the states and cities in the second circle, which means that half of the country's territory has been lost. It is also the place with the most developed economy, top universities and technology companies. In addition, the initial rescue strategy focused on developing heavy industries such as arms and weaponry, and there was simply not enough time to transport away too many high-tech industries. Years, and satellite communications have been paralyzed. According to Lin Feng's experience of going to other places to check, the Federation is still the strongest after 30 years of regression because of Lin Feng's blessing and help. The Zerg Queen and her Zerg army did not destroy a large number of manpower except for the battle in the capital. Moreover, although the initial federal resistance forces were defeated, at least those fearless soldiers, especially Qin Hu and others, used their lives to buy time for the evacuation of a large number of federal citizens. Although I became the last survivor, at least I was able to save my life. Judging from the human reproduction rate, after 10 months of pregnancy and the recovery period of confinement, the population can only increase by 20 to 30% within a year. This is based on the example of the more than 3/5 of the childbearing age population, which can only grow by 30% a year. Civilization. Therefore, for humans, if they want to defeat the Zerg and regain their former glory, the size of their population is crucial. Only when you have someone can you have everything. For example, the large-scale counterattack on the Zerg territory that is currently being prepared requires a large number of people to support it. Not only the young and middle-aged people who are fighting on the front line to enhance their awakening and evolutionary strength, it also includes people in the rear who are responsible for providing logistical support. farming and gathering food, engineering production, weapons research and development, and transportation on various fronts. In short, if we want to reorganize the national machine, we must have a sufficient population to recover the territories lost by human civilization at present. The Federation still has at least 700 to 800 million survivors, which accounts for at least half of the current survivors of the entire human race on Blue Planet. Other countries, especially some populous countries, have long become the Zerg's development canteens, the Queen's strength enhancers, and the entire Zerg's expansion and development boosters. Currently, except for the Federation, most of the foreign survivors are actually in the central area of the main continent, an area of yellow sands, Gobi and desert that is dry all year round. On the other subcontinents, there are still some survivors. Some are hiding in the desert, some are wandering in the mountains, and many more are raised by the Zerg and become their reserve food and breeding materials for the second-level warrior hunting insects and the human superpower gene bank, where the Queen Mother specializes in harvesting superpower cells. These powerful guys on the subcontinent had already arrived at the main continent in advance and fled all the way to the center. Now, except for the main continent, the number of surviving humans on the other continents does not exceed 50 million, distributed in every corner. Barely surviving, they can neither form an effective resistance, establish a fixed income base, nor gather into a large scale to continue human civilization. It can only slowly decay in despair and hunger. Those individuals and organizations that built shelters or underground bases in advance would not survive long under the Zerg's iron hoofs and excavations. As for those remaining forces that fled to the center of the main continent, including the 600 to 700 million survivors from dozens of countries, they were equally unusable because they only had a population and no corresponding industrial industries. Instead of expecting them to launch an effective counterattack against the Zerg, it is better to focus on the internal fighting among the Zerg and ignore their existence. However, the hope for this matter is about to be dashed. Because the third stage Lake King world worms are already in the process of gestation, a week later, they will carry the third stage Lake Queen mothers promoted from other continents to land on the only safe place for humans, the main continent. But generally not directly into the central area. Rather, it is on the coastal edge of the main continent. Firstly, it is to guard against attacks from human weapons. After all, the third stage Lake King level insect has no attack capability. If it is hit by a nuclear missile, it will definitely die. The third stage Lake Queen carrot in the body and its million-strong Zerg army will be caught in the turbulence of time and space and directly cut into pieces by the sharp blade of space. In addition, there were also challenges posed by the third-order mid and late-stage queens along the way. Moreover, it can only land in low-latitude areas, near the equator or outside the Tropic of Cancer. The main reason is that Blue Star has entered winter in December. The temperature has dropped sharply in high latitudes and high altitudes, and there have been many blizzards. The low temperature is not suitable for the survival of black-backed worms and king-backed worms. Even third-level king-backed worms hate and cannot tolerate areas with temperatures below zero. In addition, the permafrost zone is not suitable for the Zerg to dig nests and wormholes, so no Zerg queen has ever landed in high latitudes. It has also become a place where the largest number of human survivors gather. Apart from the center of the continent, the living environment is harsh even for insect gods, and it is even more so for humans in a place where the temperature is 10 or 20 degrees below zero. If there is no heating and sufficient food, hunger and cold will take your life before the sharp feet and fangs of the Zerg. Therefore, most of the survivors gathered in the central area of the main continent. This place will also be the location for the final peak showdown between the third late-stage Zerg queen who will land on the main continent in the near future. Therefore, Lin Feng no longer expects them to be able to take up the banner of counterattacking the alien Zerg, or even to become a main force in the counterattack. In the end, he still has to rely on the human Salvation Army he built, as well as the survivors of the Empire and the old Federation, and the strength and skill level they retained. However, they were completely unable to analyze the fourth-order space battleship that they had captured and built by themselves. Even if Lin Feng taught them step by step, or even sent a whole fourth-order space battleship to all the researchers to dismantle and analyze directly, they could not comprehend and digest the science and technology in a short period of time. If we want to form an industry and replicate it, I'm afraid it may not be possible to start it every few years. Therefore, directly handing them a Tier 4 battleship and asking them to replicate it one-to-one is like handing a modern ship to an ancient blacksmith. It is simply a fantasy. Because the level of technological civilization between the two sides is a whole level apart. Even if Lin Feng persuaded a group of dragon lizard people from the dinosaur clan to join his Salvation Army, and let these engineered dragon lizard people teach human researchers hand in hand, it would still take several years of teaching and accumulation to obtain a group of senior scientists belonging to mankind. After all, there are very few brain evolvers like Ling Shuayan who can awaken the existence of brain evolution. Otherwise, she would not have been able to support the Jinchang Biological Research Institute on her own and compete with the General Research Institute. In fact, in peacetime, when humans have not been invaded by alien Zerg, if the Federation gathers all its national strength, it can still analyze most of the scientific and technological content contained in a fourth-order space battleship full of alien science fiction in a short period of time. But the current situation of food, people and equipment shortage can only delay it a lot. Otherwise, if humans could mass-produce fourth-order battleships, even if it was just all the parts that Lin Feng could put together directly, the alien Zerg would have to be driven out of the blue planet, or even outside the paraplanetary belt. So for Lin Feng, the hundreds of small single-person aircraft and a dozen airships flying below the space battleships floating thousands of meters in the sky are the advanced technological weapons and equipment that mankind really needs. It was for this reason that Lin Feng used the power of Spatial Realm to directly shift phase and arrive above the battlefield where a fierce battle was taking place at this moment. The other half of the surviving dinosaur clan is fighting a blocking battle with many third-level life puppets attacking from behind, preventing them from destroying the remaining half of the battleship. There are also thousands of dragon lizards who are using the remaining weapons on the warships to fight against the incoming third-level puppets. These 2-meter-wide cannons have a caliber comparable to that of a small car. It is equivalent to a 2,000mm caliber artillery shell, and is about the same size as a military aerial bomb in human civilization. A 2-meter-wide aerial bomb is equivalent to a 10-ton super bomb. One shot can instantly kill a late-stage or peak-stage second-order tiger spine worm, or seriously injure a third-stage Zerg. However, on this half of the fourth-order space battleship, it is only equivalent to an ordinary secondary gun. The real main gun is located in the middle of the battleship. It is a super cannon with a caliber of 5 meters, and it is also 200 meters long. It occupies 1/10 of the battleship's length, but unfortunately it has lost the nuclear-powered furnace in the back half, which serves as its power, so it does not have enough energy for launch. At the same time, in order to save energy, only other 2-meter level secondary guns can be used to fire high-energy gunpowder shells. On the left and right of the floating half of the warship, there were countless long iron rods that were deep in the seawater, and they were constantly emitting a series of bubbles, as if they were absorbing the substances inside, or ionizing the oxygen and hydrogen in the purified sea. It seems that they have survived this way for the past month. Lin Feng then controlled the warship and slowly landed it. At the same time, the information scanned on the screen in front of them was broadcast to the ship's dormitory area, so that the more than 1,000 survivors of the dinosaur clan could view the real-time images outside broadcast on the big screen at the same time. There was a video call with Long Yuan, the current leader of the dinosaur clan. Lin Feng spoke first. "I just made a space jump, so I can't contact you, and I have to avoid the side of the third-level king bug. Now let me explain the situation. In the past half an hour, we have successfully passed through the space tunnel from the Earth realm where we were before to the purified sea now. It is also where the other half of the space battleship is located. As you can see, I have found half of the warship floating on the ocean, as well as the remaining dragon lizard survivors. They are currently fighting with the defenders and guardians here, and the battle is fierce, but the warship we modified is only half as good as the original one. Most of the weapon systems have been damaged. Only a nuclear power furnace and a hull remain. At this moment, either you land near the half-broken battleship and we will get off the ship to provide support, or you stay farther away and consider how to rescue after landing." After understanding the situation, Long Yuan frowned and sighed. "At first, I just thought that if I could fly, I could escape most of the Zerg attacks. After all, apart from the third-order king bugs, there have been no other sky-type Zergs. Even the third-order king bugs are not good at attacking and can only summon nearby second-order Zergs. Besides, the back half of the battleship itself doesn't carry too many weapons. It only adds defense to protect the engine and fusion power furnace. For defense, there are several secondary guns with rotating middle parts for support. Given the current situation, it is safer to choose the second option. First, land nearby, and then use the maneuverability of the battleship to deal with these guarding Zerg." Lin Feng nodded, And then according to Long Yuan's instructions, he docked the warship 3 kilometers away from the scene and suspended it over the purified sea. Then opened the armored section on the top of the battleship to allow the dinosaur survivors in the cabin to leave and come onto the battleship at this time. Lin Feng also transferred the control authority of the warship to Long Yi in the cockpit. He then flashed in an instant, used the power of space and artistic conception, and shifted face to above the warship. In order to ensure the speed of the battleship's escape, the back armor of the battleship was streamlined. In fact, this is somewhat redundant for space battleships. After all, they spend most of their time in outer space, where there is no air resistance at all. Even if it lands inside a planet, the powerful engine powered by a nuclear fusion furnace can easily achieve high-powered flying bricks. It is only now that they are in the folded space inside the body of a 4th-level Realm King that they need to consider the influence of air resistance in order to increase the chances of everyone's escape. If the streamlined deck was filled with survivors of the dinosaur clan, they would all be looking at the fierce battle in the distance. The Dragon Lizard leader Long Yuan, with the help of several engineers, has established a temporary communication base station and contacted the half-destroyed warship not far away at this moment. Through the conversation, the Dragon Lizard command room on the half-battleship confirmed that this 4th-tier battleship with a strange yet familiar shape, it is the back half of the Meteor-class advanced probe ship. Chapter 391. 2 warships, Leader Long Hai, Sowing Discord. After the 2 sides made contact, the survivors of the clan dinosaur from the front half of the ship quickly sent over a small 20-meter-long spacecraft. Under the cover of a dozen 5-meter-long shuttles, this small spaceship successfully broke through the encirclement created by the Third-Order Zerg puppets. Finally they arrived at the 1-kilometer-long 4th-order battleship where Lin Feng and his party were. The spaceship was seen descending slowly and steadily into the Sea of Purification. Floating on the surface of the sea, a 3-meter-wide alloy door opened from the upper deck of the spaceship, and a 20-meter-long staircase extended to the entrance on the side of the battleship. At this moment, the Dragon Lizardmen on the A-class of the 4th-tier battleship returned to the battleship one after another, heading towards the entrance they had passed through when they first entered the battleship's cabin dormitory area. Long Yuan, the leader of the surviving Dragon group, was the first to walk towards the spaceship and from the small spaceship on the opposite side. A dinosaur warrior of the same early 3rd stage walked out. He was a Dragon Lizard man with fine gray scales compared to the 3-stage Dragon source that was 6 or 7 meters tall, sturdy and tall. This 3-stage dragon was relatively slender, and had 2 horn-like structures on his head. It looks somewhat similar to mythical beasts such as the Pixiu or Killin. However, reptiles originally had this genetic trait of spreading horns, such as the Triceratops and Torosaurus in the dinosaur era a long time ago, and the chameleons that were descendants of the sauropoda. Moreover, its strength and status are higher than Long Yuan, probably at the level of perfection in the early 3rd stage. Long Yuan was at about level 31, while it had already reached level 33, and the energy in its body was higher than that of Long Yuan. Lin Feng, standing on top of the warship, narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt a breath of artistic conception power from this 3rd-level powerful dragon. This means that the other party has mastered at least some of the artistic conception power of the dinosaur clan. This can become a rule for Lin Feng to refer to in the future, and a help to improve his strength. After the 2 had a quick and brief exchange, Long Yuan brought the other party to meet Lin Feng. Lin Feng slowly descended from the top deck of the battleship, stepping on the void in mid-air. When he saw the long-horned 3rd-level strongman of the dinosaur clan, he was stunned. Even a 4th-order cosmic life form can only accelerate its flight this half-step 4th-order existence in front of him can actually fly in the air and step on the void, unless one is a 7th-level god. Only those who master the power of space-related laws can achieve such a heaven-defying level. The power of artistic conception alone is from far enough. This also means that this 4th-level king from the indigenous race born on the blue star 60 million years later has condensed the power of the law of space within himself, or he has just plundered the power of space from the body of a 4th-level realm king. No matter which one it is, their current dinosaur fleet is unable to resist. Because if the power of space comes from a small-sized 4th-order cosmic life form, it means that the other party has mastered the ability of instantaneous transfer beyond visual range. This ability can make you almost invincible in battle, especially in close combat, unless the peak of the universe's life stage, the 6th stage of the subgod, uses the power of the domain to directly lock the surrounding space and imprison the opponent within the domain. Otherwise, the commanders of their fleet, those pseudo 4th-level beings at the peak of the late 3rd level, would have no way to deal with the half-step fourth-level humans who mastered the laws of space. Even if a real fourth-order cosmic life form took action, Lin Feng would be able to escape easily. After all, if you teleport 100 kilometers twice, you can escape the enemy's vision and detection range. No wonder humans have been able to hold on until now under the fierce attacks of the Zerg. The birth of such a genius with infinite potential will overtake even the dinosaurs on the road of evolution. Fortunately, both sides currently belong to the same civilization nurtured by the Blue Planet and the Solar System, and facing a powerful enemy, they can only work together to deal with the threat from the alien Zerg. Otherwise, the dinosaur fleet that came rashly would definitely be captured by the other side, and use this to analyze the artistic conception and power of the laws of the dinosaur clan. Then the entire human civilization would begin to actively prepare to deal with the threat from the dinosaur clan ship. My name is Long Hai. I greet the Lord of Humanity. Seeing the other party bending down and bowing his head, greeting him very humbly and respectfully, Lin Feng hummed expressionlessly, "What's the situation over there? Do you need any support? How have you survived for over a month?" Long Hai sighed and then said, "We can still hold on for now. Long Yuan has already told me the general situation of the second half currently. This pieced-together warship does not have any weapons or equipment, most of the first-level shuttles, second-level airships, and third-level spaceships are in the front half of the cabin. The back half is actually a storage area and dormitories, so they don't have much power to fight back. They suffered heavy losses in the 10 lower world, only one and survived. Only a few so-called lifeboats escaped to the upper world and told us about the situation. At present, relying on the weapons and equipment on the battleship, we have been fighting against the third-level Zerg here for a month. Fortunately, not long ago, we used the Zerg bloodline here and integrated some of the Zerg's artistic conception power. Time, you'll have the energy you need to function for the week. You guys came at the right time this time. We are about to finish absorbing and enter the closed state. By the way, does your ship have a mood simulation device?" Lin Feng was stunned and looked at Long Yuan beside him. The latter smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Where is it?" The core of the device was originally in the front half of the battleship. If you hadn't attracted the firepower, these more than 10 third-level puppets would have surrounded us. Lin Feng nodded and said slowly, "It doesn't matter. How long do you have left to close?" Long Hai glanced at the intelligent optical computer in his hand. "There are still about 3 hours left." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to figure out if he was still in time. 3 hours would probably not be enough time to upgrade it and turn it into a new battleship. And the most important thing is that the front half of the battleship, although fully functional and powerful, also has many aircraft and is full of technological content, but when used to build new warships, it has a fatal flaw, which is that it lacks a powerful power source. It couldn't even move quickly, but fortunately it fell into the sea of purification. If it was in the desolate and barren Earth realm, it would definitely not be as good as it is now. Because there are simply not enough resources to collect. If you want to take it away now, the best way is not to transform it directly, but to dismantle all the useful equipment and put it into the 4th-level battleship in your hand, and then consider taking the remaining battleship shell out of the folding space in the body of the 4th-level king of the world and pulling it to the Blue Planet to leave it for humans to refer to. After some thought, Lin Feng immediately made a decision. "How about this? You guys transfer the supplies to this battleship in an orderly manner, and then I can use the battleship to tow the front half of the battleship and leave the folding space of the 4th-level king of the realm." After all, the front half of the battleship cannot be transformed into the same 4th-tier battleship without a power source. It is not realistic to rely on those 3rd-tier spaceships to keep pulling forward and escape from here. What do you think? Seeing that the Lord of Mankind was willing to take away all the survivors of the dinosaur clan, including the remaining empty shell of this 4th-tier battleship, Long Hai was extremely excited and thrilled. Even if the other party covets the battleship technology of the dinosaur clan, as long as these survivors can be rescued, there is nothing wrong with giving the battleship to humans. After all, a race that can give birth to a half-step 4th-level race has already stepped half a foot into the ranks of cosmic civilization. The actual technological value of a low-quality version of the Meteor-class 4th-order space battleship is just 1 or 2 early-stage 3rd-order evolution potions. In comparison, there are currently as many as 6,000 survivors remaining on the front half of the battleship. In addition to Long Hai, who is at the early 3rd stage, there are 4 6th-stage beings, namely 3 at the early 3rd stage. The captain of the armed forces, and the commander of the advanced exploration ship, a female dragon, Long Ying. She is also the commander-in-chief of this fleet, At the peak of the late third stage, one of the candidates for the dinosaur clan represent to be promoted to the fourth stage, and the sister of Longaya of her Long Hai thought about this and replied, "Thank you for the generosity and kindness of the Lord of Humanity. I have conveyed this news to the other third-level masters in the battleship command room. Our commander, Long Ying, asked all of us, the third-level beings, to return to the battleship and hold a discussion and vote." As he spoke, Long Hai looked at Long Yuan who was standing beside him. In fact, they had arranged a total of 7 third-level warriors in their advance this time, but one of them had died in the battle with the Zerg in the Earth realm, although there are no other third-order Zergs except the third-order King realm Zergs in the lower Earth realm. Countless second-order Tiger Spine Zergs were left behind when the Zerg army was transported. They serve as a defense mechanism and survive in the endless desert wasteland of the realm. They also become an extremely important force to assist the third-level King realm insects in combat. Although there are no third-order King Spine worms, there are a large number of second-order Peak Tiger Spine worms. Although the latter have not mastered the power of artistic conception, their size and combat effectiveness are actually second only to ordinary third-order existences that have not awakened the power of artistic conception, especially in a siege. Several peak-level second-order Tiger Spine worms, combined with a third-level early-stage King worm, can completely defeat a third-level early-stage dinosaur clan warrior who has not mastered the power of artistic conception. Now there are only 6 third-level dragons left, and their decisions will largely determine the future life and death of the survivors of the dinosaur clan. Seeing Long Hai and Long Yuan looking over, Lin Feng nodded, "Go ahead. I'll be waiting for your good news here. But I hope you can hurry up, because it won't be long before this 4th-tier battleship will be discovered by the late-tier 3rd-tier Zerg surveillance mechanism here. By then, it won't be so easy or smooth to transfer it to the ship's hold. Although these late-stage third-order Zerg and pseudo-4th-order puppets are vulnerable to me, but if I kill too many, my strength and existence will be exposed. If I am discovered by the 4th-level Realm King, he will either send a 4th-level King puppet or directly remove all the 4th-level battleships, including myself, outside of my body. At that time, only my spatial can force resist the spatial turbulence and be effective in space." Long Hai nodded, slightly shocked. "Understood. We will give you a reply right away. Please wait for a moment, Lord of Humanity. It will take less than 10 minutes. Having said that, the chief of the armed forces took Captain Long Yuan onto the 3rd-level spacecraft, then quickly left the place and returned to the front half of the battleship. There, most of the battleship's armed forces and personnel, as well as only the command members, were gathered. The back half of the battleship, which is the castrated version of the 4th-order battleship that Lin Feng is currently controlling, actually contains the lower-level components of the battleship, including those dinosaur engineers. To put it nicely, they are called battleship engineers. In fact, they are low-level machine maintenance workers, responsible for maintaining the stable operation of the battleship and the normal operation of the nuclear tail fusion furnace. Except for some members resting in the dormitory and the armed forces combat team nearby, the survivors here are actually all at the bottom of the society. So there were nearly 10,000 members, but in the end only about 1,000 survived. The death rate is over 80% to 90%. When Long Hai arrived just now, except for Long Yuan and some dragon warriors, he didn't even look at the other survivors, nor did he ask about their casualties. Lin Feng noticed this keenly. So after Long Yuan left, he entered the dormitory and rest area in the ship's hold to ask about their situation, especially the group of more than 70 mechanical engineers. They master the technology of building and repairing warships, which is the most valuable knowledge for mankind. Although among the dinosaur clan, only the weak and disabled who have no combat talent and psychic power talent will rely on the assistance of knowledge chips to serve as engineers. The strongest are only at the early 2nd level, and most are weaklings at the 1st level. Faced with Lin Feng's personal inquiry and arrival, the engineer lizardmen were all flattered there, and whether they had any other needs at the same time, they were informed that there were a limited number of dormitory areas built and the rest of the space was blank. But they are the designers of this battleship and have made indelible contributions to its creation. Human society has great respect for engineers who master science and technology, so after the survivors in the upper half of the battleship enter the hold, they will still be allowed to live in this dormitory area for a long time, and Lin Feng will separate the two sides, make sure that the later survivors of the dinosaur clan will not disturb their rest. And in the end, Lin Feng gathered these engineers and showed them what a miracle is. A large laboratory was directly built, which was equipped with various engineering drawings and measuring tools. Next, the front half of the battleship also needs to be transformed into a fourth-tier battleship. I hope you can provide a reasonable construction blueprint. As a reward, you will each be able to obtain a piece of land on Blue Planet in permanent residency in the future. This is a guarantee from me as the Lord of the human race and the future Lord of the Blue Star. At the same time, your evolution levels will all be raised by 3 levels, from the late 2nd level to the 3rd level. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392 Recruitment, Discussion, Tier 4 Colonial Armor. Lin Feng's recruitment has begun to show results, but he still needs the upper-level dragon lizard people in the front half of the battleship to work harder to increase the strength of these lower-level dragon lizard people. Let them understand that even if they do not join humans, they will be abandoned in the body of the 4th-level King Realm and in the outside Blue Planet by these upper-class dinosaur nobles who control military power and warships. Only in this way will they follow humans wholeheartedly and serve themselves. After Lin Feng gave generous treatment to these engineers, as well as the lower-level maintenance workers and lower-level dragon lizardmen, and put forward task requirements, the survivors of the dinosaur clan knelt down in response and obeyed the orders of the Lord of Mankind. In their eyes, Lin Feng, a 4th-order cosmic life form, could actually come in person and provide them with generous treatment and a few insignificant requests. This recognition of identity and status is more important than any treatment because a 4th-level cosmic life gave them what they lacked most, respect and dragon level. You have to know that even the 1st-level dinosaur warriors of the same level look down on these low-level maintenance workers, not to mention the 2nd-level dragon lizard warriors in the entire battleship, and the 3rd-level dinosaur clan strongmen. In their eyes, the lower-level dragons are objects that can be sacrificed at will, and the law of the jungle still prevails in the dragon civilization. This is precisely the view that is not recognized and accepted in human civilization. Although it is actually somewhat similar to the law of the jungle, it can at least guarantee the individual's right to survival. But why did only 1,000 or so dinosaur survivors in the back half of the battleship, especially the maintenance workers at the bottom, survive? In addition to the fact that the weapons and equipment in the back half of the battleship are scarce and insufficient, and cannot compare to the main warship in the front half, there is also the reason that the maintenance workers are not considered part of this stage. The 3rd-level dragon warrior, Long Yuan, and other combat teams were used as human shields and test subjects by the combat unit and sent to the outside world to look for news about other dinosaur tribes, even before Lin Feng and Long Yu arrived in their biological colonization suits. Long Yuan had already planned to use a lottery to push the remaining more than 1,000 survivors of the lower-level dinosaur clan out of the shield in the order of the lottery. On the one hand, it can reduce the coverage area of the shield and reduce energy consumption. On the other hand, the Zerg outside will also suspend the frequency of attack after eating the survivors of the dinosaur clan. The most important thing is to let those who go out be used as bait, so that other dragon warriors can have the opportunity to hunt. By capturing the corpse of a 2nd-stage early tiger spine worm, and then using a food synthesizer to make standardized food suitable for the dinosaur clan, it can satisfy the remaining survivors for 2 or 3 days. Therefore, this action was quickly approved at the suggestion of the 3rd-level dragon source, and began to let the low-level dragon lizards who were maintenance workers start drawing lots for numbers. Once implemented, the number of survivors, which is already small, will surely drop sharply. In fact, the survivors of the dinosaur clan at the bottom level had already seen that Long Yuan wanted to use their lives to restore himself and his combat team. Fortunately, when the shield disappeared later, they would have the strength to escape. It's just wrapped in a seemingly reasonable coat. In fact, even this layer of energy shield that protects the survivors of the dinosaur clan is the result of hundreds of engineers and maintenance workers working overtime day and night to repair the half-broken battleship. As a result, at least several hundred survivors at the bottom level died in the attack of the alien Zerg. Now the combat team not only feels at ease and enjoys the protection of the shield, but also prepares to sacrifice the maintenance workers of the lower-level dinosaur tribe to seek a way out for themselves after learning that the shield is about to disappear. But what can we do? Maintenance workers and engineers without any ability can only be slaughtered by those in power. If Lin Feng had not appeared in the colonial mecha, They would have become broken bones in the Zerg's mouths. But now that Lin Feng has appeared, this fourth-level human being from the Blue Star became the only hope of escape for the engineers and the survivors of the lower-level dinosaur clan. So everyone put their heads together and came up with a practical and feasible plan for the transformation of the back half of the battleship as quickly as possible. Now Lin Feng is still interested in the first half of the warship, so as long as they successfully complete the mission, they will be appreciated by a fourth-level being. You have to know that the life in the universe is far beyond their existence of 3 or 4 levels. In the eyes of a first-order evolved life form, Lin Feng is no different from a god, especially when Lin Feng performed a miracle, times stronger than that of their dragon ancestor, the ancestral dragon who has just been promoted to the 6th level. So after Lin Feng finished speaking, a large number of dinosaur survivors suddenly became excited and wanted to join Lin Feng's army. As long as everything Lin Feng promised is true, then what does it matter if he leaves the tribe and works for humans? Anyway, they are already the bottom of the bottom. Even if they return to the fleet, they will only be assigned to the bottom of other warships, and then become the bottom of the bottom there, doing the hardest and most tiring work every day, eating the worst and living in the worst. There is no dignity of the Dragon Clan at all. Therefore, as long as Lin Feng agrees to provide them with shelter, a large group of low-level dinosaur-like dragon lizard people will join Lin Feng without hesitation. After all, this is a fourth-order universe. In the eyes of most engineered dragon lizards, Lin Feng is still the most promising fourth-order life form. With their help in the future, he may be able to quickly evolve to the 5th or 6th order, and even become a god earlier than their ancestor dragon. Therefore, it is completely feasible to join Lin Feng, and even gain a transcendent status in human civilization. In the design room, the engineers of the Dragon Clan were rapidly conducting a rationale analysis for the requirements put forward by Lord Lin Feng, the Lord of Humanity, and redesigning the front half of the battleship. Given by Lin Feng, it's really generous. Complete this mission and level up 3 times. This means that a dragon lizardman that has evolved from the late 1st stage can become an early 2nd stage, and a dragon lizardman that has evolved from the late 2nd stage can directly advance to the 3rd stage and become a 3rd stage dragon warrior. Even some 2nd-level dragon lizardmen have never encountered such a promise, even if they have lived for hundreds of years, so how can they not be moved by it? Among them, there were quite a few old engineers of the late 1st stage, as well as the 2nd stage dragon lizards who were the heads of the engineering department, who all planned to join Lin Feng and work only for Lin Feng and humans in the future. While they were discussing in whispers, on the other side, on the front half of the battleship a few kilometers away, the 6 surviving dragon lizards gathered together. The one occupying the main position is a female dragon person, who is also the supreme commander of this meteor-class advanced exploration ship, Long Ying, who has reached the initial perfection of the 3rd stage and is at level 33. Her brother is the most talented new generation of dragons in the past 5,000 years, a powerful dragon at the peak of the late 3rd stage, named Long Gaia. So even if she only has the strength of the early 3rd level, she can still become the captain of this battleship. At this moment, she looked at the 5 3rd-level Dragon Clan warriors around her, especially the 3rd-level early dragon source who had just rushed back. I have read the reports you sent me on the way about what you experienced. There is one more thing. You said that when a group of dragon lizardmen who had evolved into the late 2nd stage entered the trial of the strange insect state of mind, they encountered these 2 human females and males. Long Yuan nodded and quickly replied, "That's right. But after the dragon lizard team came into contact with them, they exchanged information and intelligence. After they came back, they reported everything to me, as well as the appearance and physical characteristics of the humans they encountered, but at that time, they were at most at the peak of the late 2nd stage or the early 3rd stage. If they were stronger, the energy space of the artistic conception trial would definitely collapse." Long Ying nodded, looking serious. "That is to say, these 2 humans have completed the evolution from the early 3rd stage to the late 3rd stage in just 1 month. Even that human male has already become a half-step 4th level being with an invincible physical body." Long Yuan swallowed a saliva. He had accompanied Lin Feng all the way here and felt a most profound oppression, so he added, "That female human was driving a late-stage 3rd-order biological mecha, while that male human, the one we call the Lord of Mankind, was driving an oversized biological mecha. It is estimated that he has a combat power that exceeds the upper limit of the late-stage 3rd order and has already touched the power of law, a pseudo-4th-order combat power." Long Yuan frowned, increasingly confused about the situation. Why would such a powerful being enter here? Calculated this way, their combined strength will not be able to be swallowed by a 4th level realm king, so there is only one possibility. These two human leaders were deliberately swallowed by the 4th level realm king. And the purpose of coming to these folded secret realms is to kill us, the survivors of the dinosaur clan. Long Yuan took a deep breath and carefully recalled how the dragon lizard team that met Lin Feng and others had reported the matter to it. Suddenly, he remembered, by the way, the dragon lizard team also said that humans' equipment is very simple. Except for the leader's weapon, which is still decent, the standard equipment in the hands of the other members is mostly rough in style. Even the unified weapons are high energy consuming and low-end ammunition weapons, and the armor on his body is not intelligent. I can't make short-term communications, and I can't contact teammates nearby, so they reported that the current level of human technology is far from reaching the 3rd order level of interstellar technology. At most, there are 1 or 2 outstanding levels, but overall it is still at the 1st or 2nd level, so I think the Lord of Humanity wants to obtain our technology through the wreckage of our dragon battleship in the body of the 4th level King Kai, especially the technology of the 4th tier battleships, and various small shuttles that can overcome the gravity of the planet and fly into space, as well as the 2nd tier airships and 3 world spaceships. This is the real purpose of his coming here. Long Ying narrowed her eyes and continued to think. You said before that he has all the genetic samples and living creatures collected by our dragon race's descendants on Blue Star. Long Yuan nodded. Yes, he mentioned it before. He hopes to use the things our dragon race needs in exchange for cooperation between the two races to fight against the invasion of the alien insect race together, and they also invited us to stay within the solar system and develop safely for 200 million years with the help of the cover of the dark domain. This way, our ancestral dragon will have a great chance of impacting the 7th level of the God's realm. At the same time, we will also become the heroes who help the dinosaurs change their fate. Perhaps in the future, there will be a line of ours that will be in the pseudo-4th order position. Under the leadership of Lord Longaya, we can even see the star field belonging to our dragon clan being born in the Milky Way tens of millions of years later. As he spoke, Long Yuan became more and more excited. I didn't wake up until Long Ying coughed softly. Okay, we have a general understanding of the situation. Since he wants to obtain our dragon race's technology, then just give it to him. Anyway, the ownership of the 4th tier battleship already belongs to him. With the current technology of mankind, it is only a matter of time for him to analyze and digest the technology inside. Go with the flow. It's good to save face. After all, he is a half-step 4th level being. If he can be promoted to the 4th level in the near future, he will be the true Lord of Humanity. There will be no problem for us to negotiate with him directly. However, humans are still descendants of the beastmen, so we have to be on guard. When the time comes, we should tell the dragon lizards who have defected to humans that when teaching them warship technology, remember to leave a backdoor so that our pseudo-4th level spiritual navigators can infiltrate and control them, if humans want to harm us. Or if our two groups have internal conflicts after defeating the Zerg, we can use these backdoors to imprison humans on various planets and let them do whatever we want. After hearing Long Ying's plan, the other 5 3rd-level dragon warriors nodded in unison, fully agreeing with her decision. Okay, let's go. According to the arrangement of the Lord of Humanity, Lin Feng, let them come to rescue and arrange for our surviving warriors to move their weapons, equipment and species to the hold of the battleship he built. By the way, let's see his true strength and whether he can deal with these 3rd-stage late-stage Zerg puppets. Long Yuan immediately received the order and, under the leadership of Long Hai, boarded the spaceship and quickly returned to the 4th-level battleship to meet with the Lord of Humanity Lin Feng and report the decision from the battleship's highest commanders. Follow Lin Feng's plan to transfer and evacuate, but hope that Lord Lin Feng can provide certain protection during this period to ensure that materials, equipment and facilities are safely transferred to the 4th-level battleship. Lin Feng readily agreed to this request and let Long Yi control the warship to approach at the same time. He followed a brand new 4th-order colonial mecha and killed the 3rd-order Zerg puppets that surrounded half of the battleship. Chapter 393 Transfer, Welding, Tier 4 Metal Ion Cannon. Under Lin Feng's infusion, the original late 3rd stage, Level 39 peak colonization armor successfully broke through the last 14% of cell fusion and was promoted to 100% 4th stage biological colonization armor, equivalent to level 40 equipment. Of course, taking into account the origin divine power in its body, the space power newly added by Lin Feng, and the 4th level electric-driven cells that were originally based on human beings. The 4th level colonial mecha is more than 10 streets ahead of the 4th level space battleship in terms of combat effectiveness. It can be said that a late-stage 3rd order evolver, driving this 4th order colonial mecha, can definitely compete with a level 40 cosmic life form. Today, its strength is only slightly inferior to Lin Feng himself. Except for not having the attributes of a demigod body, it is not much different in other aspects. Even in battle, they are more brave and swift, because there is no concept of life, and even death must be faced directly because of Lin Feng's support. Even if the 4th order colonial mecha is on the verge of being scrapped, it can use the power of origin to restore its original form in an instant. Now, the 4th order colonial mecha with the great power is about to face its first performance since its promotion. Fighting against 6 late-stage 3rd level Zerg puppets at the peak of their power, and a dozen late-stage 3rd level Zerg. The power and combat effectiveness of these puppets are only normal due to the lack of consciousness to control them. Even though they are not strong, their numbers are too large even though there are only a dozen of them. Once they determine that there are many 3rd level rebels to be dealt with, or the rebels cannot be dealt with, they will send more late-stage 3rd level puppets to increase their strength. You should know that these late-stage 3rd stage Zerg puppets are actually the 3rd stage Zerg that have been eliminated through genetic screening every time they entered the Sea of Purification over the years. According to Long Yi, in each batch, there were at least 100 late-stage 3rd order creatures who were killed forever, and then their own 3rd order bodies would forever become puppets in the Sea of Purification rhythm of the attack. To avoid these 3rd order late-stage Zerg puppets, so as not to affect the damage to the dragon lizard survivors in the upper half of the battleship and the transfer of supplies and equipment, and to ensure that the damage shown is not too high, leading to the activation of better response procedures measures of the Sea of Purification, there were still pseudo 4th level Zergs. They are equivalent to level 39.5 and are guys who have already touched the 4th level threshold. They master the power of artistic conception and a part of the power of laws. If they had not been cleansed and killed by the Sea of Purification, they would have grown on their own in the outside world and would have probably reached the 4th level and evolved into hybrid 4th level cosmic life. It's a pity that the Zerg need to ensure the purity of their bloodline. They do not accept any genetic contamination from alien races. Even if there is a need to utilize it, it will not be incorporated into the racial bloodline inheritance to avoid contaminating the true divine blood. Therefore, the only solution for these new generation pseudo 4th order life forms that were extremely talented back then was to be killed. Because they have already integrated the artistic conception and the power of laws, they can no longer strip away the hybrid genes in their bodies. Those mixed and pure genes have been integrated into each of even their spiritual world has been radiated by these genes with a diffusion of artistic conception and imprinted in their spirit and consciousness. This is a problem that cannot be solved from the root. This became the end of many mixed race people. For example, the 3rd order king hunting insects bred by the queen mother in the late stage will basically have a dead end once they are promoted to the middle and late stages of the 3rd order, but they are not aware of it. As long as Lin Feng spreads this news, I believe that there will be a large number of late-stage 3rd level king hunters who will begin to rebel and fight back against the Zerg. As 2nd level warrior hunter insects, they had no ability to resist, but after being promoted to 3rd level king hunter insects, they still had no chance of winning against a late-stage 3rd level queen mother. But in front of the early and middle stage Zerg queen, their strength can definitely put these low-level queens into a desperate situation. Combining the physical strength of the Zerg race while retaining the original intelligence and flexibility of humans, the 3rd level king hunter can be called the Zerg version of a genetic warrior. Even ordinary 3rd order strongmen would feel hopeless against them. Only the thunder warriors who mastered the power of artistic conception and the genetic warriors like them, Onlethan, can you compete with it? Now in the Sea of Purification, Lin Feng has to face the countless mixed blood opponents who were invincible in the Great War on the planet back then. Even though they have been stripped of their spirits and souls, their physical strength is still there, and some of them are still holding powerful weapons in front of them, looking ferocious plus the absolute advantage in numbers. Although Lin Feng and the colonization mecha can kill them all steadily, doing so will also lead to the awakening of more late-stage 3rd order puppets and subsequent pseudo 4th order puppets, which will accelerate the level of the elimination program. This led to more and more pseudo 4th level beings joining in, which on the one hand destroyed the transfer of ships, and on the other hand, it would also attract the attention of the 4th level king, who would directly expel Lin Feng and the colonization mecha from his body. So now, Lin Feng can only passively defend and reduce the chances of attacking. However, as a half-step 4th level cultivator, he could crush these late-stage 3rd level Zerg puppets even with just his little finger. No artistic conception or power of laws was used. These puppets are just so weak. Otherwise, the dinosaur survivors in the upper half of the battleship would not have been able to survive until now. After playing around for a few times and destroying 5 or 6 third-order Zerg puppets, Lin Feng had no choice but to face reality and let Long Yi, who was controlling the battleship, come out to stop the enemy on his behalf. He then entered the warship and expanded an area to speed up the relocation of the dragon lizard people. As soon as Long Yi came to the outside world, he summoned his own mount, the Queen Mother, which had been upgraded to level 39. By absorbing a large amount of life energy in his body, he finally completed the last stage of promotion before becoming a 4th-order insect king. She herself also boarded the Queen Mother and entered the cockpit, operating the colonial mecha while absorbing the life energy inside. When it comes to dealing with the 3rd-order Zerg puppets from the outside world, her methods are much more effective than those of Lin Feng, who only knows how to act brute forcefully because there is still a part of resistance force of the dinosaur that is driving the sky shuttle and the space airship to block and drive away other 3rd-level Zerg puppets nearby. And Long Yi, who was controlling the 39-level Queen Mother, used his own infinite reproduction state of mind and the power of the laws of the hive's will to begin to use mental means to interfere with the continuously attacking 3rd-level Zerg puppets. This interference does not destroy the mental control power originally bestowed on these 3rd-level puppets. No matter if the dragonfly destroys this program link or seizes their command, it will be judged as a 3rd-level Zerg puppet and killed directly. Then the pseudo 4th-level puppet will be immediately activated and awakened to deal with more powerful enemies. And if it was just interfering with the normal operations of the puppets, the reaction would not be that big. For example, make all their attacks misplaced, lose their normal sense of direction, and be unable to hit the enemy, etc. In this way, not only will the mental energy consumed be much less, but Ling Yi will also have time to observe and analyze the dinosaurs in front of him, especially their leader, the highest commander on the front half of the battleship, the captain of the dinosaur clan's advanced exploration ship, a female dragon who has reached the perfection of the early stage of the 3rd stage, the guy named Long Ying. The coverage of mental power can not only detect the 3rd-order Zerg puppets attacking nearby and interfere with their attacks, but also scan and eavesdrop, so the mental fluctuations and whispers of mental communication between the survivors of the dinosaur clan can be detected. And relying on the powerful biotechnology of the Zerg, Long Yi was naturally able to hear clearly the private conversations between the dinosaur survivors. And there is no need for translation, you can automatically understand them just by scanning their spiritual frequency. Immediately, Long Yi knew that Long Ying planned to present that group of low-level engineers and maintenance workers of the dinosaur clan as gifts to the Lord of Humanity to show the friendship of the dinosaur clan dragon lizard people to sneak their own goods into the high-tech teachings to humans and leave several key backdoors. In this way, when humans and dragons fall out in the future, the dinosaurs will be able to use these defects to directly remotely control the space battleships built by humans, or even any small spaceships. In this way, humans would be trapped on the planet forever and become the target of the dinosaurs' slaughter. After learning about this, Ling Yi snorted coldly. He was not worried that Lin Feng would not notice this little trick of the dinosaur clan, with his god-level power of laws. He only needs to disassemble and reconstruct them to find these backdoor loopholes and optimize them all. But this did not stop Ling Yi from informing on the matter. The emergence of the dinosaur clan means that Lin Feng has new partners, and these partners will threaten Ling Yi's existing status and power. Even if he was promoted to the 4th-level insect king, Long Yi would still stand on Lin Feng's side because she firmly believed that Lin Feng could become the one predicted by the mother of the insect god, the savior of the Zerg, the one who liberated the shackles. She also believed that Lin Feng would soon be promoted to the 7th level, become one of the gods, and launch an attack on the throne of God King above the 9th level in the future. After all, an individual who can inherit the bloodline of the God King and at the same time possess perfect fusion is equivalent to a unique existence in this universe. Then Lin Feng can perfectly avoid the cruel fate of being a hybrid and gain benefits from both sides at the same time. All we can say is that Lin Feng has the best mother in the entire universe, who would rather sacrifice her own life in exchange for her son's perfect evolution. You have to know that she is only half a step away from becoming a 4th-level human king, a half-step 4th-level existence. In other words, if there was no Lin Feng, He Yuan would definitely be the 4th-rank human king today. With her intelligence, She only needs to hide herself and wait for the Zerg Queen to arrive, then control one of them to steal the Zerg's hive mind biotechnology, and then she can develop the fourth order electric-driven cells for humans as quickly as possible and complete the last piece of the fourth order puzzle. However, knowing everything, she did not do so, but left the hope of life to her children. That's why we have the Lin Feng we know today. Now, with the overall transportation in progress, all the useful materials and equipment in the upper half of the battleship were quickly transported to the folding expansion space of the fourth order battleship nearby. When everything was over, Lin Feng walked out of the warship. Then he controlled the warship to slowly sink to the bottom of the half of the warship, and then activated the power of artistic conception and laws to connect the two together. This is the preliminary suggestion given by the dinosaur engineers. It is this method, combined with some higher authority data links and energy transmission from the nuclear fusion power furnace at the rear, that allows the front half of the fourth-tier battleship to be turned into an additional weapon-carrying platform for the battleship. In this way, the battleship is equivalent to supporting the original front half. Then, with a higher authority command, it takes over, inputs energy into it, and activates the main gun weapon, a super energy cannon that is 10 meters thick. This is also one of the reasons why the advanced exploration ship can become a fourth-order space battleship. This 10-meter wide and 200-meter long cannon can fire a super electromagnetic cannon that can accelerate a metal plasma ball to 1/10 the speed of light. That is 30,000 kilometers per second. Don't think the speed is slow. This is the speed of a real strike. Before it arrives, the laser beam fired from the muzzle will have locked onto the prey. An advanced metal ion plasma cannon can seriously injure a fourth-level existence. It is generally difficult to hit, unless it is a fourth-level being, or is seriously injured, or is restrained and suppressed by a fourth-level being of the dinosaur clan. But this cannon is an absolute nightmare for those below the fourth stage, and is also a powerful weapon for striking any target on the planet. Now that the metal ion cannon has been re-energized by the nuclear fusion power furnace and has resumed its slide in operation, it can enter the charging preparation stage at any time, but there are no conditions for use at the moment. Using it to kill a third-stage puppet is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, which is quite a waste. After everything was arranged, Lin Feng immediately controlled the fourth-level battleship, slowly took off and left the Sea of Purification. Then he called Ling Gai, who was still playing with a late-stage third-order Zerg puppet, and returned to the battleship. They are about to leave this place and head to the last level of the void in the elemental realm of space. There will be a way out of the folded space inside the body of the fourth-level realm king. Of course, there is also a most secretive layer in the upper layer of the void realm, the Zerg mother nest, known as the second Zerg nest, which records all the gene sequences of the Zerg and everything that happened in the past. It is also the Zerg's mother nest. Besides the Zerg god, the second root cause, if he could enter it, he would be able to obtain a large amount of power of the laws. However, only a fourth-order insect king, or a stronger fifth-order or sixth-order insect king, can open it. Chapter 394, Space War, Seizing the Body of the Winged King. As the fourth-tier battleship slowly rose to the air under Lin Feng's control and left the Sea of Purification, the third-tier late-stage Zerg puppets below roared one by one. In the storage cabin of the colonial mecha, as soon as Long Yu walked out of the Queen Mother, he was transferred by Lin Feng to the battleship's cockpit. Seeing himself being forced to experience phase shift and flashing on the spot, Long Yi was stunned. Under the screen, shrugged, "I left a special mark on you before. I can transfer you to any place covered by my spirit." Ling was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Wouldn't that help me in combat, like moving me behind the enemy? Or taking me to evacuate?" "No, this ability should be used on the enemy. For example, teleport them 200 kilometers away, and then teleport yourself to the limit of 200 kilometers distance of 400 kilometers in 1 second, faster than 1,000th of the speed of light." Lin Feng frowned slightly and shook his head. "It's unlikely. This kind of mark can only be released on someone you trust, and the distance must be close enough when marking the special coordinates, otherwise you're like now." So, Lin Feng used the same trick again. As a result, the guarded Ling Yi soon discovered a beam of energy suddenly covering his body surface, and then he instinctively released his mental power to shatter it. Ling slightly, understanding what Lin Feng meant, "So it can only be used by people around you. As long as they are a little bit prepared, they can destroy this special mark, it to transfer and control large life forms, such as Zerg, especially the fourth-level Zerg King. Each of them starts at a size of more than 1 kilometer. Not to mention marking them with space energy, Even if I catch them and use phase transfer to flash, it will be difficult to achieve. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Then how can a 4th tier battleship? Its size is not small, probably about the same size as the Zerg King that has just entered the 4th level. Lin Feng shrugged, because I stuffed this battleship with 4th order flesh and blood tentacles, which are spread all over every corner of the 4th order battleship. They provide me with more functions to perceive events, as well as ways to attack 4th order life. So strictly speaking, this should be a 4th order space battleship that is half mechanical and half biological. That's why it can be moved at my will, releasing the power of space, performing phase shifts, and flashing to any place 200 kilometers away. After listening to what Lin Feng said, Long took a breath. She didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful because the opponent's operation meant that Lin Feng had already mastered the Zerg's infinite reproduction concept, as well as the laws of the Zerg's will behind this concept. In other words, except for the fact that Lin Feng is not as good as Long Yi, the orthodox Zerg queen, in the application of specific biotechnology solutions, his understanding and penetration of the power of the will, laws and divine power of the Zerg hive is already stronger than Long Yi. This also indirectly shows that Lin Feng has almost unlimited cognition and understanding of the artistic conception and laws of other races. And this power naturally comes from his mysterious divine bloodline, which comes from the inheritance of an eternal God King above the 9th level. Therefore, it is very likely that he will become a god above the 7th level or a 9th level upper true god in the future. After becoming a 9th order true god, Lin Feng can completely incorporate the Zerg into his own pantheon, such as uniting with the future insect god Lin Feng as a lower or middle god to form his own huge pantheon, and then make full preparations to impact the God King realm above the 9th level. Thinking of this, Ling Yi immediately spoke, "Then you can place a few more space marks on me, so that when you attack or escape, you won't be able to take me with you in time." Lin Feng nodded, and then his mind moved. Countless energies representing the power of space and artistic conception gathered on Long Yi's body, eventually forming a permanent space mark. After finishing, Lin Feng immediately said, "Okay, I have already placed a space mark on you, and it is permanent. As long as you do not take the initiative to remove it, it will not disappear no matter how many times you use it. If anything happens, you can escape with me, or launch an attack." Long slightly and looked at the large screen beside him, which showed a group of late-stage 3rd order Zerg puppets chasing a slowly advancing 4th order battleship. But then, when this group of late-stage 3rd order Zerg puppets found that they could not catch up with the enemy, they began to stagnate and slowly sank into the sea of purification. Long Yi frowned and immediately said, "Hurry up and find the passage from the sea of purification to the void realm." They are about to summon pseudo 4th order Zerg puppets. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Fake 4th order Zerg puppets? Can they fly? The scorpion slightly. Not only can they fly, but they can also fly very fast. Here, through the infection of the power of space, they can gain an extra speed bonus. They can fly at a speed of 100 kilometers per second with ease. Lin Feng frowned slightly and spoke slowly. "Got it, let's speed up first. It's mainly because the front half of the 4th tier battleship has not been completely fused yet. Accelerating rashly could easily cause problems at the welding points that have just been fused, and my 4th order flesh and blood cells are currently cleaning up half of the battleship and integrating into it. Otherwise, once the phase shift is used, the connecting column in the middle will definitely be torn apart, causing the upper and lower parts to separate again." Ling Yi took a deep breath. "Then we should do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, let me out and fight with those pseudo 4th order Zerg puppets. I should be able to delay their attack." Lin Feng waved his hand. "Don't worry, we still have some strength. After all, we are now a complete 4th tier battleship. Even though it's just a piece of junk, it still has combat power. Look at the cannon above your head. It's a 4th tier cannon, a metal ion laser cannon. It can fireball metal ions accelerated to 1/10 the speed of light, not to mention pseudo 4th order existences, even if they are real 4th order cosmic life forms. As long as they are in the early or middle stages, one shot can destroy them half. The only problem is that the pre-aiming time for charging the power is a full 10 seconds, so unless a 4th order cosmic life has been controlled, it is only suitable for targeting some non-4th order existences. For example, they have no self-awareness and are manipulated by others like puppets, or they may be gathering places or civilized buildings on planets. If a 4th level Wing King really comes after me, I will go out to fight him, and then control the metal ion cannon on this battleship to directly bomb the 4th level body of the Wing King to the point where it has no combat power. Then I will take over and absorb its fourth level state of mind and the power of laws, and then achieve further improvement in strength. In the later stage, we can even use the life energy and life laws of the Zerg to repair the fourth order body of the Wing King and use it for our own benefit. As he spoke, Lin Feng couldn't help but imagine the future and what the scene would be like if he met a fourth order Wing King next. Ling gave him a blank look and then replied, "Don't think too much. The flesh and blood of a fourth order Wing King cannot be placed in the purification sea. It will only destroy the gene screening function in the sea. The power of a fourth order existence cannot be resisted by third order cells." Lin Feng nodded, and after coming to his senses, he said seriously, "I remember you said before that when the sea of purification leads to the upper level, the void realm, it needs to be led by a special third order king worm, and it must be done after completing the purification bath. In other words, only after the genetic review is passed can the passage to the upper level be opened." Ling slightly lost in thought. "You are right, it is necessary, but don't we still have the power of space? If the sea of purification doesn't open the passage to the upper level, can't we just search for traces directly?" As he spoke, he pointed to the outside world. When the group of third order king realm insects summoned by the fourth order king realm passed by this place, many of them left fluctuations of the power of space in artistic conception. These traces cannot be seen by ordinary people, but those who master the power of space in artistic conception will definitely be able to see them at a glance. Although these traces are very small, for a folded world covering an area of 5 million square kilometers, but didn't you upgrade this fourth-tier battleship? It has a large number of fourth-tier cell tentacles integrated into it, which can detect all energy and artistic conception fluctuations. It can be used for detection. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and quickly understood what Long meant. "Are you saying that we will also use the power of space realm to follow the trail of the third order king bug, leave the sea of purification, and directly cross into the space jump tunnel?" The scorpion slightly, "That's right. If we follow the traces they left and use phase transfer directly, won't we be able to escape from the sea of purification?" Lin Feng understood immediately, and then began to accelerate the search according to the method suggested by Long Yi, to purify the sea of energy with spatial fluctuations. At this time, in the sea of purification behind him, the huge figures of several large third late-stage Zerg had gradually emerged. They are all pseudo-fourth-order beings, hybrid Zerg that once merged into bloodlines. They are extremely powerful because of the blessing of artistic conception and the power of laws. These pseudo-fourth-order Zerg puppets can crush any third-order life form, including the peak of the late third order, the 39-level existence, unless one is like Lin Feng, who possesses a fourth-level physical body that is half a step away from the fourth level, and a body full of divine power and laws. Otherwise, when these pseudo-fourth-order Zerg puppets come on board, the struggle game in the sea of purification can be declared over. Although Lin Feng has enough strength and ability to crush them directly, he will also lose the opportunity to go to the sky realm and the most secret second insect nest space if too many pseudo-fourth-order Zerg puppets are destroyed. The next second, the fourth-level realm king, who had noticed something, would transfer and spit out Lin Feng along with the entire battleship, put it into outer space, or even in volcanoes and magma at tens of millions of degrees. So before that, Lin Feng must finish everything he needs to do. Killing these puppets would not cause much damage to the fourth-level king of the realm because they are just a group of people without life energy, and only leave physical shells. There is no reward even if they are killed. In essence, the pseudo-fourth-order Zerg puppets, including the other late-stage third-order Zerg puppets before, are all relics of the Sea of Purification. They are connected to the Sea of Purification, which is the source of energy for their movement. So no matter how many Lin Feng kills, there will still be a steady stream of late-stage third-level and pseudo-fourth-level beings arriving. Instead of wasting time and energy to deal with these puppets, it is better to leave directly. So Lin Feng increased the scanning speed, because he had sensed that there were several extremely fast-moving objects behind him, rushing towards the fourth-order space battleship at a speed close to Mach 300, or 100 kilometers per second. Fortunately, at this time, Lin Feng was already hundreds of kilometers away from the previous place, and he could get 5 or 6 seconds to react. However, before Lin Feng could be happy for long, the sensing information coming from behind him showed that 3 pseudo-fourth-order Zerg puppets had actually split into 3. After discovering that they could not catch up with the target, they immediately chose another strategy. That means being surrounded from left and right the same size. It is basically a space that is 1,000 kilometers wide and 5,000 kilometers long, which is equivalent to its real stomach that is originally 1 kilometer wide and 5 kilometers long. After being magnified 1,000 times, it is folded into 5 layers to achieve a magnification of 5,000 times. These 5 layers are the world of death, the metaverse of Earth, the sea of purification, the metaverse of space, and the most mysterious second insect nest, the insect nest space. At this moment, Lin Feng and his group were in the sea of purification, escaping from the encirclement and pursuit from the pseudo 4th level Zerg puppets. At this moment, if Lin Feng had not discovered the 3rd order king bug after walking 5,000 kilometers, and entered the purified sea, and then left behind a spatial fluctuation, then when turning, you will inevitably encounter a pseudo 4th order Zerg puppet that is split into 2 sides, and will be attacked from the front and back by 2 of them. Moreover, the pseudo 4th order Zerg puppet was different. Even Ling Yi couldn't do anything to affect its control program. If we allow its attack, it will cause damage to the hull. If we rashly use the phase transfer of the spatial realm, not to mention whether we can escape, it will also affect the strength of the connecting columns of the upper half of the battleship. This lays hidden dangers for the real space jump later. However, if Lin Feng took action directly, he would be discovered by the 4th level Realm King from the outside world. This will be a dilemma. Then he said, if it doesn't work, let me drive the Queen Mother to fight them. When you find their trace, use phase shift to teleport back. Lin Feng nodded. There was nothing wrong with Longai's strategy. The only question is whether the Queen Mother can defeat the 3 pseudo 4th order Zerg puppets. Fortunately, not long after the warship moved forward, the 4th level flesh and blood tentacles covering the surface of the warship brought good news to Lin Feng. Find the 3rd level king bug. The traces of special artistic conception left behind. Chapter 395, Transplantation, Crazy Plunder of Space Laws. Lin Feng then controlled the 4th order battleship and rushed to the edge of the folding world above his head, the top of the sky about 20 kilometers high. At the moment when the space was about to be shattered, he activated the power of the space law in his body, wrapped the entire warship, and rushed towards the top without looking back. The 4th order space battleship that was originally in the sea of purification disappeared directly on the spot, and disappeared without a trace at the moment of collision. The pseudo 4th order Zerg puppet chasing behind him fell into a daze after losing its target. The other 2 puppets that surrounded them from both sides also broke suddenly and almost fell apart. Channel after absorbing the power of the space law, he entered a folded world that he could reach, the world of emptiness. Having entered the void, the whole world gradually became normal, but soon Lin Feng discovered that this empty world actually had nothing except various 3rd level Zergs and other insect nest supplies stored there, and most importantly, the entire void world actually has no gravity system, so all species are floating in the air. It is equivalent to simulating the outer space environment. This allows a 4th order space battleship to move easily, and accelerate and decelerate much faster, without having to waste too much energy and time during takeoff. Lin Feng saw a large number of Zerg bodies, or to be more precise, Zerg in a dormant state. And they are all above level 3. There were thousands and thousands of them. The wormhole, they were released into the ocean of Blue Star by the 4th level Realm King. It is estimated that the body of the 4th level Wing King is among them. Why don't we release the dinosaurs and have them drive the sky shuttles and the airships and spaceships to speed up the search and find the 4th level body of the 4th level Wing King before the 4th level Realm King finds it? After listening to this, Lin Feng shook his head. Forget it. Even if we find it, whether we can take it out is another matter. Since the 4th level Realm King dares to keep the 4th level body in the folded world, he must have made corresponding arrangements and preparations. It is very likely that as soon as we move the 4th level body of the 4th level Wing King, the 4th level Realm King outside will be able to sense it instantly, and then we will be directly teleported to outer space, hastily dealing with an unfamiliar environment and the attacks of 2 4th level kings. The gain will not outweigh the loss. We will also lose a large number of dinosaurs in vain. The key point is that the small flying vehicles of the dragon lizards are of vital importance to humans. The restoration of industry and production all depends on it. Slightly, Lin Feng's caution was not unreasonable. Immediately he said, you mean, after the 4th level body of King Yi is summoned to the outside world by the 4th level Realm King, we can directly snatch it away? This is the safest way. Lin Feng nodded. That's right. We also need to make ourselves evenly matched, so that the 4th level Realm King will think that as long as he summons the 4th level body puppet of the Wing King, he can easily defeat us. In this way, it will be able to willingly remove the restrictions placed on the 4th level body of the Wing King, and then control it to cooperate, suppress and kill me. The 4th level colonial armored mecha to directly cut off the spiritual connection between the 4th level Realm King and the Wing King puppet, and then connect your own spiritual power. Then follow the fourth order colonization armor, mobilize the power of space, use phase transfer, escape into outer space, and head to the back of the moon. By then, I will also be able to get rid of the fourth order realm king and join you." With just a few words, Lin Feng arranged all the subsequent plans slightly, feeling that Lin Feng's mentality and thinking had become more mature, and he was increasingly showing the demeanor of a strong man who could stand on his own, as well as the foresight of a guardian of civilization. After Lin Feng finished his plan, he continued, "As for now, we can't just come here for nothing and wait for the fourth level king to transfer us to the outside world. Let's go and find those king realm insects that are hatching into the late third stage, and teach the fourth stage king a lesson. Let it know that humans are not easy to bully." As he spoke, Lin Feng began to control and command the fourth order battleship, following the traces of spatial fluctuations left by the surviving third order early king realm insects, and follow them. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Long Yi immediately understood the other party's intention. Lin Feng also wanted to disrupt the hatching process of the third stage late king world worms, slow down the birth of the third stage late king world worms from the root, and then delay the third stage late queens from all over the outside blue star from landing on the main continent and starting the process of the final peak showdown. What a great move to pull the trigger. It still cannot trigger the determination of the Zerg danger level because those killed were early and middle stage third stage Zerg. It does not kill a large number of late stage Zerg, so it will not summon the arrival of the fourth level realm king or the fourth level night king. This would only make the fourth realm king discover this, and then he would become furious and exclude everyone soon. Relying on the rich power of space laws in his body and keen telepathy, Lin Feng quickly followed a trail, commanded and controlled the fourth order space battleship, and arrived at the hatching place of the third stage late king world worm. What appeared before their eyes? It is a huge insect nest floating in mid-air, to be precise. It is a biological hatching nest. It is 20 kilometers long and 30 kilometers high, with a hard rock shell on its surface and biological flesh and blood tissue inside. When Ling saw this scene, he was also shocked, and then he said with emotion, "This is our Zerg space mother nest. It will only float in space to breed and multiply the Zerg. See that?" Ling Yi pointed to the lower end of the biological mother nest. "That's the entrance. The third level king realm insects and the third level king wing insects will carry the worker insects and transport the collected material resources into the hatching nest. We can go in, too. Currently, those third order king bugs should be inside that, don't worry. Once they enter the incubation state, they will fall into unconscious hibernation. Waking up from it will waste their energy and lifespan, so they are very safe." Lin Feng nodded, then controlled the warship and entered the giant creature's nest according to Long Yi's instructions. While giving instructions, Long Yi's continued to introduce, this huge biological mother nest is also known as the Great Leviathan-class biological battleship. Its shape is not fixed, and it can evolve and split into various laser ion cannons or biological parasitic cannons. The most important function is naturally to breed a large number of Zerg armies in space, and this fourth order Leviathan is only the smallest of this batch of biological warships. As far as I can remember, I've also seen a fifth order Leviathan at the 100-kilometer level, and a sixth order Super Leviathan at the 1,000-kilometer level. When the Zerg descended, biological warships of thousands of kilometers directly blocked out the sky and the sun. Just one ship could carry millions of third-order Zerg, as well as some fourth and fifth-order cosmic life-level Zerg kings. Any planet that is struck by it will be destroyed, and there will be no possibility of resurrection. Long Yi recalled the beginning, when the Zerg had not yet been enslaved and controlled. It was when they were in the small Magellanic Cloud, expanding and invading other civilizations, that extremely glorious past. The name Leviathan and their inventor is none other than the first generation of the Zerg god, the ancestor ninth order true god. As he spoke, Long Yi sighed with regret. Unfortunately, everything has become a thing of the past. A large number of Leviathans have been destroyed in the endless war. Now this fourth order Leviathan is the only one left in our Zerg's hands. Third order Zerg in the Void Realm, and the hatching of the third stage late stage Zerg. After saying that, Long Yi pointed to a certain area where there was a series of follicles that were hundreds of meters in size. Through the translucent gray fleshy soft membrane, one can clearly see that lying inside are the early and middle stage third order king realm insects that were summoned by the fourth order realm king and left the earth realm. Lin Feng then docked the warship nearby. Originally, he was cleaning and operating the fourth order colonization armor to harvest all these third Order King bugs, but Lin Feng suddenly realized that in the thick fleshy tentacles connecting these insect eggs, there were strong spatial artistic conception and law fluctuations. This means that the fourth level Realm King is directly infusing the power of space into these early and middle level third level Zerg. It seems that they want to speed up the hatching of the third order king worms and bring the birth of the third late stage king worms forward, so that the third late stage queens on other continents and the millions of Zerg armies under their command can be migrated to the main continent. Since you want to speed up, then you can blame me for taking the opportunity to do something strange. Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. Thinking of a perfect way to make use of it, he then controlled the colonization mecha, and a large number of tentacle tubes extended from its back. Then he used the power of the laws of the hives wall and, through infinite reproduction, made the tentacles of these fleshy tube walls emit the same scent as the Zerg's flesh and blood cells. Even the cell structure inside and the genetic sequence code in the cell nucleus are exactly the same. This way, they could perfectly deceive. And this Leviathan's hatching nest would also be difficult for the fourth level Realm Kings from the outside world to detect. Just like that, Lin Feng controlled the fourth order colonization armor and used the Hunter King chainsaw sword to cut off the several meter thick spatial artistic conception law infusion line. At the same time, the tube wall growing out from the back of the colonial mecha is used to achieve a seamless connection because the speed of replacement was fast enough, even faster than Leviathan's reaction. Even if there was only a slight pain, it was deceived by Long Yi, who used his mental power. Lin Feng worked his way all the way to the end, and successfully grafted the space law transmission pipelines connected to the hatching follicles of 12 third order early and middle stage king world insects onto the colonization mecha. And after that, the colonial mecha was also connected to the fourth level battleship, transmitting the spatial realm and power of laws that it had continuously collected in its body to the battleship and Lin Feng himself inside the battleship. Just like that, the power of the law of space in Lin Feng's body, which had just reached 0.5% in 1,000, began to accumulate rapidly and continuously. From the beginning, it was only 1/10,000th per minute, but later Lin Feng still felt it was not enough, so he took the initiative to increase the section force behind the colonial mecha, hoping to quickly plunder enough space laws from the fourth level Realm King. So it changed from the original 1/10,000th per minute to 5/10,000ths per minute. In 2 minutes, 1,000th of the space law could flow into Lin Feng's body. It can be called a law harvester. Grunting and panting, without a sound, he plundered a large amount of space laws in 10 minutes, as much as 5,000ths. Now there are only 10 per thousand, that's only 1%. As long as Lin Feng is given another 180 minutes, or 3 hours, he will be able to collect 900% of the laws of space, or 9%. That would make up the 10%. He is even a fourth level Realm King, with 1/10 of the power of the law of space in his body. You must know that this is 1/10 of the power of a complete law because the world Zerg gave birth to a god-level civilization of 7th order gods. All cosmic life forms of the 4th level and above in all generations have a complete power of laws in their bodies to help these royal families quickly form combat effectiveness and rapidly improve their strength life and are promoted to 4th level cosmic civilization. The former requires one's own efforts and gradual exploration to condense the rules that suit one's own artistic conception, while the latter has a ready-made path and only requires a little bit of analysis and comprehension, as well as absorption and mastery, in order to improve the level of evolution. In fact, Lin Feng is in the same state now. The reason why the 4th Order Realm King is still in the early stage of the 4th Order is because he traveled through the wormhole and led so many insects armies, especially the 3 4th Order Insect Kings. Therefore, on the way of space jump, most of his own evolutionary level was lost, falling from the late stage of the 4th stage to the 43rd level of the early stage of the 4th stage. Before he could even catch his breath, he was attacked by Lin Feng's father, Lin Yu, the guardian of the solar system. In order to save several other 4th Order Zergs, King Kai had to divert the positions of the enemies and his classmates at the cost of consuming his own evolutionary level, making the enemy's attacks fail. So now I have fallen to only level 40. Even Lin Feng, who is only half a step into the 4th level, can bully it severely. While Lin Feng was madly absorbing the laws of space, Long Yi, who was hatching eggs and harvesting the 3rd Order King insects, made an unexpected discovery. She found the place where she ended up underground in the belly of a 3rd Order King worm, an unexpected encounter with a group of dragon lizardmen. Chapter 396. One Space Law, Space War. The power of artistic conception that the dragon lizard team stole from the king Spinosaurus in the land of End was the simplest and weakest kind of unyielding artistic conception. But it is more than enough to disguise one's own breath and confuse the third-order king realm insects and other second-order tiger spine insects patrolling in the earth realm. Therefore, the dragon lizard team quickly worked out a plan to enter the body of the third-order king worm, and then use it to leave the earth realm and go to other folding worlds. In this way, he escaped the fate of being imprisoned and killed. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. Originally, the dragon lizard squad had planned to stop and join up with the main force of the front half of the warships when they reached the Sea of Purification. As a result, this early third-stage king worm suddenly seemed to receive some kind of summons. It was supposed to stay in the Sea of Purification and pour all the enemies collected in the Earth realm into the Sea of Purification as organic marine nutrients. What happened next was, of course, that this third-order realm king insect that stayed in the Sea of Purification was called by the fourth-order realm king and went directly to the higher level of the void realm. Moreover, he had no intention of releasing the several late-stage second-order tiger spine worms in the folded space in his abdomen to enter hibernation like other Zerg. Instead, he took the tiger-backed worms directly into the fourth-order Leviathan-class cosmic creature's mother nest without stopping, and started incubating the follicles inside. The only thing to be thankful for is that in order to speed up the process of breeding a late-stage third-stage king realm worm, the fourth-stage king realm worm did not hatch a first-stage realm worm from scratch, but directly used a third-stage early to middle-stage king realm worm. In this way, the remodeling in the follicle no longer requires abnormal qualitative development. It's similar to a caterpillar melting on its own into thick soup of organic liquid, from which a softened butterfly or other insect develops. Therefore, the life of the caterpillar has come to an end from the moment it melts after forming the cocoon. There is no possibility of resurrection for itself, let alone the dragon lizard squad, which is a group of dinosaurs that are only at the peak of the second level. Fortunately, it was not a transformation journey from cocoon to butterfly, so the dragon lizard team only felt the instability of the early third-stage king worm when its strength increased. The dual instability of breath and strength caused the folded space in the body of the third-level king worm to fluctuate violently. Many members of the dragon lizard team were injured as a result. Blades formed by the space turbulence. Fortunately, Long Yi struck in time and killed these 12 third-order early and middle-stage king-level insects one by one. Finally, they found the dying dragon lizard team in the folded space abdomen of the fifth king worm. Lin Feng also heard Long Yi's cry, and when he walked out to take a look, he saw that they were indeed the dragon lizard people he had seen before, 5 members of the dinosaur clan fighting team. Lin Feng still remembered the captain of the dragon lizard team who came to negotiate and exchange information, but at the moment, he was in a bad condition. The soft armor on the abdomen was directly cut by a sharp blade in space, and even the skin armor inside was torn into pieces. Not to mention that the stomach was ripped open, but the wound also penetrated deep into the stomach and intestines. At this moment, the blood was flowing non-stop, which looked horrifying because of the first encounter they had that year. Long Yi immediately stepped forward and used the power of infinite reproduction to repair the injuries of 5 members of the dragon lizard team who were injured to varying degrees. In fact, this is certainly not out of kindness. Instead, they wanted to take the opportunity to blatantly collect the blood tissue of the dinosaurs and analyze their population genes to lay the groundwork for subsequent research. Although there was a chance in the Earth realm before, the third-level dinosaur clan strongman Long Yuan was watching on the side. Unless Lin Feng wanted to tear his face off directly and wipe them out in one fell swoop, it would be impossible for him to collect the bodies of the survivors of the dinosaur clan for research. After the injuries of the 5 members of the dragon lizard team were repaired, they gradually woke up. When he saw 2 tall humans nearby, he initially thought he was dreaming and had arrived at the eternal resting place of the dinosaurs. As a result, when he saw the appearance of Long Yi and Lin Feng, as well as the strong aura fluctuations emanating from the 2 humans, a man and a woman, the members of the dragon lizard team were all awakened by the fright. The goal had been achieved, and Long Yi didn't say anything more. He just waved his hand and arranged for them to enter the dormitory of the fourth-order space battleship to reunite with the rest of the dinosaur survivors. The confused members of the dragon lizardman team entered the folded space in a daze after their classmates and superiors patiently explained. They finally understood. After they entered the abdomen of the initial stage 3 king worm and left the Earth realm, so many things happened, each of which could shock. Especially when the captain heard that the leader of the human team had been promoted to the half-step 4th level and was about to complete the last step of the trial, and he was also the current master of mankind, named Lin Feng. As for Lin Feng's other companion, the female human Lingai, the dragon lizard team was more familiar with her. It was she who represented humans to have the first meeting, communication, cooperation and exchange of information with the dinosaurs, and now, Long Yi has reached the peak of the late third stage, the 39th level. At the same time, with the power of the insect nest will law of the insect god, he can maintain the pseudo-fourth stage state. Therefore, the strength of these two humans at the moment is enough to crush the strength of the dinosaur survivors on the advanced exploration ship. Even the main force of their fleet docked outside the solar system cannot defeat Lin Feng alone unless the commander-in-chief of this fleet, the supreme leader Dia, also known as Long Gaia, is able to upgrade to the fourth order cosmic life after obtaining the gene sequence library of the descendants of the dinosaurs left on the blue star. Even if the meteorite cannon on the flagship can kill the fourth order cosmic life, it is only used to supplement the damage when the cosmic life is trapped or seriously injured. If you really encounter a fourth level cosmic life form that can fly freely in outer space, any ship, unless it is a god level 7th level or above divine power law battleship, any meteor class advanced ship, comet class main battleship, and meteorite class flagship. Today, the large dinosaur army is hundreds of light years away in other areas of Nanman III. If they want to come directly through the wormhole and space jump, it will arouse suspicion from the exploration ships of other civilizations. The cost of transportation alone is a considerable price. And if we fly over here, even if we use the curvature engine at 1/100th of the speed of light, 3,000 kilometers per second, it will take at least 10,000 years to reach the solar system. But 10,000 years later, the human beings led by Lin Feng will either repel the Zerg, recover the blue planet and the solar system, or even rebuild an evolved civilization. Either they will be defeated by the Zerg, or Lin Feng will have to take the remaining human civilization and embark on a wandering journey in the universe. So by the time the large group of dinosaurs arrived, it was too already late. There is only one way right now, to cooperate with Lin Feng and the human beings he represents. By obtaining the gene sequence library of reptilian offspring from humans, Commander Long Gaia was able to successfully advance to the fourth order cosmic life form. Then assist humans to repel the Zerg invasion. The last thing is the division of the solar system. After all, this is a solar system shrouded by the curtain of dark domain, and the supervisory civilization above the outside world cannot find any trace of the solar system. This will give the civilization within the dark realm sufficient time to develop peacefully. What the dinosaur clan has to do is to summon the ancestor of the dinosaur clan before Lin Feng, the lord of mankind, is promoted to the 5th or 6th level of cosmic life. Only in this way can the dinosaurs gain the upper hand. While the survivors of the dinosaur clan, including the third order high-ranking officials, were still discussing how to deal with the threats and inducements of humans, as well as how to coerce them into submission, outside the fourth order battleship, the colonial mechas were attacking the 12 original third order early and middle stage king bugs connected to the meat wall, and they were all easily eliminated by Long Yi. She also linked the remaining fleshy tubes to the Queen Mother, which had been upgraded to level 39, to help it continue to accumulate life energy. Make full preparations for the upcoming peak showdown with the Zerg Queen. However, judging from what Lin Feng is doing now, he probably won't be able to wait until that time. The 13 follicles that were originally capable of becoming late-stage third-order king insects were not only all destroyed, but even the energy that was supposed to nourish them was completely absorbed by Lin Feng and Long Yi, one above and one below. This leads to a more serious consequence. Originally, Lin Feng and Long Yi would not have had the opportunity to enter the Void Realm and intercept the hatching process. But with Lin Feng's original divine power and Long Yi's full guidance and introduction, this matter was actually accomplished. The result is that not only did the original plan fail, but even the restart and implementation of subsequent plans would become extremely slow as time goes by. Every second finally, after 3 hours, Lin Feng absorbed and accumulated 100% and 100,000% of the power of the law of space, and when the space laws he mastered reached 1/10 of the level, Lin Feng's spatial power level was raised to another level. What if not only could phase shift be achieved, but it could be done 5 times in one go. It is equivalent to the original 200 kilometers becoming 1,000 kilometers. Of course, the most important thing is that after absorbing and decomposing the laws of space, the power of origin has been able to split the laws of space. Once the law of space comes out, even if it cannot cause serious damage to the enemy, it can avoid most of the damage itself. As a secondary job law of artistic conception, its greatest function is to train newcomers. At the same time, In battle, it covers the classmates in attack and evacuation. Of course, his escape is also top-notch. Even if the reaction time between two phase shifts takes 1 second, it is still a terrifying speed of 1,000 kilometers per second, equivalent to 3,000ths of a second. At least most of the 4th order and 5th order cosmic life forms cannot burst out at such a speed. This provides more protection for the upcoming battle. Shortly after Lin Feng finished sucking, Long Yi had already controlled the Queen Mother to leave Leviathan's flesh wall and return to the cabin of the 4th order speed space battleship. At the same time, remind Lin Feng, that's almost enough. If there's more, the 4th order Realm King will definitely notice it, especially the amount you absorbed, as well as more than 12 3rd order late stage King Realm insects, and the special law divine power required to cultivate them. Lin Feng nodded, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Prepare to leave a big surprise for the 4th level Realm King. Instead of restraining himself, he controlled the pseudo 4th order colonial mecha to increase his absorption and its equivalent to the previous hour and a half. However, such plundering and absorption did attract the king's attention of the 4th level realms in the outside world. I saw a strong space fluctuation attacking Lin Feng and the 4th level space battleship inside the Leviathan. Lin Feng then released the power of the law of space of the same magnitude to confront it. Then he calmly controlled the colonial mecha to return to the cabin of the 4th tier space battleship, and in an instant, he used phase transfer to flash into the 4th tier space battleship. Then he controlled the warship, absorbing the power of the external space laws while releasing the special artistic conception to resist the heavy suction force. Finally, it rose very steadily into the air and flew slowly towards the direction where the suction force came from. This scene made the 4th level king stunned. At this moment, it is floating in the outer space, trying to use the vast space of the universe and the power of its own special laws to kill or drive away the human who is half a step to the 4th level lifeblood and body of the Zerg. Without the complete upper space law, this 4th order realm king will never be able to evolve to the 7th order god level, and even the 6th order sub-god will find it difficult to advance. Moreover, in this case, its strength will be greatly reduced at this moment because this power was stolen by Lin Feng. It was equivalent to him also mastering the power of space. 1.5% of the special force cancel each other out. After a few encounters, when the 4th level realm king faced Lin Feng again, his strength had dropped by 70%, leaving only about % of the original strength. In addition, it still had the after effects of the great battle when it arrived in the solar system last time. At this moment, the 4th level realm king was no longer sure of defeating the half-step 4th level realm king in front of him in the following battle in outer space. The opponent, with the cooperation of pseudo 4th order colonial mecha and 4th order space battleship, not only surpassed the 4th order realm king who fought alone in momentum, but also was stronger. This state is the most uncomfortable for a 4th level realm king. Since it really cannot win, it can just run away. Anyway, there will be no problem with the review of the genetic program time. It summoned the 4th level body of the 4th level winged king as a puppet to assist itself in fighting. But as soon as the 4th order body came out, just heard a whoosh sound, the winged king's body, the enemy, and the warship, all disappeared. Chapter 397 Speed is Power, 1. The Speed of Light. The 4th level body of the 4th level winged king contains the power of the law of speed when he was alive. This divine power of law allows a 4th level winged king to have an astonishing speed of 1/10 the speed of light in the real universe. You should know that even Lin Feng, who is half a step away from the 4th level, can only fly at a speed of 100 times the speed of sound, which is equivalent to 34 kilometers per second, which is approximately 1/10,000th of the speed of light in the low-level cosmic life stage. The normal of the 4th to 6th level cosmic life is only 1/10,000th to 1,000th of the speed of light. 300 kilometers per second is the upper speed limit for low-level cosmic life, and it is also the upper speed limit for most aircraft and space battleships of different grades and sizes under normal driving mode. This speed can basically realize cross-planetary, intra-star system colonial expansion, or free travel. For example, the distance from the blue planet to the moon is 300,000 kilometers, and it only takes 16 minutes to travel 300 kilometers per second. It only takes more than half an hour to run back and forth. If Neptune is taken as the boundary of the solar system, its size is about 60 astronomical units, and the actual distance is about 9 billion kilometers a year. Therefore, When a civilization gives birth to fourth-level cosmic life and is able to break away from the constraints of its mother star and become a fourth-level civilization, it can carry out large-scale colonization of the star system where it is located, and then use the collected and plundered resources to help the fourth-level king of the tribe evolve to a higher level. This will give birth to more cosmic life. With the help of these kings and ancestors, we can give back to civilization and achieve control over the entire galaxy. But if a higher level being cannot be born, such as a seventh level god, a cosmic race will usually be trapped and die in its own home galaxy. Or if the expansion speed is fast enough and there are enough resources in the galaxy, there is still a chance to develop outside the system, send out colonial fleets, and fly to nearby star systems. Take the solar system as an example. Although the solar system is located in a remote suburb of the Namen 3-star domain, the density of nearby galaxies is very low and it is very desolate and not of much utilization value. It is for cosmic civilizations to be born. But the solar system itself is a very rich star system, otherwise it would not be possible to give birth to a planet like the blue star that can nurture life. In fact, Venus and Mars once had the conditions for the birth of life, but over the years, most of the life races that did not develop into the fourth-level cosmic civilization have all returned to dust and disappeared in the long river of time. The nearest star system to the solar system, Proxima Centauri, is 4.5 light-years away to the north of the solar system at 1,000th of the speed of light, 300 kilometers per second. The first 5 Proxima Centauri stars would take at least 4,500 years, a full 180 generations of ordinary humans. Even a first-order evolver would need 9 generations, which would kill a second-order evolver. To each extra solar star systems, even a third-level person would have to devote half his life to this. Except for the fourth-level cosmic civilization and the fourth-level cosmic life that was born, which can withstand long voyages across star systems, the rest of the ordinary evolved life simply could not bear it. Civilizations should be even more unable to bear this. When the fourth-order Dragon King was born, the dinosaur clan originally planned to develop the blue planet first, and then expand into the solar system through interstellar colonization. As a result, before the plan was halfway completed, a warning was received from the supervisory civilization, as well as a group of third-level envoys sent from the governor star of the Southgate 3-star domain to monitor and urge them. The dragon lizard people of the dinosaur clan naturally did not want to surrender and become slaves of other civilizations, becoming a slave race without freedom. Therefore, in the last 10 million years before the arrival of the supervisor civilization, a huge fleet was built. The original plan was to surrender to the envoy of the governor star, go to the space channel of the Southgate 3 stars region, settle in the 1,000-star city, and at the same time hand over the artistic conception and gene bank of the fourth-level Dragon King of their own race and civilization, present them to the governor of the Southgate 3-star domain, a powerful seventh-level god who rules this place. However, in the end, the dinosaurs chose to rebel. The third-level dragon warriors on the battleship killed the third-level envoy sent by the governor star domain. At the same time, the fourth-level Dragon King of the dinosaur clan also fought with the fourth-level existence who came to monitor and guard. Delay its actions and buy enough time for the tribe to rebel and escape. Afterwards, the Dragon King broke free, completing the escape of the entire dinosaur civilization. Of course, the low-level primitive dinosaurs on the blue planet were the dinosaur fossils excavated by the later human civilization of the blue planet and were not taken away. In the eyes of the dragon lizard civilization, these uncivilized primitive races are just like how humans look at gorillas, monkeys, or savages from hundreds of thousands of years ago. There is no need or value in taking it away, and it will also take up the already limited space in the fleet belt between the nearby planets and the distant planets in the star system, and flew straight towards the blue planet. We all know the result later. Originally, the dinosaur tribe was still on the blue planet, leaving behind a small number of dragon lizards to support them in the future. As a result, a natural disaster struck and all of them were destroyed, including the original species on the surface. 90% of their species were directly exterminated in this devastating asteroid impact explosion. Finally, after tens of millions of years, only the Lepidosauria, lizards and snakes, developed. And among the archosaurs, only alligators and turtles, as well as the descendants of the world's largest reptiles today, have developed into a separate class of birds, the aves master of the sky. But in fact, there are no living conditions on the ground, so they can only evolve a way of survival in the ecological niche in the sky to avoid a booming behemoths on land. Now, 6,500 years have passed, and the dragon lizards of the dinosaur clan have returned. Wanting to take away their bloodline, the above is the development history of the dinosaurs with a speed of 300 kilometers per second on the blue planet and the solar system over the years. Due to their disadvantage and to break through 300 kilometers per second, a complete domain or divine domain must be condensed through this. The energy rule space that can exceed the real universe can break through the upper limit of 1,000th of the speed of light. This gives us 1% of the speed of light, 3,000 kilometers per second in fact. This is also the original force that enables the Proteus fleet to break through the curvature route of 300 kilometers per second. They have a way to set up areas on the warships to accommodate the power of laws, and then form a domain shield to interfere with the laws that exist in reality, and use gravitational tides to distort space and gain driving force. The dinosaur clan has also recently promoted the 4th Order Dragon King to the 6th Order, meteorite level subgod, and has initially condensed its own dragon domain, which has enabled it to reach a speed of over 300 kilometers per second, or 1,000th of a kilometer. As long as a 6th Order ancestor dragon sits on the mothership, it can achieve a curvature route with a speed of 1% of the speed of light, or 3,000 kilometers per second. At this speed, even if it requires crossing a long distance of 100 light-years, it can reach the other end of the solar system from the far end of the Naman 3-star region within 10,000 years, and 10,000 years is simply insignificant for the life in the universe, but for a being that is half a step to the 4th level, time becomes extremely precious. For example, Lin Feng, who, because of his own bloodline talent, or accidentally inherited the power of the divine law, has the strongest physical attributes below the 4th level, and is a half-step 4th level. The lifespan is only 100 years or so, which is shortened by more than 1% for every minute, and every second before being fully promoted to the 4th level is precious. After being promoted to the 4th level, theoretically, the lifespan can easily reach over 1,000,000 years, or even close to tens of millions of years. The 5th stage, which is above the 4th stage, starts from tens of millions of years and is close to hundreds of millions of years. Combat power that is no less than that of 7th Order gods, but as meteorite level, they are just like the meteorites with the shortest existence in the universe, burning themselves as the price. To condense the power of laws and the realm of divine kingdom, one needs to burn one's own vitality. Therefore, the lifespan of a 6th Order meteorite level being is as long as nearly 100 million years at most, and that's only if it doesn't take action. Once the power of the laws in the body is mobilized, the life force will be burned madly, or when the evolution level is improved, the life force will be consumed and overdrawn. Therefore, usually the lifespan of a 6th Order meteorite level strongman is between 1 million and 10 million years, which is reduced by 99% to 99.9% compared to the original upper limit of 1 billion years. Only 1,000th to 1% of the original. It's just that this stage is too far away for Lin Feng, but for the new promoted ancestor dragon of the dinosaur clan, it will definitely not miss the opportunity to provide such favorable resources. Even if it takes 10,000 years of journey, it will not reach the solar system shrouded in the dark realm. As for Lin Feng, if he wanted to be like his father, he would be able to surpass the 4th level, challenge the 5th level, and even fight against the 6th level in the 4th stage. The most important thing is not strength, but the speed is the most easily overlooked. Under the deception of Lin Feng's intentional lowering of his strength, mistakenly believed that as long as he summoned the 4th Order body of the 4th Order Wing King, he could control this puppet to gain the strength to defeat the opponent. After all, it is now only one step away from Lin Feng, but don't underestimate this tiny gap. It will cause the 4th level Realm King, who is the weaker party, to retreat step by step in high-level battles. Even the slightest difference in combat power will be infinitely magnified in the fierce high-speed collision, thus continuously widening the gap. Therefore, as long as he summoned the 4th level body of the 4th level Wing King as a puppet, just like the half-step 4th level human in front of him controlling the 4th level colonial mecha, his greatest advantage would be directly offset. Then, as a true 4th level cosmic life form, the 4th level Realm King will have the absolute power to crush Lin Feng, who is only half a step away from the 4th level. In terms of evolutionary level, however, just as it unlocked the layers of blockades and summoned the 4th level body of the 4th level Wing King, as soon as the 1 kilometer long 4th Order body appeared, the next moment, when Lin Feng controlled the 4th level space battleship to flash in front of the 4th level Realm King, he used the trump card that had never been revealed, the pseudo 4th level state of Long Yi, to seize the control of the fourth-level body of the fourth-level Wing King through mental control relying on the artistic conception of infinite reproduction, the power of the insect god's mother law of the insect hive will, and the blessing of the divine realm. These divine powers that are far higher than the laws of space instantly cut off the fourth-level Realm King's control in connection with the fourth-level Wing King's body. Then he released the power of his own laws, took control of the fourth-level body, and put it into the huge cabin in the next moment, before the fourth-order Realm King could react. Lin Feng once again consumed the power of the spatial law without hesitation, releasing a flash of phase shift, with a fourth-order space battleship carrying the fourth-order Wing King and the fourth-order body. It came to 1,000 kilometers away from the 500 sensing distance at the same time. The fourth-order colonial mecha that was released earlier to cooperate in the battle also flashed into the cabin. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all and continued to consume the precious power of the laws. The laws origins of the laws of space that take years to condense are consumed by Lin Feng faster than the power of artistic conception. But Lin Feng was not worried since he had absorbed 1/10 of the power of the space law into his body. He now possessed 15% of the power of the space law. The origin divine power in the body can be assimilated in unlimited batches after being analyzed and read, which can be used to assimilate this part of the divine power of the law of space in order to meet the continuous flashing of 1,000 kilometers by using the acceleration method of reducing the pause after the shake. The interval time does not exceed 0.3 seconds, which is more than 3 times reduced from the original 1 second. This reaches 3,000 kilometers per second, which is equivalent to 1% of the speed of light. Fourth-level Realm King is not a specialized spiritual beast evolved, that is the specialized technology of the fourth-level insect king of this race. However, it did not expect that there was actually a hybrid being who mastered the power of the Zerg Queen and the laws of the Zerg god beside him. It must have been looted after the third stage Light Queen was killed. Looking at the fourth-tier space battleship that was moving away as fast as an afterimage, the fourth-level Realm King let out a whine and did not pursue. What is more important right now is to cultivate the fourth-order Insect King as soon as possible to help it defeat humans. Chapter 398, The Battle of Cosmic Life, Searching for the Moon. With the departure of the fourth-order Realm King, this battle was originally going to be the first battle between the alien insect race and humans in the history of Blue Planet, a battle at the level of cosmic life. It ended quietly and in a weird way. Lin Feng entered the fourth-order space battleship, and while consuming the power of the space law and performing uninterrupted phase transfer, he looked back to see if there was a fourth-order Realm King chasing him. After all, it is the one that truly masters the laws of space in artistic conception, and Lin Feng only has 15% of its power. If he really wants to catch up with me, I will definitely not be able to get rid of him. We can only rely on the weapons on the fourth-tier battleships to interfere with its movement trajectory and prevent it from continuing to pursue. However, what was different from Lin Feng's expectations was, when I looked back, I saw the back of the fourth-level Realm King leaving. After just 1 second, he disappeared without a trace. The fourth-level Realm King didn't catch up, Lin Feng asked with a little surprise. He was worried that the other party had some backup plan and was trying to lure him into a trap. However, when Long Yi came back from the battleship's engine room, he shook his head and explained, the moment the fourth-level body of the fourth-level Wing King was seized, the fourth-level Realm King knew that there was no chance of winning. Unless he could immediately summon a fourth-level Insect King, even with the help of a pseudo-fourth-level Insect Queen, he would not have the slightest chance of defeating us. As he spoke, he continued, at a stronger stage, like in a battle between cosmic beings, because the power of artistic conception or the power of laws are equal to each other, the gap is not obvious, although it's easy to determine the winner in a fight. If one side wants to completely kill the other, you must first have an absolute advantage, and if this kind of advantage is not present when the opponent is compared with the opponent, the slight advantage and the flaws that the enemy accidentally reveals will be seized by the other side. It's just like playing a game. Through this slight disadvantage or advantage, you can constantly refresh and repeat, and eventually your own advantage will continue to grow, while the enemy's flaws and disadvantages will continue to deepen. In this way, as long as the battle continues, as long as the life energy in both sides is equal, one side will suffer a little more damage each time. If you keep accumulating like this, you will be able to accumulate a terrifying gap, and even a strong person can completely kill the loser. You should know that the Zerg ancestor, the insect god, used this method to unite with several other fourth and fifth order cosmic beings from other planets to drag the most powerful existence, the sixth order spine god, to death. But the main reason is that the sixth level spine god is not very smart and a bit stubborn. So the ancestor insect god seized the opportunity. Lin Feng agreed, thinking about it, and then replied, the accumulation of quantitative changes can lead to qualitative changes, and even form a situation where offense and defense are at odds. Ling Yi snapped his fingers. That's right, the strength we originally displayed, with the cooperation of you and the colonial armor, was just a little bit stronger than that of the 4th rank King Kai. Don't underestimate that little bit. If things go on like this, the gap could even double, but the strength you have shown is not enough to force a 4th level realm king to leave decisively, because it has not yet reached the Zerg response procedure. The conditions for leaving directly are applicable, so it seems to be in a dilemma, because it can't delay. If it delays, the gap will widen. It is very likely that it will be killed by you directly due to the exhaustion of spatial state and law power, so it has only one way, and that is to reverse its slight weakness before it is dragged into a desperate situation, and turn every disadvantage of being injured into an advantage. That's why I am willing to unlock the layers of seals and summon the 4th level body of the 4th level winged king that was originally hidden in the deepest part of the void realm to fight together with him. As for what happened afterwards, you know it better than anyone else. As he spoke, Long looked at Lin Feng. This man, who is only half a step away from the 4th level at this time, has already fully adapted to the battles between cosmic life. In fact, this entire set of strategies and smooth planning all came from his hands as a trump card for the most critical moment. The 4th level Realm King obviously didn't expect that his plan to confidently control the 4th level Wing King's 4th level body and join the battle as a puppet to gain an advantage would be shattered in an instant by the very moment you were prepared. Not only that, after it realized it had fallen into a trap, it would have immediately run away. It was just frightened by your sudden escape. After all, you have only played one trump card, while he has already given his all. Plus, as a master of the laws of space, it doesn't have much talent in controlling spiritual power. Now that the 4th level body of the confident 4th level winged king has been seized by me, a Zerg Queen hybrid, it certainly can't be distracted in the battle to snatch it. There is no time to summon a late-stage 3rd order Queen Mother to enter a pseudo 4th order state to fight me. After all this, they had no advantage to begin with, and we took away their only trump card, which has become our biggest advantage. If you're a 4th level realm king, why don't you run away? That is, we don't want to escalate the situation and let the remaining 4th order Night Kings trigger the Zerg's war escalation and summon more Zerg cosmic life, such as the 5th order Zerg beings on the Red Star that are still in the Perseus cantilever, and the 2 6th order subgods, including the 7th order insect godmother. According to the time calculation, he should have arrived at Scarlet Star. So next time, if it is a 4th order insect king, he will summon the god realm to descend again, and the insect godmother will possess him. According to the projection of divine power at such a close distance, the power that entered the divine skeleton this time can at least reach the peak of the late 6th stage, which is the level of a subgod. Even if you have the strength of your father Lin Yu, you will not be able to escape the pursuit of a 6th order subgod and will definitely be captured by him. So the birth of the 4th order insect king and the final battle with the Queen Mother on the blue planet must be delayed until you have enough strength to deal with the next crisis. Having said this, Long Yi continued with a hint of deep meaning. Even if I were promoted to 4th level insect king, I would not be able to control the laws instilled by the insect godmother of life, and after that, I would be able to maintain my rationality and withstand the pressure and manipulation from the genetics program, not summon the arrival of the divine domain, and let the insect godmother of life deal with the insect race's retreat. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded solemnly. Don't worry. I have confidence in myself. I am a being that has merged the blood of the gods and humans, and I am unique. As long as you complete the 4th order promotion and become a true 4th order cosmic life, subsequent evolution will be much easier. Even if I need to kill the 4th, 5th, and 6th level warriors of the dinosaur clan, or the surviving Red King of the Red Clan, I will swing the butcher knife without hesitation. This is a competition for survival between races. There is no such thing as morality in the face of death. After saying this, Lin Feng looked forward, controlled the 4th order space battleship, and flew quickly to the only natural celestial satellite of the blue planet. The moon that has accompanied the blue planet for billions of years. Behind this satellite with a bright white surface that reflects sunlight, lies the most secret truth among human beings. It is also the key to determining whether Lin Feng can be promoted to the 4th level and break through the limit of his mental power. Lin Feng couldn't wait to control the 4th order space battleship and accelerated towards it. The maximum speed is 3,000 kilometers per second. with 3 phase transfers in 1 second, each time flashing 1,000 kilometers away, equivalent to 1% of the speed of light. The moon is 300,000 kilometers away from the blue planet, and it only takes 1 minute and 40 seconds to reach it safely. So in the moment when Lin Feng was talking to Long Yi, the Fourth Order space battleship had already arrived in front of the moon. Lin Feng immediately slammed on the brakes and ordered the Fourth Order space battleship to begin scanning and searching the lunar surface at its normal speed of 100 kilometers per second. Since we don't know the exact location of the base, we can only use this stupid method. It seems that the moon's gravity is not strong. No matter how a Fourth Order space battleship flies, it will not be affected by gravity and there is no possibility of crashing. Do you think the moon base was destroyed when the alien Zerg invaded? After searching for a long time without finding it, Lin Feng asked Long Yi, who was standing beside him. After all, they had been circling for a long time, and the back of the moon was not that big, unless the base was built in the deepest part of the underground psychic ascension. There are only a few people in the entire galaxy who can achieve psychic ascension and are below the 4th level. An omniscient person like this, who can see the past and the future, could not have failed to anticipate the war that would take place with your father after the Zerg invasion, since they are going to build a base on the moon. They must have made preparations in advance to avoid missing any key information and clues. Lin Feng agreed, thinking that what Long Yi said was right. Damn it, He Yuan wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. It must be hidden somewhere. After walking around for a long time, Long Yi opened his mouth to remind, maybe it has something to do with us flying too fast and too high. After all, your mother must have made an intelligent identification program, generally launching a detection every few seconds. The flying speed of the 4th level space battleship is too fast. We can't sense these low-frequency detection energy waves at all. We may also be identified as an alien spacecraft and intentionally hide. What Long Yi said was too high-sounding, as if Lin Feng's mother He Yuan was omnipotent. But I don't have any good ideas at the moment, so I might as well go out for a walk. If this possibility really happens, it would be a waste of letting him escape. Lin Feng thought about it and agreed, so he ordered the 4th Order space battleship to dock not far away, and then he brought Long Yi to the outside of the universe. The temperature on the back of the moon plummets to more than 100 degrees below zero because there is no sunlight, and there is also some cosmic radiation in a vacuum environment. These are extremely deadly to the 3rd Order advanced life forms. Even Ling Yi, who was at the peak of the late 3rd stage, could not withstand the extreme environment of space for too long. Fortunately, the special imprint that Lin Feng left for her before played a big role, directly forming a special layer that isolated the inside and the outside him. The cosmic environment is actually more comfortable than the planetary environment on Blue Star. The 4th level cells in his body that carry the power of the laws can absorb and capture the high energy particle streams bombarding from the vacuum, which would originally destroy the genetic radiation in the cell nucleus, but now become the source of energy for the 4th level cells. Lin Feng felt that if he went to the front side of the moon, he would probably be able to absorb enough energy from the sun and return to his peak condition just like Superman in movies and TV shows. Seeing Lin Feng adapting to the environment of the universe with a curious look on his face, Long said, "You guessed right, for cosmic life, pure chemical energy can no longer meet the energy needs of higher level cells in the body, so they will directly absorb various forms of energy instead of indirectly transferring energy through the heat released by the breaking of chemical bonds. The energy conversion and absorption efficiency of the food chain on your blue planet is only about 10%, which is very low. However, it is also of great help in expanding the genetic sample capacity of species. As for the Spinosaurus, they directly absorb geothermal energy on the Spinosaurus planet and can achieve an energy absorption efficiency of more than 50%, so their evolution level is high and their species strength is also strong. Looking at the universe, most of the species diversity that rely on absorbing geothermal energy to achieve evolution are far away from the stars in their galaxies. For example, the outer planets in the solar system are Saturn, Jupiter, Neptune, Uranus, and even further away, Pluto, etc. These places are prone to the birth of specialized civilizations, such as the spinal insect race or the world insect race, in the perihelion zone. Directly absorbing the sunlight from the star is a good choice. In fact, like most life forms in the universe, in the later stages they rely on directly absorbing stellar energy to improve their own strength level. Firstly, the geothermal energy in ordinary planets is limited, and the energy density is not as high as that of stars. After absorbing it all, The planet is basically useless and no longer suitable for the development of life. It's completely like drying up the pond to catch fish. Secondly, ordinary planets are used to provide civilizations, collect resources, and develop species. This is the only way to create enough genetic samples and expand the artistic conception and law power of cosmic life. So the pattern is that life in the universe goes to stars to absorb the pure light energy inside and improve its strength, while the planets inside the galaxy are handed over to the civilizations under their command to cultivate and develop and grow stronger. As the two of them walked, Ling Yi introduced a common knowledge of cosmic life to Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly heard a voice. To be precise, a stream of energy was absorbed into the brain and automatically transformed into a familiar voice. Lin Feng, finally here. Chapter 399, Moon Military Base, He Yuan's clone. Lin Feng, my child, you are finally here. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, and then he heard a clearer sentence transmitted into his brain through energy waves. His movement forward also stopped abruptly with these words, and he stayed where he was. The moon has no atmosphere, and its gravity is only 1/6 of that of the blue planet, so you can easily jump several meters high on it. Affected by this gravity, Lin Feng slowly landed on the surface of the moon, raising a cloud of dust. Lin Feng, at this moment, another voice suddenly came from my mind. After rushing forward, Ling Yi found that Lin Feng was not around, so he hurried back and asked him what happened. Did you find anything? Lin Feng nodded. I heard my mother He Yuan's voice, but I'm not sure where it came from. Long narrowed his eyes slightly, then closed his mouth and stopped transmitting mental messages to Lin Feng so as not to interfere with his perception. Lin Feng then used telepathy to begin a large-scale search. A large amount of mental power was released, covering an area of more than 200 kilometers in radius, which is equivalent to 40,000 square kilometers. This is quite large on the moon. You should know that the average diameter of the moon, that is, the equator, is about 3,500 kilometers, which is only equivalent to 3/11ths of the diameter of the Earth. The blue planet, in comparison, the volume of the moon is only 1/49th, about 1/50th, or 2% of the size of the blue planet. Therefore, Lin Feng only needs to scan 950 times with a scanning range of 40,000 square kilometers. If the speed is faster, he can scan once a second, and then use phase transfer to flash to another 40,000 square kilometers of scanning area 200 kilometers away. It only takes less than 16 minutes to complete the exploration of the entire lunar surface. Coupled with the fluffy nature of the lunar soil, the detection distance of 200 kilometers is enough to penetrate 20 kilometers underground and can clearly detect all secrets. However, Lin Feng obviously did not need that, because he could follow the direction from which the energy wave came, compare the strength of the energy, and thus determine the direction by the intersection of 3 circles to accurately lock the source of the energy wave. After walking only about 1,000 kilometers and a dozen seconds later, Lin Feng arrived outside an inconspicuous meteorite crater. This is an old meteorite crater, estimated to be hundreds of millions of years old. In fact, it is because of the existence of the moon that the blue planet can serve as the cradle of life, not to mention the importance of tidal gravity to the birth and evolution of marine life. The moon alone, as a satellite of the blue planet, uses itself to block countless asteroid impacts for the blue planet when it orbits the blue planet. The moon's surface is full of potholes and thousands of craters of various sizes, which are the best proof of this, although according to the hypothesis of the birth of the blue star, it was an asteroid of similar size to the original blue star that collided with it and eventually merged into a planet. The scattered fragments and dust in the ring belt gradually merged into the moon under the gravitational force of the blue star's rotation in the following days. So in essence, the moon is just a small clone of the blue planet and resolving cosmic storms. But at the same time, observing the universe from the moon will be more convenient and clearer than from the blue planet. The moon is the bridgehead for the blue planet to enter the universe. It is the first step for every civilization on the planet to step into the cold universe. So even the dragon lizard people of the dinosaur clan built a space base on the moon, be used by later civilizations. In fact, the place where Lin Feng entered was a gate covered by moon dust at the bottom of the crater in front of him. Because it is on the back of the moon and is obscured by the shadow of the cliff in the crater, it is impossible to find the entrance to the cave unless you walk right up to it. Moreover, the scale of this gate is 50 meters high and 30 meters wide. The size of the giant gate is completely inconsistent with human dimensions. There are only the dragon lizard people of the dinosaur clan, who are 5 or 6 meters tall, and the high-level evolvers among them, such as the third-level dragon clan strongman Long Yuan, who is more than 10 meters tall. The size of this 50-meter-long gate is just right. After all, there are some weapons and equipment, and ship equipment that need to be transported out of the underground base. A gate that is too small will obviously restrict travel. However, compared to the size, when Lin Feng walked to the bottom of the gate, he expanded his body to normal size of 10 meters, and waved his hand to wipe away the dust on the tilted gate. You can see the obvious engraving of a reptilian dragon head and a logo of 3 sharp claws. Even 60 million years later, similar marks can be seen on the claws of roosters and eagles among birds. They are all inherited through genes. As Lin Feng approached and gently stroked the door with his hand, the long-closed door of the base slowly opened in response to the gentle call. In Lin Feng's mind, it seems that the program inside is still active. Perhaps the intelligence system left by my mother is still functioning and can identify my own energy spectrum, or genetic sequence in short. As the door slowly opened, Lin Feng took Long Yi and walked in. There is a long corridor leading downwards at the door. The diameter of this meteorite crater is only 5 kilometers and the height is only about 200 to 300 meters. It is definitely not high enough to be used as a large base, and it is necessary to dig deeper. After walking down a slope 100 meters deep, the two of them, one in front and one behind, finally arrived at their final destination, guided by the lights along the way. What came into view was a large weapons warehouse, including various flight equipment. These include small single-person aircraft, only about 10 meters in size, as well as medium-sized airships with a full range of weapons, and large 100-meter class warships that can carry people and can also carry 2-meter caliber laser cannons long, 3 kilometers wide, and over 200 meters high. There are thousands of sky shuttles, 100 airships, and a dozen 100-meter class warships parked there. There are also countless weapons, ammunition and accessories, which are dizzying to look at. Lin Feng took a deep breath. This was not a foreshore base on the moon at all. It was a weapons depot and a super space fortress. Such strength is enough to fight against hundreds of third-order beings. If it is pulled to Blue Planet, it can completely help humans who have lost air superiority to defeat the Zerg. And this is just one. Who knows how many weapons depots like this one there are on the moon as a defense against alien invasions. After walking through the neatly arranged armory, Lin Feng brought Long Yu to the end of the armory and took the stairs here to the second underground floor. Here, Lin Feng saw more sophisticated equipment, some fully automated production chains for weapons, and the robots that controlled them. Some robots that were in dormancy, like the entire military factory, were parked on both sides of the road. Lin Feng walked forward and habitually wanted to check its attribute status, but found that the item upgrade system was still in the state of shutting down and restarting. It has been a long time since I have obtained the attribute data of the items and equipment around me. I'm still a little uncomfortable at the moment, but Lin Feng didn't care too much. Even without the system, he could rely on the power of the law of origin to restart these prehistoric civilizations, and the rich relics left behind. The technology and information contained therein are more valuable than the weapons themselves. As for humans, especially federal humans, they are frantically learning and imitating records. In theory, by the time they have fully mastered the technology and data, any breakthrough in this science and technology will have become an outdated product. So the key is still technology. As Lin Feng went deeper, he found that the facilities and weapons in the base were far different from the current weapons of the dinosaur tribe. Such a big change in tens of millions of years? That shouldn't be possible. Even the logo has changed, Lin Feng murmured to himself, somewhat unconvinced that this would be the military fortress of the dinosaur clan. After all, many of the aircraft looked large, but the size of the cockpits and cabins inside were not suitable for the dragon lizard people to enter. Even a first-level dragon lizardman who is 2 or 3 meters tall can only sit inside by curling up, which is obviously wrong. On the contrary, putting smaller humans in there seemed to be an unusual fit, and all the protective measures were in place, which gave Lin Feng a hunch. This is most likely an armament fortress that his parents prepared specifically for him and for humanity, to help them defeat enemies from space. After all, with his goddamn genius wisdom, coupled with his father's divine power of the law of origin, he can get whatever he wants. One person provides the design, another provides the parts, and finally they are synthesized one by one. It only takes a few days to create the strongest battleship equipment of the same level. The following progress also made Lin Feng completely realize his guess. While searching on the next level, the negative third level, Lin Feng discovered that what came into view was a large dark space. As he went deeper, he heard a ding sound. A three-dimensional projection composed of silver virtual particles appeared in the dark space, exactly the same as the image of Lin Feng's mother Heerwen. The virtual projected woman slowly turned around and said to Lin Feng, "I have been waiting for you for a long time, Lin Feng, long time no see." Lin Feng's expression suddenly became extremely excited. When he was about to step forward to respond, he suddenly remembered something. He suppressed his excitement and looked at the virtual projection in front of him with a serious expression. Wondering if it was really his mother, so he asked, "Are you He Yuan? Or a piece of program code? My mother left you behind to pick me up." The virtual projection person who looked like He Yuan suddenly smiled and nodded. "Yes, I am a program that He Yuan programmed herself before ending everything, but my memory bank contains all the memories of the past. A sense, although I am an intelligent life form, I have inherited everything about He Yuan, including her social identity and personality traits, so I think I am one of her clones. After she achieves psychic ascension, she will be responsible for managing and protecting Blue Star, as well as your existence." The moment the dark secrets of the dark domain appeared, I activated the system and allowed you to start the evolution process. Lin Feng frowned slightly, "But you are not her after all. My mother's consciousness and soul have entered the virtual world. I have seen her in the ocean of particles in the long river of time." The virtual projection was refuted by Lin Feng, but was not at all. Instead, it nodded and said, "No, I'm just your mother He Yuan, an independent personality who scanned her own brain consciousness and uploaded her itinerary. I was born to protect humanity and your existence, nothing more." Lin Feng took a deep angry breath and stopped paying attention to these philosophical and logical speculations. Instead, he asked about the key to this trip. "I want to know what this so-called truth about what my mother left behind is. Also, how can I advance to the fourth order life form and make a breakthrough in my spiritual attributes? How can I solve this problem?" After hearing the question, He Yuan's virtual projection thought about it for a while, then looked at the woman standing next to Lin Feng and said with a smile, "Xia Feng, is this your girlfriend?" Long Yi looked at it with a hint of embarrassment. Lin Feng frowned slightly, realizing the deeper meaning behind the other party's teasing words, and looked at Long Yi beside him. After thinking about it, Long felt that it was all family affairs and it would be embarrassing to stay here and eavesdrop. Although she wanted to stay very much, she had to get up and leave under Lin Feng's gaze, and went back to the second floor below ground level to wait for Lin Feng and her mother's clone to finish talking about some things about humans in the past. It was all about his father's identity and the future outcome that He Yuan saw after her spiritual ascension. Although the results she saw at the time might not be accurate, after all, the future is not a constant, unless the number of deterministic factors that make up a certain event increases, such as mathematical and physical inferences based on the laws of the universe. It would be more difficult to reverse and falsify them than to destroy the universe. Therefore, as events develop, many predictions and the future will continue to change. But He Yuan succeeded in ascending after all, and what she left behind was the intelligent particle program. This means that it is indeed possible for her to interfere with the virtual projection program and modify the prophecy she saw that year, and constantly correct it, so that the result will continue to shift towards the prophecy. Therefore, Ling Ai was very curious about the fate of mankind. And what would be the fate of the oppressed Zerg? But once the chrysanthemum passed by, facing his mother's virtual projection alone, Lin Feng learns a shocking truth about his life. His divine bloodline does indeed come from his father. My father Lin Yu was once a very powerful being in the Eternal God Clan, but this Eternal God Clan, it is not within the Milky Way. But it is a powerful existence outside the four eternal gods. Chapter 400 Alien Visitors, Lin Yu's story. After Long Yi left, in a base on the -3rd floor, 800 meters underground on the moon, Lin Feng was alone facing the virtual projection program uploaded and programmed by his mother He Yuan. He Yuan looked at Lin Feng and spoke slowly. "It all started with your father's arrival. It was at noon more than 30 years ago. An asteroid with a very strange orbit was drifting in the solar system. It was captured by your mother in the observatory. In fact, that was your father, who was wrapped in rocks and accidentally came to the solar system. After that, your mother kept a close eye on its trajectory, trying to collect evidence to prove that this was an unnatural flying object, that is, the possibility of alien creation. Once verified, it will mean that this is the first time in human history that an unnatural alien creation has been captured, proving that in addition to the blue planet, there are other life and civilizations near the solar system. At that time, your mother had just graduated and was studying for a doctorate. She was determined to publish a creative and novel paper to prove herself, as she continued to track this space object whose trajectory was not in line with common sense. She discovered that it would land on the surface of another planet and then set off to other planets. In order to avoid being accused of fraud, I also specially used multiple cameras to record everything I observed. As she spoke, the virtual projection Hyun waved her hand and projected the scene at that time in front of Lin Feng. Because just 1 or 2 times of evidence was not enough, I used a telescope to keep a close eye on the trajectory of the UFO until it set out from the asteroid belt. Arrived at Mars and set off again, I managed to capture a photo of it halfway along the way. Taking advantage of a period of direct sunlight, the UFO was traveling very fast, reaching a speed of 10 kilometers per second, equivalent to a speed of Mach 30, so it was able to break free from its restraints and roam freely in the solar system. Just as I guessed, we captured and locked onto it again on the moon. This time I managed to get a photo of it. It was a small meteorite about 500 meters long, with a silver-gray surface. According to the analysis of the spectrometer, it might be some very hard alloy of rare elements, and the overall shape is an elongated ellipse, which is rare in the universe because there is no air resistance in a vacuum environment. The first thing that celestial bodies consider is not air friction, but gravity, so most cosmic objects, no matter how small or irregular they are generally spherical. This shuttle-like strip is more like a spacecraft that travels back and forth to the surface of the planet. The subsequent speculation was the same as I expected. This UFO that resembled an alien warship was indeed a conscious being. After visiting the moon, it flew directly towards the blue planet one night, and the observatory where I was working kept a close eye on it with an astronomical telescope. However, what surprised me was that this UFO from outer space even had ultra-long-range sensing capabilities and could actually cross hundreds of millions of kilometers and lock onto the observatory that had been spying on it. At that time, I was in the Gobi Desert in the northwest. Because the weather here is clear and cloudless, and the altitude is more than 2,000 meters. Building an observatory here can enable us to see various stars and phenomena in the universe most clearly, and when this unknown alien UFO was flying towards the blue planet, it was seen in my telescope screen as a UFO that was getting bigger and bigger. It was not until this moment that I realized that it had sensed my observation of it and wanted to come and strangle me in the cradle. During this period, I sent it a lot of information, trying to establish communication and avoid the tragedy, because at its speed of Mach 30, it only takes 3 or 4 minutes to fall from outer space to the blue planet. Generally speaking, small celestial bodies like these will eventually turn into sparkling stars due to friction with the air in the atmosphere and vaporize directly in the atmosphere. Even if they fall to the ground, their size will not exceed 1 meter in diameter. A meteorite over 1 meter long, falling to Earth at a speed of Mach 30, is the largest kinetic weapon in itself, and can cause extremely serious casualties. The asteroid that caused the extinction of the dinosaurs was only a few dozen kilometers in size. It directly destroyed 2 continents and affected the global climate. The crater created by the explosion was a full 2,000 kilometers in size, and this alien UFO, which was descending at a speed of Mach 30, not only did it not slow down at all, but even its outer shell did not shrink or fall off due to friction in the thousands of degrees air. A star with a diameter of 500 meters, falling on the surface of the blue planet, is enough to stir up a destructive force comparable to that of a nuclear bomb, affecting an area of 20 to 30 kilometers drive. I can't escape its collision range. All I have left is to wait for death. That was the closest I've ever been to death in my life. But after your birth, Lin Feng, I got used to it. You can probably get to the end later. The alien UFO suddenly disintegrated in midair. It must have been programmed or controlled. At the same time, the speed was also decreasing, eventually dropping to around Mach 3 or 4. The size also changed from 500 meters long and nearly 100 meters wide to 30 meters long and 7 or 8 meters wide, just like a small fighter plane. Anyway, it landed near the observatory, causing a minor magnitude 2 earthquake that only shattered a 200-meter high hillside. I was so excited after surviving the disaster that I had some respiratory alkalosis. Fortunately, at that moment, it was as if I had opened some kind of valve or genetic lock. My brain started working rapidly, and then, somehow, I left the observatory alone with a flashlight and headed for the impact point, which was 800 meters to the right of the observatory. When I arrived at the crater created by the impact as the first person to arrive, I discovered that among the broken blackened stones, there was a humanoid being emitting dark golden light, but I can be sure that it is definitely not a human, because this thing has multiple hands, and the facial features on its head are also very different from those of humans. But as I got closer to it, This guy actually changed his body shape and appearance according to my template, becoming exactly the same as a human. It was simply a replica of me as a man. I witnessed so many bizarre things. I didn't know where I got the courage to go up the mountain. Originally, we only needed to stay where we are, or leave, and make a phone call to report the situation, and the Federation could have arranged for us to take over. But at that time, I was thinking that once the people above knew about this, they would immediately block it. Everything related to it, including the data I had observed for several months, would also be collected by them and directly destroyed or permanently sealed. I was just a trainee researcher at the time, and there was a high probability that I would not be included in the research on aliens, so the most likely scenario was that I was silenced, placed under house arrest, or even worse, simply disappeared from the face of the earth. Although the power was out at that time, the observatory's entry and exit records had traces of me. Even if I had just left, I would still have been found, so I just went all out and picked up the alien lying on the scorched earth and brought him to the observatory. Anyway, you can see some sporadic meteor showers almost every day in the Gobi Desert, but this time it's a little bigger. As long as I provide some fake data, it will be easy to get away with it. When I was ready, I picked up the alien on the ground, which looked very similar to me, but I found that its body was extremely light, probably only about 50 to 60 kilograms, which is about the weight of a large bucket of water. Even if it was like this, it would be difficult for me to move it. After all, I'm a girl, and I've been busy studying mathematics, so my whole body is basically in a state of muscle weakness, but at that moment, I seemed to have infinite strength. I could lift something weighing 50 to 60 kilograms as easily as a stack of white paper. In fact, at that moment, I should have realized that I had begun to evolve, or more accurately, the process of strengthening my body. I was no longer the helpless, sub-healthy human being I was before, but an ordinary athlete, probably the same as someone who has been working out for 2 or 3 years, with a second or third level of strengthening. After I brought the alien into the observatory, it looked more and more like a human, but I was more curious about how it transformed. What surprised me even more was that it could even generate the clothes on my body at the same time. I even checked it out and found that they were indeed made of cotton and polyester. From this I can infer that this guy must be an extremely powerful alien being, or he comes from a high-dimensional civilization, or a god-level civilization. After all, the ability to create things out of thin air and directly copy and imitate the environment is not something that ordinary technological civilization can achieve. I am very happy to think of this, because as long as I can establish a connection with him, it will bring an absolute qualitative leap to me and mankind, but I also consider the threat he poses to humans. But on second thought, would a civilization that has reached this level still be interested in humans? I don't think so. Since it can create things out of thin air, it means that it and the civilization behind it have mastered the transformation of matter and energy, and it does so without consuming any extra energy. It can collapse energy directly into matter, and can also replicate human genes in 1 second. With these technological capabilities, the blue planet, including the entire solar system, is no different from a brick to it and the civilization behind it, at most. Human wisdom and thinking are still somewhat attractive to them, but as for material things, they naturally have no demand or value at all. It didn't wake up for a few days, so I hid it in my dormitory. Someone came to investigate the crater the other day. Although the impact was not very powerful and did not cause much damage, it was very close to the observatory after all. Someone even asked me if I needed to leave the formation first to prevent this kind of situation from happening again. If it really hits the observatory, the consequences will be disastrous. I thought it was heading here, but it just changed its route in the last few seconds. But on the surface, we still told the investigators that the probability of a meteorite with a diameter of more than 1 meter falling is very low, only 1 in hundreds of thousands. And to accurately hit the Gobi Desert on the surface of the blue planet, the probability is 1 in 10 million, and for it to land on the edge of this crater again and hit the observatory where I am, the chance of that happening is only 1 in hundreds of millions. It's almost impossible. Compared to these, I was curious and asked him what a meteorite was made of, because I saw traces of a meteor passing by. Why are there so many people coming here and surrounding the area of more than 10 kilometers? Unfortunately, the staff did not answer me and took people to investigate the astronomical scanning records for several months or even years. Of course there is no problem with these records, because I put the real records in a private file every day, and on the surface they are all records of normal events, and there is nothing about a meteorite impact at all. Thanks to my excellent acting skills, I did not arouse the suspicion of the investigation team. Later, they promoted me to director because they were worried that I would leave this land in the observatory. Unfortunately, the observatory was already short-staffed, and after the meteorite impact, I was the only one left. I became a lone commander, but soon, an extremely exciting news came. The alien I hid in the dormitory has officially awakened after developing for more than 10 days. It's a pity that he just woke up and is like an idiot, unable to communicate normally. He is just stupid the whole time, so I taught him how to speak and how to speak in the federal language. It worked very well, and he learned very quickly. I can't help but wonder, could this guy be an alien that hasn't developed yet? Then wouldn't that mean I'm raising an alien? A few days later, I realized I was totally wrong. This guy is not a newborn cub, but a powerful alien warrior. He just got lost in space due to the long journey and lost most of his memory and cognitive abilities. But with my basic teachings and the bombardment of information from TV and mobile phones, this guy learned all the practical things in just 3 days. That's right. From thousands of years of human history to all the science and technology of today's human society, as well as various online events, and even abstract jokes, etc. It only took this guy 3 days to absorb, understand and learn everything. On the 4th day, he told me that the development of human society, especially in terms of evolution, was abnormal and deformed. We are descendants of an ancient cosmic civilization. I felt like the sky was falling. Chapter 401 The Truth of the System, The Origin of Curse. He Yuan paused, then continued, as for why, Lin Yu at the time didn't know either. He just said, based on the abnormal development of humans, that we are most likely a special civilization that was specially designed, because our natural spiritual talents are so terrifyingly high. My main body's spiritual value alone has reached 15 points, which is equivalent to the level of a 3rd level enhanced human. This is only before the evolution begins. That's why humans can have such a fast pace of civilization development and level of technological development. Although it has not yet started evolving, its technological level is already equivalent to that of a 2nd to 3rd order civilization. After all, the symbol of a 3rd order civilization is unlocking nuclear fusion, and then being able to leave its home planet, land on the nearest planet, and achieve the most basic interstellar travel. And the humans on Blue Star have already been able to make these two things, such as the hydrogen bomb with nuclear fusion and the manned landing on the moon. In fact, the only thing missing from becoming a 4th-level cosmic civilization is the blessing of a 4th-level cosmic life and the underlying technology to achieve controlled nuclear fusion. So why is it that human civilization and technology are so advanced, but there is such a big gap in evolution? Lin Feng listened carefully, and in just half a second, he used the 9,990 spiritual attribute points of the peak of the late 3 realms, the upper limit of level 39, to answer the reason why human evolution was limited, because the earlier we start to evolve, the more likely it is that the 4th-order cosmic life of our race will be discovered by the supervisory civilization above us. And then we will become a slave civilization under the command of the 3 governors of Nanman, and we will never be able to stand up again. So the best solution is to develop the level of science and technology before starting human evolution. This way, we can have enough time to prepare for interstellar colonization before breaking through to the 4th level. Other races may be trapped in their home star system for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years, but we humans only need a 1st-order civilization to achieve free travel between the blue planet and the moon. When we develop to a 2nd-order civilization, we can colonize Mars and Venus, spread our influence throughout the perigee, and start exploring the asteroid belt. After we gave birth to many 3rd-level evolvers and became a 3rd-level civilization, we had already extensively developed the asteroid belt and controlled the gas galaxies in the asteroid belt and the colonies on their numerous satellites. For example, the dozen satellites of Saturn and Jupiter. After listening to Lin Feng's explanation, even though Yuan in front of him was just a virtual 3-dimensional projection, he was really shocked. It was not because Lin Feng could guess the reason, but because he could react so quickly, think and come up with a satisfactory solution while listening carefully. Yuan nodded in affirmation and continued, yes, although human development is deformed, it is the development model that other races and civilizations dream of, because only in this way can we avoid being scanned once every million years and being roughly checked every 10,000 years. So, the uniqueness of human civilization makes your father feel incredible, and he thinks we are the product of a certain existence. Although I raised objections at the time, the more I described it, the more I felt that there always seemed to be some unexpected developments and some timely corrections in the development trajectory of human civilization. Things became much easier afterwards. In order to recover his strength as quickly as possible, your father Lin Yu began to help me unlock the seal in the gene lock, enter the back of the gate, and start the journey of evolution. We traveled almost all over the blue planet and confirmed the existence of prehistoric dinosaur civilization. Through the information they left behind, I woke up. That was the first time I knew that there was a terrifying group of supervisory civilizations in the universe. They were responsible for relocating all civilizations above the third level, and all the life forms that gave birth to the cosmic stage, including the people and their clans, to become slave races under the command of the god-level civilization. So it is very necessary to control the degree of our human evolution for future development plans. I finally believe what Lin Yu said. During those days, he and I traveled to every corner of the blue planet, including the highest Mount Everest and the deepest trench. During this period, I also successfully evolved into level 7 enhanced human, which is more than 3 or 4 times stronger than a 100% 99.99% normal human. And when I strengthened to level 7, I also awakened the rarest ability, precognition. After our global evidence collection operation was completed, I was successfully promoted to first level evolver. My awakened foresight ability directly evolved into prophet. It is possible to know what is going to happen in the future, especially things related to the fate of mankind, months or even years in advance. After that, your father and I unexpectedly gave birth to you, a child with a heavy responsibility. As she spoke, He Yuan sighed softly, and it was obvious that the next change in her tone was the key point. After I gave birth to you after 10 months of pregnancy, your father Lin Yu had a different opinion of me. He confessed to me that he actually came from outside the Milky Way, from a vast galaxy. And his original strength was far more than that. According to what he has remembered, he should be a 9th order true god, or a god king who has just been promoted to 9th order or higher level. I didn't believe it at first, until he was at the 3rd stage and showed me what a miracle was. There was a very sophisticated light source absorber. At that time, I was building an energy collection device for your father, Lin Yu, which could help him recover his strength as soon as possible, but the device is always missing some rare parts, and it needs to be assembled with high temperature resistant parts. As a result, your father used the power of origin development to synthesize the missing parts right in front of me. I was so shocked that I was speechless at the time, but soon I realized that what Lin Yu said was correct. Later, according to him, he actually came from another large galaxy outside the Milky Way, the Andromeda Galaxy, which is larger than the Milky Way overall, and their ultimate purpose in coming to the solar system to invade humans is actually the Milky Way. They were going to invade the entire galaxy. Lin Feng was stunned. He obviously didn't expect that the origin god clan behind his father had such a powerful background. They actually wanted to invade the entire Milky Way and face the 4 major god clans. That's impossible. Even if the Milky Way is not as big as the Andromeda Galaxy, it has at least 4 eternal god clans, and they all have eternal god kings above the 9th level. Origin god clan, no matter how powerful my father Lin Yu is, he can't challenge the eternal god king, right? He Yuan smiled and asked, what if this origin race of gods has already achieved the unification of the entire galaxy and the Andromeda Galaxy? Lin Feng was immediately shocked and his pupils shrank. You have to know that the Milky Way has only 400 billion stars, but it has given birth to the 4 eternal gods, and the Andromeda Galaxy is said to have 10 trillion star systems. Doesn't that mean that the Andromeda Galaxy has at least 10 eternal god kings? In addition, the origin Protus has already achieved unification and completely ruled the entire Andromeda Galaxy. If they want to conquer the Milky Way, it is not impossible. Thinking of the 10 eternal god kings, Lin Feng's mind suddenly floated back to the time when his mother He Yuan took him to the spiritual homeland in her bloodline. On the big tree representing the throne of God, there are fruits hanging that symbolize the true god and gods, indicating that the origin god clan has countless gods above the 7th level, as well as the 9th level true god. But what made Lin Feng feel most unbelievable was that there were 9 suns hanging in the sky above the tree of time. The sun started out as white, went through 7 colors, and finally turned. If there really were 9 of them, it would match the possible number of eternal god kings above the 9th level in the Andromeda Galaxy in reality. However, the collision between the Andromeda Galaxy and the Milky Way will not occur until 3 billion years from now. It gods would be too worrying to consider this now. There are still 3 billion years left, which is longer than the lifespan of a 7th or 8th level god. The entire universe is less than 20 billion years old. Even many ninth-level true will gradually die out after 10 billion years. Who can predict what will happen 3 billion years from now? After Lin Feng's analysis, He Yuan nodded, but she gave a different opinion. Yes, at the current speed and rhythm, it will take Andromeda 3 billion years to reach the vicinity of the Milky Way and collide with the anomaly. But don't forget, this is only under current conditions. What if Andromeda suddenly accelerates? In fact, according to the observation data of that year and my data, the Andromeda galaxy is already accelerating, sweeping towards the Milky Way at an accelerated speed. At the current speed, we only have about 300 million years left, and its speed is still accelerating. In the end, it may reach 100 times the original speed. It will only take 30 million years to reach the Milky Way and start the formal invasion. We will seize the financial resources of the four gods eternal and allow the Andromeda galaxy to begin annexing the black hole in the center of the Milky Way. In short, there may be 10 million years left, or maybe millions, or even hundreds of thousands. Speaking of this, Lin Feng suddenly realized, so my dad, Lin Yu, is a spy sent by the Eternal Protus to infiltrate the Milky Way, responsible for providing location information reports to the origin family of Andromeda. He Yuan agreed. Lin Feng's reaction was very quick and somewhat beyond her expectations. That's about right, but in fact, the Protus invasion of the Milky Way has already begun. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, not quite understanding, but before he could think for a few seconds, he immediately realized who He Yuan was talking about. You mean, we invaded the small Magellanic Cloud and seized the opportunity for the Ninth Order insect god to break through to the Ninth Order and become the Eternal God King? That is to say, the one who is worshipped as the God King among the Zerg is Hishan. Lin Feng's reaction speed was too fast. He had intended to explain everything to He Yuan step by step, but with just one sentence from him, he was able to guess the next 3 or 5 sentences, or even the main point of a normal conversation. Before Lin Feng finished talking to himself, He Yuan quickly opened her mouth and continued to explain. The Black God King is indeed his true body, and your father Lin Yu is actually. At this moment, Lin Feng had connected everything together, and replied with a hint of bitterness, so my father, Lin Yu, is the real culprit behind all this. He was the one who caused the Zerg invasion, and he was also the incarnation of the Black God King, and became the spy of the Andromeda galaxy and the Milky Way, so the entire human race is his pawn. He Yuan took a deep breath and shook her head. No, it's not. Your father was one of the avatars that the Dark Lord sent to the Milky Way before he descended to the small Magellanic Cloud. After he finished his wandering in the universe, he had lost most of his memories, including what he told me later about the Origin Protus invasion plan of 100 million years. He was in a lot of pain at the time. Because enduring all this meant that sooner or later he would ask you to look down on us and use the entire solar system as a sacrifice so that the origin gods in the Andromeda galaxy could descend into the Milky Way and advance and assist the Andromeda army in fighting against the existence of the Milky Way. At the same time, as a hybrid of the origin god clan, you will also be taken to the front lines to fight and become cannon fodder at the bottom, in order to change your fate and the fate of mankind. Your father Lin Yu absolutely betrayed his identity and race and opened his power of the law of origin to me. This is the first time in history that someone has been able to study the power of the law of origin in such detail, especially when his original body, the Dark God King who was tens of thousands of light years away, regained the power of the God King position. Lin Yu, as his clone, naturally also carried the power of the God King level, that is a force that goes straight to the source. In my research, I have spent many years and even used my spiritual energy to ascend to the sky, searching from ancient times to the present, from today to the future. Whether there is a power that can restrain and control the law of origin. Finally, in the last year, I successfully developed a weapon that can suppress the uncontrolled divine power in your body, a system that can limit the release of the power of the law of origin. I saw that it retained a part of the function of the divine power of origin, and implanted it into your body under the guise of an item upgrade system. At the same time, the conditions for using it are also extremely harsh. It must be used by humans from Blue Star who use their spiritual power and have blood that carries the law of origin to successfully activate and control the system. As the master of the system, you have the absolute authority to open or close the system. You can seal the power of the law of origin in the body of any origin god. Even if it's just the power of artistic conception, it will be shattered by you in an instant. Their origin law and divine power are the supply for increasing strength. Perhaps we can upgrade the item system, It's more appropriate to call it the origin curse. After hearing the virtual projection of he wouldn't tell the truth about the system, Lin Feng was shocked and speechless. It turns out that the system's curse is real, but now he has mastered this curse above all the origin gods. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.